gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, he takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aim Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Lichess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit.
That's so fucking dumb.
Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went Bishop c5, d4 and Queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to topic.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
Hello everyone, welcome to the second Fischer Random World Championship in Reykjavik, Iceland. Wow, this is the semifinals, a very special day, but before we get into all the action, let me introduce my co-host, co-commentator, Alejandro Ramirez. Hi Alejandro.
Hi Peter, what a pleasure to be here with you this Saturday. Very excited about this Fischer Random World Championship. I'm always happy to see this style of chess. We see more and more tournaments with this style. We just had the 960 finish here in St. Louis, so I'm happy to be casting the semifinals and tomorrow the finals of this one.
Yeah, excellent. It's so nice. Yeah, I think that you have tons of experience from St. Louis. It will be very nice to get all your experience, because I feel like, you know, when we started out just 3 days ago, I had no clue what to expect. I'm already, you know, feeling like I'm ready to play Fischer Random myself.
It's actually very exciting. I've only played one tournament of Fischer Random. It actually happened to be in Iceland when I played the Reykjavik Open a few years ago. I actually played Abdusatorov in that tournament, and it's clear that he's gained a lot of experience since then. This is a fascinating style of chess, and even for the most experienced players, it's a difficult one, not only on how to develop, but we've seen even the rules are unclear for some players.
Exactly. Also, we are always seeing the social gathering before the drawing of the new position, all the excitement, the players are, you know, just trying to get to know what waiting them. And it's so nice to see this freshness. Yeah, this eagerness for them to see the new position.
Yeah, it puts your mind immediately to work, right? You don't have this pause to maybe get acclimatized to your game. You immediately have to start thinking, what am I going to play in the first move? What's my opponent going to be playing on the first move, and how am I going to react? Because time is of an essence, and we've noticed that the first few moves in these games can be very important.
Yeah, exactly. Also, because we are, I think, getting the new position. Let me try to check the system if we already have them. Unfortunately, not yet. Yeah, because of the delay and everything. I mean, I'm gonna keep an eye on it, because I'm super excited myself. We have seen Peter Heine Nielsen leaning towards the board, yeah, just to try to get all the essence of it. Yeah, he will have to help Magnus Carlsen, of course, in his preparation. And one question, because we have the semifinals, Abdusatorov against Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What is your take on it? And we have also seen that Hikaru was teaming up with Wesley in the preparation, but Wesley is now not playing today. So what do you think? Is it a handicap now for Hikaru?
It's hard to say. Hikaru is obviously a very creative player. That's what makes him such a dangerous tactician. But I've been very impressed the way that Norderbeck has been handling the chess 960 in this tournament. He seems to have all the creative juices necessary to get good positions and carry them on. So I particularly want to see that match, even though on paper the other one was also very interesting. I want to see the Hikaru Abdusatorov match. I think this is the one that's going to be the headliner for me because of the creativity of both of these players. I don't know if it's going to be a real hindrance. Of course, the surprise that Wesley didn't make the semifinals and defending his championship, as he wasn't able to make it out of the group stage. But I like that the Americans there are still sharing some ideas and some opinions on the positions. And this is our current position, right?
Yeah, this is our current position. I actually shared the screen, but I got a heart attack because suddenly I don't see the name of the players. Sotiris will have to help us out here, because we definitely need, at least we have the position, and we know that we have 50 minutes to the start of the game. Start of the games. The names will appear, don't worry. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I'm relieved. You know, with all this technology, it's that's the only thing I'm really super scared of. So this is what we have already discussed with Niels. You know, that let's try to make some prediction. What do you think, for example, I give you the white pieces. What would be your first thought about this position?
Well, from what I've been learning from the players at the tournament, what do you want to develop first? I've seen a lot of emphasis on trying to get your queen out, or at least getting some positions for your queen available to your piece early. And I've noticed that bishops that are on long diagonals at the start of the game tend to be opened up very quickly because there's no option anyway. So a move like g4 immediately starts getting into my mind, because the bishop on h1 needs to be activated at some point. A move like f4 also seems very common. It targets the center in some way, a little bit of a flank move, but it also activates the bishop on e1. It activates immediately the queen on g1. Yeah, it doesn't attack a7, but now the knight on c8 has to think about where it wants to go and when it wants to go. Another way of looking at this position would be to consider the knights. Knight on a8, knight on c8, they're both fighting for the b6 square from the very start. And b6 is not a particularly good square if you can play something like d3 or b3 to control the knight from there. So it's going to be a weird one for the knights, especially the corner knights, how they're going to be integrated into the game. This is the one that I really want to see. In many cases, I'm suggesting flank moves like b3, like even c4 to maybe move the knight from a1 to c2. I've suggested already f4 and g4, but where does that leave the king? Which side am I going to castle? So we go past the first couple of moves and then really trying to figure out what's going to be the strategy for king safety later in the game.
Exactly. I mean, when I look at this position, I feel like this is maybe the toughest starting position so far in the tournament because really, as you mentioned, I'm worried of these knights, yeah, because if the one knight jumps to b3 and another one jumps to d3, then those knights will feel very awkward. That's certainly not a good setup.
No, it's a very bad setup, especially if you can imagine knight a b3 and then black goes d6. And if white goes knight d3, you can see that this one pawn on d6 basically controls the knights.
Exactly, and offers you the chance to go c5, for example.
Yeah, so it's very likely that the knights are actually going to be developed to the second rank somehow. That's my prediction, at least. But how exactly, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, so okay, let's make some move per move play. Then what would be your first move with white?
I would lean towards f4.
F4, yes. Also, my mouse was standing on the f2 pawn.
Your mouse knew.
Yeah, somehow this f4 is really tempting. Yeah, because eventually also this bishop on h4, it's a very special bishop because it can somehow put some pressure on the king.
Yeah, absolutely. Even a move like f5, playing symmetrical, maybe a move like g4 in this position, and a tempting move like e6, just holding the structure, suddenly runs into a pretty awkward check.
Definitely, and then knight e7, queen takes a7, wins the game on the spot. Yeah,
that's right.
Yes, okay, just to put it, of course, it's a terrible mistake, but we always love to see these things when the position can fall apart just in 2 or 3 moves.
Yeah, this already looks very dangerous for black. But this is a very common way I've seen of people trying to get their pieces active and the center. Because f4, f5, g4, very typical flank break, trying to get an advantage of pawns in the center and also activating your queen early, right?
Yeah,
so I can totally see that.
Yeah, this maybe one of the professional ways would be to play g6, but now the bishop on e8 gets blocked.
Yeah, it depends how happy you are with putting it on f7, because that's going to be pretty much its only future.
Yeah, there is some other option of trying to activate the bishop with bishop g6, but it might run into some direct questions, takes, and then e4.
E4, right. Yeah, that one actually doesn't look so fun for black. Your bishop gets kicked around a lot, even though you do have bishop. Yeah, even bishop g6, I could consider going f5.
Yeah, it's a bit, I mean, but this position is, so difficult, because this king on d8, we talked with Niels, Niels was kind of an expert. He was immediately highlighting that usually the worst position is when the rooks are just immediately next to the kings, because then you have so much trouble castling everything. Here we see that there is some cope, there is some space eventually, but where do we, probably we will have to castle long.
Yeah, it's a shorter castle to begin with. And considering that there's a queen on the king side already, and that at some point this g-pawns will need to move to liberate the bishops, it does seem more likely than not, in my opinion, that the players will castle on the queen side.
Yes, this brings us to the other question, that where do we place this knight, from c8 or from c1?
Yeah, that's the tough question, I think, in the position, because again, the simple solution of bringing the knight to the center to d6 or to d3, it could be strategically risky to put the knight there. You're blocking your d-pawn. In some cases, you don't want to do that in case you want a central expansion. And you want to put the knight on d3 with the idea of hopping it somewhere. And again, the idea that a pawn on d6 can just put a stop to that so early. It worries me a little bit for the knights. It's going to be a weird one for specifically these two pieces.
Yeah, I'm not even, my emergency thoughts are to go knight cb3, then go c3 and knight c2, somehow like this to get them out, but also doesn't look very convincing.
You know, sometimes I wonder how useful it is actually in chess 960 to play solid, because I feel like most people try to play aggressive. They try to get those pieces that are immediately active as possible early. And sometimes you see some of the pieces just be completely renegated. They're not activated at all. I remember a game here in St. Louis between Sam Shankland and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, not this year, but last year in the 960, where Sam Shankland finished the game with the bishop on h1 that never saw a diagonal. And for me, I think it's more important to give every piece a job than to have a few pieces that have good jobs.
Exactly. There is also the danger that the good pieces might be traded off.
Exactly. And then you're left with a lot of bad pieces on the back rank, and you don't want to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's such a challenge. Yeah, for the players. I mean, I can imagine now the seconds are working like crazy because they want to give some confidence to the player. That's the job of the second. But how do you give confidence when your player is stronger than yourself and you have no engine help whatsoever?
You have to have some knowledge of chess 960, and if you don't have it, the confidence comes from pretending. And this one. Oh, man, I have to say, I'm attracted to the flank moves. What about you, Peter? Do you think any central moves make sense?
Well, I mean, at least something like e4 could be potentially be met by f5, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Immediately disbalancing the position, and I would feel much more comfortable with black in this situation than after f4.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, at least the first, yeah, very first, okay, just let's make a move. E takes f5, rook takes f5. It's also what we talked about. It's a bit dangerous to activate pieces like this too early, but you never know.
Yeah, somehow this early heavy piece play in the center, something like rook takes f5, it does look counterintuitive because the rook can get kicked around a lot. But in this particular position, it's not an easy rook to kick out because suddenly I don't necessarily want to play g4. It does leave a lot of holes in the already open file for the rook. And if I don't play g4, the rook is just completely safe. My bishop on h1 is not going to attack it anytime soon. Even on f4, unfortunately, I think white has knight d3. But if I didn't have this move, oh, the knight d3, queen takes a2. I still have to think about this.
Exactly, yeah, all kinds of tricks.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's enough reason to say that, yeah, we don't like e4 so much because it gets too double-edged.
I agree. I agree completely that e4 wouldn't be on my radar.
Yeah, and then, okay, we have some very solid d4 moves, but how solid is d4 when the king is not even protecting that pawn, yeah?
Yeah, it's not, because it's funny. You play d4, black plays, for example, the move g5, and I feel already defending this pawn is a bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, for example, just to highlight one of these motifs that we have seen during the championship, that f3 leaves the bishop tied in the corner, something like f5. And after g3 already, black can maybe eventually even try to push some f4, locking this bishop down.
Yeah, and this already feels like black is the one play for the advantage immediately. You already see ideas even of knight d6, knight f5. I'm already thinking that because the knight will come to d6, that the pawn on d4 is just misplaced.
Yeah, I'm getting some technical messages, tips from Sotiris what to do if the names do not appear. But we do hope that they will appear. This technical issue will be solved.
But we do have the colors, right? Nakamura will be white in game 1, and Nepo will be white in game 1.
Yes. Wow, actually, I mean, I'm so excited about these matchups. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that there is any favorite in any of these matches?
It's hard for me to have any favorite. I think that everybody has had their ups and downs in this tournament. It's not been a clean sweep by anybody but Abdusattorov, but he's by far the lowest rated player that's made the semifinals. Of course, ratings nowadays don't mean as much as they used to because some people still need to catch up on their ratings from the pandemic. But it's hard to give Abdusattorov the favorite when you have Nakamura, Nepo, and Carlsen, right? So I don't really know. Magnus blundered a rook earlier. Nepo seemed a little shaky in a couple of games. It's hard for me to go against the world champion, but it seems that he's had a lot of hiccups in Reykjavik.
Yeah, well, I perfectly agree with you. I also noticed one thing, because we were usually there were 4 games, so it was very difficult to divide our attention correctly. And we always try to look at the games which have the biggest impact on the tournament situation for qualification spots. And we have actually missed out on some of Abdusattorov's brilliances, because he was just leading the tournament so convincingly. Yeah, there was not much intrigue in his games because he was leading. However, what I did notice that he was even faster than Nepo. Yeah, and this is kind of the big question for me, that if he keeps on playing so quickly against Hikaru, will this be a good strategy, or is it something very dangerous?
It's a double-edged sword, but I think that you have to play for your advantages. And if Norderbeck thinks that playing quickly and putting pressure on the clock, especially in this format, is important, then I think you should go with it. Yeah, Hikaru is a very fast player, but even fast players themselves get annoyed when their opponent replies quickly as well. So I think that he shouldn't shy away from making it a fast battle against Hikaru.
Yeah, basically sticking with his... And wow, breaking news. Hikaru Nakamura opted for the move d4, which we were not exactly sure about. No.
Wow.
No. Sorry, this is probably just some ceremonial first move.
Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. I thought that our understanding needed to be improved dramatically.
No, our understanding is perfect. Look at this. Both players played f4.
Very good. And g5 played as well, break in the center. We were thinking of this breaks, I think, with the other side of the coin. Oh, but in the other line, we have f4, f5, g4. So the players really prioritizing this f-pawns and g-pawns, opening the queen, opening the bishop, and it's not a mystery that we see these moves. This is what we thought as well.
Exactly. It made so much sense, yeah, to try to open up the bishop and the queen, and basically both bishops, yeah?
Both bishops, especially the bishop on e1, targeting h4 in many cases. As you mentioned, it's kind of awkward that the king is on d8. It seems that there are avenues to it pretty quickly. So you have to be a little bit mindful of these things.
Yes, absolutely. And we always see this narrative during the whole tournament that Magnus is taking quite some time in the early stages of the game, which I really appreciate. And I think it's a very clever idea. Just to he wants to get into the position. He wants to find the most harmonious ways of putting his pieces, rather than just to rush quickly.
And I like the idea of getting a good sense of where all of your pieces want to go. And I think that's one of the things that you should do when you're starting early in the openings in chess 960, because I think there's a lot of inertia that goes into chess. Sometimes that you open up the position and you start pressuring a certain point or focusing on a certain flank, and you forget about the rest of your pieces. And so often do we see positions in which one side just completely forgets to develop a piece, and it ends up costing them very, very severely. I think the most beautiful move that I've ever seen in chess, any type of chess, was Wesley So's knight f6 against Vacher Lagrave here in St. Louis. A brilliant full rook sacrifice that exploited that a queen was just stuck in a corner. And there was no other compensation, but the queen was so far away from the action that the king couldn't be defended. So I like taking some time early in the opening, making sure that you're going to get all of your pieces out, having a plan for all of them and a vision of your board.
Exactly. Yeah, I perfectly agree. And look at this. Now we have talked about the reverse colors when black activates the rook so quickly after e4, f5. And now we see here that after f4, g5, g4, g takes f4, rook f4, Hikaru does not mind at all his rook being active immediately.
And h5 break immediately. So Abdusattorov really wants to challenge this position on the king side very quickly. And this really does come at the cost of a little bit of development, because he could have put some piece out, tried to get some more pieces away. h5 doesn't immediately come with a threat, does it?
Well, it's a big question whether we consider eg for a strategical threat, or this is completely different. We don't care about pawn islands.
I think at this point, I can't possibly care about pawn islands. The G file is, after all, it's an open file and I already have a battery on it. So I doubt that you want to give me that. I don't know if he's planning to play something along the lines of bishop e5 and harass the rook somehow. Perhaps the rook doesn't have a lot of good squares on the fourth rank.
I also feel that there is, this idea of, what? I don't know what to do with the pieces. Let's get rid of the king side first, yeah?
It makes sense. It does long-term get rid of this H-pawn that, if you leave alone, will eventually become a weakness in some kind of endgame. So he's saying that perhaps he won't take on G4 the next move, but he will have that option on hand, waiting for Hikaru to see how he's going to develop his pieces. And Bishop F2 played. I assume Bishop takes A7 is a real threat, that you are taking that pawn next move if you don't do anything about it.
Exactly, yeah. Bishop A7 is a huge threat. On the other hand, yeah, also protecting the queen on G1 so that the G file is not a pin anymore. One thing is now already also clear, that both sides will definitely castle long, yeah?
Yeah, this is
which is, by the way, not the short castle.
That's true. I think we should call it the queenside castle. But although the queen doesn't start there, so that's also difficult. But in this one, yeah, nobody's going to castle kingside, and the king is so unsafe on d8 that I have to imagine that it will be switched around the rook. And here we go. Norbek never shies away from a fight. This move is so provocative. E5, there's bishop h4 checks that you have to worry about on the diagonal. There's problems on the dark squares in so many cases. But specifically, the pawn is attacking the rook. You have to keep defending g4 in many situations. It's spicy. I love it. E5 already bringing the fight to Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, how do you react to this E5? Yeah, because bishop h4 check is kind of tempting, but then we release the pressure on the a7 pawn.
By the way, is that pawn takeable, or is my bishop just kind of trapped at the end?
Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, bishop a7, definitely we're gonna take this rook. Bishop b8, and because queen a, but b7 is hanging, be careful. Yeah,
that's the point, right? That since the bishop on h1 is pressuring b7,
but okay, still queen g4 is very tempting.
All right, let's continue. Takes, bishop takes b7,
and then knight b6.
What is this position? But I have knight d3 maybe, and if I don't lose my bishops, which might be a big if, I do have knight d3 attacking f4.
Yeah, actually, if you could also start marching with the pawn,
right?
But luckily not, then I cannot stop it, yeah?
I have to switch my rook and the knight.
Yeah, wow, okay, just total craziness. But also I'm seeing that some incredible action in the other board as well, so let's just quickly jump in there. What happened here? So f4, f5, g4, g6, knight a-b3, Magnus finally captured on g4, takes, knight a8 to b6, and Jan immediately jumps with knight c5, hitting the b7 pawn.
I actually like this move a lot because we were mentioning the possibilities of playing d6 to control these knights. Now d6, of course, runs into knight e6 check, so you can't do that. You immediately put pressure on the pawn on b7. I like knight c5 a lot. I think that it's easy to underestimate this knight jump, but since there's no comfortable way of defending the pawn on b7 right now, except for maybe knight d6, but knight d6 makes sure that the knight on c5 can't be kicked out.
Exactly. This is what we talked about, that we are very worried to placing the knights on b6 and on d6, and Magnus taking his time is not happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with what's just happened, even though it's only been a few moves. I like the initiative that Nepo is getting early on in this game.
Yeah, well, one thing knight d6 on the board, played, we forgot to mention yet, is that suddenly in the semifinals there are new kind of a new format appears, because so far we have been dealing with 2 games mini matches, and suddenly in the semifinals it's the best of 4 games. Yeah, so actually it somehow eases the pressure on the players, because instead of just 2 games you get a result, you have 4 games to win your matches.
Yeah, you get a little bit more into the games, especially with a full day break between the group stages and semifinals. Having this longer matches, it's a little bit of a comfort for the players, right? You're able to get more into the games, not have that pressure that you have to perform immediately from the get-go, especially with the white pieces, where sometimes you feel that you have to win your first white.
Exactly, very good point. Yeah, because this is what we always felt, that actually in the very first game also there is so much tension. Yeah, because also in the second game at least you already have seen a couple of moves. You have seen also probably the other boards. We have seen this, that Magnus was looking around just to get some information how the other players are treating the position. Yeah, you get some info, but in the very first game there is so much pressure on the players.
Yeah. And it's such a difficult thing when you start to see the position for the first time, and then you see another board and you say, that's a better idea. Let me steal it for the next one. And
Why didn't I play like that? Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And now we have Magnus jumps immediately knight b6 to c4, and we see now an incredible knight tango here.
And it's such a nepo decision to quickly play c3. Look at that time difference build up already. It's 7 minutes. That's a huge time difference considering the time control.
It's a huge. However, if we just back up 2 moves, I remember that here after the move knight c5, computer was quite euphoric about white's position, thinking that white has a clear advantage. And after knight d6, knight c1 to b3, knight bc4, now suddenly we see that the engine bar actually loves black's position.
Really?
Yeah, so
I wonder why that is.
Magnus is behind on the clock, but actually maybe he's taking the upper hand.
Well, it's starting to understand why the engine likes this position so much for the black pieces. I do also see like it's giving it a bit of an edge. Is there a specific reason for it though?
Yeah, it was very funny. I almost wanted to suggest to activate the bishop, which would be quite quite a fatal idea. Queen takes d7. So one really needs to pay attention to every small detail. a5 played, exactly.
There's absolute chaos on the board. And this move actually makes long castle harder later in the game. So we're going to see maybe more of a street fight in this position where both sides immediately try to go for the other side's pieces. a5. So what is the idea, to play b6 and a4?
Probably, kicking. And also, let's not forget that actually white can never kick this knight away because of knight e3 check. Yeah.
And the move bishop f2 is just a little bit too awkward. Knight d4 played. First of all, we have to make sure that there's no threats, right? Sometimes some beautiful queen takes d7 or knight e6 type of ideas. But is knight e6 a threat right now? I assume it is.
Yes, it looks like. Trying to provoke bishop f7,
Maybe. But how do you deal with this? I mean, my original intention was knight f5, but I'm worried about b7. It feels like all of black's pieces are somehow defending an important pawn right now.
Yeah, and okay, of course, bishop takes d4 would be an easy solution, but we somehow don't want to give up our bishop so easily.
Maybe you long castle?
Is it possible, yeah?
It's a move.
It's a legal move.
At least it's legal. That's already good step one. Yes. Although I'm not so sure how much I gained from this long castling. I am happy that I can move my bishop, but b7 is pretty tender, especially after I played the move a5. And bishop takes d4 is the world champion's choice.
Yeah.
And I guess he just did not like this knight on d4. It was just too powerful.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, it's such a strange structure, very strange construction, because actually maybe white can even try to refrain from castling. Yeah, he can maybe just kick this knight away and then eventually put the rook on c1, keep the king on d1.
I think they're going to try to make our first prediction wrong. I think Nepo might actually even castle short here.
That would be all the way.
All the way, yeah.
Yeah, anything is possible. And talking about street fight, the position is super exciting, but I think the other position is just as exciting as this one.
Whoa. See, there are some 960 games that go back into chess. But I particularly love this ones that do not look at all like a chess game. There's no way there's any opening that looks like this. And this is the fights that we want to see here in Reykjavik. What is going on here? F5. Whoa.
Yeah, let's even back up 2 moves. Yeah, because this is the moment we left it after e5, and Hikaru goes for rook b4, putting pressure on the b7 pawn. I mean, the rook was attacked. Very important not to lose tempo, but counterattack something. Knight a to b6. Knight c1 to b3. Aha.
Wow.
So Hikaru is coming up with this nice little twist. Keeping the because he wants
to long castle. He wants to long castle, bring the heavy pieces into the game before he worries about the knight. He thinks that the game is opening so much that there's so much pawn tension going on or will go on that he wants his heavy pieces involved. This this is a double-edged sword because the knight on a1 will have difficulties coming into the game.
Yeah, but however, this provoked Abdusatulov to f5, and okay, this is pure madness. I mean, what on earth is happening here?
What an anti-positional game of chess. f5 already attacking the pawn on g4. How do you reply to that? Because obviously, if Hikaru had already castled, and I think this is why Nodirbek has such an urgency to play f5. Had white already castled, then you can easily consider taking either h5 or f5 and using the fact that you have more major pieces in play because the rook on b8 is so far away from the action to gain an advantage with tempi. But the king is not castled yet. The rook is still on b1. It's not connected to the queen. So it's a little awkward for Hikaru to respond to f5 right this second.
Exactly. How do we react to it? Because it's so tempting to give a check, but what does this check give us?
Yeah, it's not clear that it does very much, right? Even after a move like even knight e7, I don't like the move. But even then, I'm not really sure what you gain with the check. But bishop f6 seems to be a very simple and good solution to the problem. Move like g5, first of all, I'm not sure strategically you want to play it. Second, it doesn't actually even come with a threat. That's correct, yeah?
Correct.
So, yeah, I don't particularly like bishop h4. It feels like I'm moving the same piece too many times in the opening.
Yeah, but then, okay, as you mentioned, yeah, g4, g5 is kind of an easy solution to the pin, but we don't know if we want to do it strategically.
Yeah, and to explain why is because the pawn is already blockaded. There are many cases where the pawn majority in the center will be so valuable for black. You can imagine a scenario in which the pawn starts storming down the center, especially aided by the bishops on h8 and the one coming eventually to g6. And it looks like a harmonious position, much more harmonious than white's.
Yes. I mean, it's so difficult, yeah, to say what to do. After f5, and Hikaru is also taking his time, but I'm very happy to see that finally opposition also forced Nodirbek to spend some time in the opening. I haven't seen him so far spend so much time in the early stages.
I think it goes back to what you were mentioning, that this is a very difficult starting position for the sides because it's not logical where everything goes. It's not obvious where everything goes because you would think that the knight on a1 has to go to b3, and we already see that at least one of the players decided that that's not the case, that actually the knight on c1 to b3 has the urgency need, has the tempi need to be put there, and that's what's confusing the players.
Yeah, and while Hikaru is making up his mind, we are not that clever to really give him a good suggestion. Let's quickly jump to the other board because I see that Magnus had opted for taking on d4, followed by b6. The knight retreats to d3. This is now much more harmonious because it can reach eventually the e5 square. And Magnus immediately goes for the break g5 using the pin along the f file. And Jan blitzes or at least plays quite a fast b2, b3, kicking this knight away.
It's also a very logical move, and the timing for it is also good because the knight doesn't have a solid retreat. I don't know if you want to be sticking the knight on a3, but on the other hand,
you don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice, right? And there you go, knight a3. It's a bit awkward. It'll take some time to get back into the game. I liked what has transpired here for Nepo. Somehow I really like white's position.
But hang on, now do you castle long or queenside, or do you move rook c1?
First of all, let me get my rule book. But
okay, I can just try.
Yeah, it's this possible. One you can do. This one you
possible.
Can do.
Thanks to the technology, we can be sure that it's possible.
Oh yeah, but somehow I think that rook c1 is more logical in my view, simply because there's a pressure on the c7 square. And I do somehow think that eventually this king on g1 might be safer than putting it on c1. So although I'm not 100% about that statement.
Well, Jan agrees with you. He opted for rook c1. It's clear. I just wanted to highlight, that it looks so counterintuitive that this move at all exists, but it was a legal move.
Legal and not bad. I actually don't think it was a bad move. The king actually
because then king goes to b2, knight goes to e5. I'm blocking the diagonal. Yeah, and look at this. Now some bishop takes b3 checks are threatened.
That's right. That is immediately a game-ending threat. I have to do something about it. Is it sufficient to just move the bishop, let's say, to g3?
Exactly. Yeah, let's play it.
I feel like bishop takes b3 is just a check.
At least we pretend that it's only a check. Yeah.
And we pretend it's only a check. We say we don't care about your threats. But it also does feel like this isn't really doing too much, right?
Yeah,
even
actually, one of the things I want to mention that you can even include the move bishop e6.
Oh, that's actually kind of annoying.
I mean, luckily we have queen h5.
h5, yeah.
Exactly. Maybe it doesn't do much, but it has a psychological impact, yeah?
Right. And even here, you can still play bishop f7 because queen g5 is not possible.
F7, yes. Just to highlight, yeah, that takes bishop b3 is a big mistake.
Yeah, that would win the game for black because king e1, knight c2 works.
Yes. So, I mean, wow, bishop g3 allows some repetition with bishop e6.
That would be amazing, but somehow I feel that at the end of that variation, Nepo might even play on with maybe queen h6.
But that runs into some knight f5 is nothing. Yeah, okay.
Knight f5. Now you have too many pieces on the f file. I think now
exactly.
I can take on g5.
Yes, we can take. But hang on, no, I take on g3 and then on b3 again.
Oh, so I can't do this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, takes and bishop takes b3. So bishop e6 is actually something to consider.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
I mean, of course,
right.
Jan is also probably thinking about this, and that's why he haven't decided yet where to put his bishop.
Right. What other alternatives do we have here, though? Bishop takes b3 is such a direct threat. Could you play e3? No, I take that back. There's too many light squares. And he's played bishop f2.
And look at this. The evaluation bar almost gives black an advantage. I mean, almost a winning advantage after bishop f2.
Wow. Let's try to figure out why.
Okay, I guess we will take on b3 first and then figure it out.
Let's do it. Take. King e1, knight c2, I assume. Let's start there. Get some material back. Take king is forced, otherwise you get smother mated. And
now we can't castle anymore. Because we moved our king.
Moved the king. Yes, correct.
Yeah, we don't have the rescuing short castle.
Yeah, this is actually very awkward. You would have to play a move like, I don't know, bishop e3 to make some room for the king to start running.
Of course, if we get knight e5 in, everything will be fine. But the big question, do we get time for it?
It is a very big question, but right now, what is black's next move to create a threat?
Yeah, luckily, I don't see the threat yet. I mean, because otherwise it would be almost all over for white.
Right. Yeah, a move like knight e4 would finish the game, but it's not.
Yeah,
and you're not available. Boom! Bishop b3 play. Let's see what Magnus has planned.
Takes. Okay, now queen takes b3 is kind of guaranteed.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's another move here, right?
Yes. No!
Oh, that's why we do commentary.
Oh my god! The curse of commentators.
Knight f4, queen b3, king e1, knight c2 is mate.
Mate.
Wow.
Oh my god. I want to have a look at Jan's face because, okay, this should be a big blow.
Wow. You see the head shake.
Oh my god. Just to show that, yeah, this is a checkmating idea because rook c2, queen b1 checkmate is coming, and king d1, as you already mentioned, the smother mate is there as well.
Wow. Rook f4, what a blow. So the queen must move. There's no choice, but first of all, where do we put it? Let's give it a normal square like, I don't know, g3. I don't see any tactical problems with it immediately. I was a little scared, I agree.
Yeah, it will run into some extra knight f5, but okay, what to do? Yeah,
what to do, right? Because there's not that many good squares.
I mean, okay, we can put it on g2, but it doesn't really help much. Yeah, and the problem is that the same line that we discussed is kind of devastating. Yeah,
right. King e1 and now knight c2 takes, and
we still can't take the rook because of checkmate, and we can't move the bishop because of queen b1.
Right.
Oh my god.
So is it just like over? Because e3 hangs the knight, e4 knight takes e4 seems hopeless.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I don't see, well, but basically E3 probably has to be played, good or bad.
Good or bad, right? You just go with it. Yeah, you have to play E3. Ooh, so many options here. Even knight F5, you have...
Yeah, knight F5 is always there. It's up to you to decide when you want to include.
Right. I don't see the killer blow. Wait a second. What about just knight C4?
Oh my God.
It's very simple.
Checkmate.
It's very simple, but good luck.
Oh my God. Yeah, and actually Jan opted for queen H5. He's trying to activate the queen a bit, but I don't really see the big difference.
I don't see it either. Knight C2 is going to come on the board. I think that's a clearer way to attack because, of course, you want to get rid of the rook on C1. It's not about the material. It's about the fact that the rook on C1 actually defends a lot of things, especially the back rank. So knight C2 seems very logical.
Yeah, knight C2 is logical. I was just thinking, you remember I was suggesting out of curiosity the long castle move.
I know, right? And now it looks so much safer.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, because, okay, knight C2 looks very tempting. What else? Are we missing some obvious other move?
I would say no.
Okay, let's just stick to the same plan that we already discovered. Yeah, so check, takes. We are setting checkmate, so you are forced to play some E3.
Yeah, the better part for white now is this queen is on H5. It can actually retreat to both D1 and E2, specifically D1 after a move like E3. So knight C4 can be met with a move queen D1, and I think white's okay.
Yeah, this is the current position. Actually, everything had been played.
And now comes the interesting part. Is there a killer blow here?
Well, to be fair, you have actually a rook and 3 pawns for the 2 pieces and an attack.
So I can just move my rook. But I understand that, but with the rook on B8... Wait a second. Can black still long castle?
It's still an option, yes.
Still an option, so he can bring the rook back into the attack if he needs to.
And by the way, also, let's not forget about some A4, A3, A2.
Right, it is a pass pawn. It's difficult to attack. It's funny how useless this bishop on H1 has been the entire game. I think its only job so far has been protecting E4.
Well, at the beginning, it was putting some pressure on B7 pawn, but it's so far in the past.
Yeah, it's very... It feels like it was another bishop. But you're absolutely right. This pawn on A5 is running. You can just simply castle at some point to include the rook into the attack. Maybe we don't need fireworks. We just need to consolidate that position.
Yeah,
technically, we're at material.
Bring the rook back, for example, yeah, to F5. I mean, the knight is hanging. Knight should probably jump to E5.
Yeah, that looks good. But again, I can... You don't have a threat, right? You're not even threatening H7.
Yeah, Magnus even opted back for rook F6.
F6. Yeah, I wasn't sure what the difference was between F5 and F6, but Magnus doesn't give a lot of importance to the pawn on G5's defense, which I don't think he should, because tempi are very important here. And yeah, loving black. I think this is something that Nepo just absolutely missed. This rook takes F4. And the attack is so strong, but blacks also have material.
Yeah, I mean, and this knight from DC has to... Okay, knight does not have to move, because after rook F6, there is also this argument of eventually trying to take on H7 and then try to give a check, but then Magnus can also just castle, yeah?
Yeah, and you're also running into a lot of problems, because at some point a move like knight F5 might set up discoveries. Like if I play queen takes H7 and I castle, and you make some random move, just play H3, for example, just to put a move on the board. Knight F5, I think, is a very serious threat, because
okay, I will at least put bishop G2.
Bishop on G2. But after knight F5, like, how do you defend this knight? Because knight E5 runs into queen B1 and knight takes D4.
Yeah, that's the key motive, yeah, that you wanted to highlight, yeah, that checking E2, knight D4, and suddenly the queen is lost.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, basically also going for some pawn hunt like queen H7. Okay, at the same time, I'm not protecting the knight, but yeah, it's not a move you really want to play.
Yeah, not at all. It's a move that It doesn't belong with the position. You want to be consolidating your king at this moment. But it's not easy to do so with the current state of the bishops. And I don't know. King e2 is, again, a move that I would really like to play, some kind of consolidation. But again, it's the pawn on d2, right? Yeah, the move knight c4 seems annoying.
You have to play rook d1 already.
You already have to play rook d1. I think it's the only move in the position. And I'm so tied down at this point. The rook can't move. My bishops don't have any real activity. I can start considering as black to long castle, go rook df8. And as you mentioned, maybe even just pass the pawn, a4, a3, a2.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is in your hands, yeah?
Yeah, and where's white's counterattack? Where are the threats going to happen? This queen needs to, like, teleport to b5 to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, we need to take and then get access to the d5 square.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, yeah, okay, of course, one needs to go step by step. Yeah, Jan first have to find the move at all. And then after, Magnus can make up his mind how he wants to continue his attack.
Yeah, but this brilliant move, rook takes f4, just so pretty.
Yeah,
what a way to start the day here.
Go back there for a second to appreciate this, that it looked like black has prepared the sacrifice on b3, and probably Jan felt like, okay, it's a great sacrifice, it's interesting, but nothing tragic. However, the big blow was that it was not queen takes b3, as we commentators already concluded that this has to be played. Magnus says, no guys, wake up, rook takes f4 is the point. Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely brilliant. What a great way to start the day for Magnus. But he's down to 7 minutes and 33 seconds. It's still a complex position. So Nepo's going to try to use, I think he's going to try to use a couple of minutes to see how the game will progress from here and try to put some pressure on Magnus's clock. He knows this position is desperate, but with low time controls, anything can happen in such a wild position.
Yes, and I think this is now maybe the right moment to jump back on the other game, because this game has spoiled us completely, but the other one is also so full of life, and let's try to make sense of all of it.
How many things are hanging? So knight takes
queen on
b4
a2
is
might
possible.
get trapped.
Right.
Ooh.
Also, are there any actual threats with bishop h4? Not really, right?
Well, we even have king c8 now.
King c8 for the moment, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look. Knight takes b4. It is a rook.
Yes, but okay, we can at least play rook a1.
How do we feel about this position with the two rooks against the queen?
Yeah, well, in order to understand, let's just very quickly get back to this. Yeah, it's on the board. We're gonna see this, but what happened? So f5 h3. Hikaru played the quiet h3, knight e7, developing the knight. Hikaru jumps knight c5, very similar idea as Jan was doing, using the fact that b7 is hanging. But now queen takes a2 was possible, hitting the rook.
Now king c1.
King c1. Knight e7 to d5, and it looks like kind of hitting this rook. You can't play rook a4 because of knight takes a4. And black is kind of winning. However, Hikaru comes up with this brilliancy, knight a1 to b3.
What a pretty move.
Unbelievable.
What a pretty move. Just developing your pieces, saying, look, the queen on a2 is worth more than my two rooks. Let's just capture it. And I see the evaluation bar fully agreeing with Hikaru's assessment of the position, that despite theoretically the two rooks and a pawn being worth more than a queen, it's the activity, right? And the difference of activity of this queen on g1 potentially against the rooks for the next few moves is quite considerable. And I think that's why the engine is preferring the white side.
Yeah, basically, okay, it's very tempting now to take at least on a1, yeah, that this knight comes back.
Yes.
All the way to a1, but we have this problem with the b7 pawn. We have problem with castling.
Yeah, if he could castle right now, I think he would solve all his problems, but he's one tempo too short. Let's try to play something like d5 seems maybe too ambitious.
Yeah, I actually wanted to go back with the knight to c6.
Maybe knight c6 is a better move. Yes, more sedate.
Yeah, trying to survive, but actually it's really about survival, since now you can open up the front on the g file as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. Even gh5, bishop h5 maybe doesn't do very much. But I have queen g5.
You can even maybe argue to give a bishop h4 check now
Yes.
as well.
Yeah, bishop h4 looks a little dangerous. It disrupts black's coordination, right? You do have the move king c8, but then what is your long-term plan to get the rook on b8 in the game?
Yeah, well, no, I have to play bishop f6. Good or bad, I think I have to.
You have to, I think.
Yes. But I mean, it was
But then
so
again,
super scary.
yeah,
For example,
take, g takes h5.
and then
g5
the queen is coming.
Right. This also looks bad, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, now I have to castle.
You have to, yes.
But
you have
hang
to
on, queen g7 and then h6.
It might just win. I mean, your knights are so far away. Your rooks are still uncoordinated.
Hang on, you can even play queen to g5 and rook d6, knight b7.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, just to highlight this fork, and then queen takes d8 thanks to the pin. Oh my
and hang
God.
on, e4 played instead of knight c6. What an ambitious move by the youngster. But what is he planning to do on bishop h4? He doesn't have bishop f6, right? Wouldn't I be able to
queen d4 or what?
Queen d4 at the end, and if you play knight d5, I have c4? Question mark.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, okay, it looks like the position is about to fall apart, but of course, white has to use the momentum. Give black one more move and castle's long, and black might be better.
I agree. So maybe it is the time to play bishop h4. Let's take a look.
Let's give this check.
All right. Let's first of all make sure the bishop has
fascinating position. Both players have the same time on the clock.
Oh wow. Keeping speed with these two players must be absolutely insane.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
First of all, let's make sure the bishop f6 loses here.
Yeah, let's make it.
Let's make it clear cut, right? I could take first. Queen d4 is also an interesting move to start with because bishop h4 loses to knight e6.
Exactly, yeah, that motive also exists.
Right, this is clear cut.
But
so
you also have to queen d4, I can play knight d5, yeah?
I think you have to, yeah, knight d5, and the question is, what do I do here? Because I could take on f6, that would just be a transposition. Bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, c4.
Yeah, by the way, bishop h4 check on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So takes, c4, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
And
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, because d6 is met by cd and the rook is hanging.
Yep. Yeah, you don't have time to do that.
Yeah, basically then I'm just losing material.
Yeah, this is too much, I think.
Wow. I mean, Abdus had a lot of trouble against Hikaru.
Well, what is the problem with king c8? Is there like a bishop?
Well, the big problem is that
tactic?
we won't be able to castle anymore.
No, but that's true. I think you're right. Just strategically, it's horrible, right? The fact that the rook is getting shut out of play for so long.
Yeah, maybe you just play g takes f5 and then you take on e4 and it's a massacre.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, every white piece comes into play and black's pieces are still kind of stuck. Once I solve my bank rank issues, I think white is just winning. The rook on b8 is simply not playing.
Played, yeah. So basically, Nodiabek says, I mean, I know my position is bad, but okay, let me lose by 4, so let me survive.
So we'll see if he does. Bishop f6, we like. Queen d4, we don't see an actual difference, right? Because bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, queen d4. And we also think forces knight b4 to d5.
Yeah, or knight b6 to d5, but doesn't make such a big difference. But hang on, maybe then some rook a... No, rook a6 is impossible. Okay, let's take a look. Quietly. So takes queen d4 with a double attack. So we are assuming that one of the knights has to... Yeah, bishop f6, rook f6 on the board.
Yeah.
And let's just see if there is any difference between the two knight moves. Because there is a trick, yeah, that I can maybe try to play for fg4, rook f1, checkmate with a knight on b4.
That's actually very pretty. Let's see that. So c4 fg, at least you get a pawn, and it might just be an annoying one. That's actually mate, incredible.
Yeah, queen d4 on the board, but of course you can play c3 and then take c takes b4, yeah, for example.
Yeah, but because the knight is also hanging on d5.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I think no, he plays knight b4 to d5.
So if I play c4, for example, and c4 already
on the
played,
board, Hikaru
maybe,
also wants to play c4.
Maybe fg, and fg on the board. But I have the feeling you're getting mated here as black, right? Like if you go cd, rook f1, and you go piece hunting, there's no way, right? King c2.
Yeah, queen f6 check is coming,
queen,
yeah.
Yeah, queen f6, queen e7 is going to be mate. It's highlighting the useless rook on b8.
Yeah, that rook will already not reach this game. Wow. But Hikaru goes bishop g2, so he does not even want to calculate. He just says,
maybe.
You know what? You are anyway losing, my friend.
Yeah, maybe it's just more clinical. Don't allow the counterplay. There's no good move for black here. That improves black's position considerably. Basically, black is waiting for white to take on d5. Yeah, this is falling apart. Maybe it already fell apart.
Yeah, it's probably over, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too much material, and this rook on b8 is not exactly inspiring confidence. If this rook was on f8 or on g8 or something like this, we can start considering some alternatives, some tricks, some counterplay. But the way that the rook is still stuck there, it's clear that it's not coming back into the game.
Yeah, actually also the bishop on e8 got stuck. It did not manage to move during the whole game. And one has to give credit to Hikaru, of course, to finding this knight a1 to b3 resource with king c1. I mean, it would have been so easy to stop calculating after queen takes a2 that, oh no, I can't let this happen, yeah?
Yeah, especially the fact that after king c1, knight d5, this rook on b4 is basically trapped, because if you play rook b3 in this position, you're basically falling into black's hands. Now you don't have a move with the knight on a1. Now, if you ever play rook a3, queen c4 saves the queen. So you're not really in danger. And this is what Norderbeck probably foresaw and thought, this is excellent for me. And then he got hit by this brilliant, absolutely stunning, beautiful move, knight a1 to b3 from Hikaru. And this turns the tides, because Hikaru recognizes the power of the developed pieces, that this rook on b8 doesn't work as well as the queen. The queen already crisscrossing through the board, even though it's only on g1. And you can see the power difference with the tactics that follow. And yes, probably e4 was too ambitious of a move. It probably was a bad move, but we thought that this was already a difficult position for the black side.
Exactly, yeah. And now after bishop g2, this is the current position. Norderbeck in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this one looks pretty hopeless to me, just because the material balance is going to finally shift into white's direction. On top of the activity not actually changing. It's not like black solving his problems by shedding this material.
Yeah, probably this is a good moment now to jump to the other game. Because, yeah, Hikaru seems to be winning, dominating his encounter. And, okay, here also Magnus is having a wonderful position, but there is still some intrigue in this one.
Yeah, absolutely, because, well, technically material is okay for for white. 2 pawns for the 2 pieces for a rook. And it is 2 bishops.
The problem is the double, the rooks on the f file.
Yeah, the f file is a huge problem. The king on e2 is a problem. The fact that this pawn is hinting at the fact that it's going to advance further and further down the board is also a problem. And specifically after knight d3, I'm wondering if you can start finding tactical motifs like queen b5 or even rook f4, f2 and queen b5. I start looking at trying to win material immediately.
You want to just pin this knight, yeah?
Pin this knight, but I think you have queen b1. Because otherwise rook f2 is actually...
No, but queen b1, then rook f2.
Sorry, yes. The queen is overloaded.
Yeah. Actually, it's a wonderful move, your suggestion, this queen b5. Yeah, rook f2 is a big threat. I mean, maybe white has to, but I mean, okay, queen c2.
Yeah, but then you're so tight, you just can't make a move.
But I'm tied already.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'm trying to hang on, yeah, not to lose on the spot.
Queen b5 played. So,
yes.
Yeah, Magnus agreeing with the fact that this spin is dangerous. Yeah, maybe queen c2 is forced. I just don't see another way to defend this knight. Or this bishop on f2, rather.
Yeah, I mean, just to highlight, yeah, that if white makes a pass, then black can actually just take on f2. Takes. And because of the pin, white has to take with a king.
And he's played queen c3, but I thought queen c3 I can take on f2. Can I not? Oh, sorry, there's a bishop on g2.
Bishop is still on g2 at least.
Well, yeah. Good morning.
Yeah, it is a morning for you, no? It's,
Yes, it is morning here.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
H4
H4.
play. Is he just trying to play H3 so that the bishop's actually not on G2?
Because hang on after HC, then your idea already works, yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow, so actually white has to play HC and then maybe you even push G4 or?
Yeah, it also actually restricts the bishop on F2 in case that you wanted to somehow unpin by playing bishop E1 in the future. And, ooh. What?
Rook C1. Desperate situation calls for desperate measures. So basically inviting Rook F2 when white will play King E1.
Wow. That
With
is
a double
checkmate on
threat.
C7.
Wow, I mean, good or bad, one has to give credit for this move, yeah.
It's amazing how they keep coming up with resources when I think that white can't make a move, that white can't move any of his pieces. Magnus tying him up. Boom, Rook C1 leaves the bishop hanging with check. But the counterplay, incredible resource by Nepo. The evaluation bar still says that this is solidly in Magnus's control. But you see him taking his time. You see his time ticking below 2 minutes. And now it's a game, right? You have to think. You have to come up with a solution.
Yeah, it's still 3 more moves before the time control.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Nepo is trying to create as much confusion as possible. His next move certainly will be King E1 if black just plays a move like C6, for example. Then sidesteps out of all these Rook takes F2 businesses.
Yeah, and then suddenly it's not so clear where black's going to make progress. Your pawn on A4 has been stuck. Yeah, the pawn has gone to C6. And your rooks on F6 and F8 are still great, of course. But where's the killer blow?
Yeah, King E1 blitzed out. Magnus down to 1 minute 15 seconds.
Now, can I play, first of all, H3? Doesn't do anything.
Just stick to the plan, yeah?
Just stick to the plan, take, and then knight e4 is just attacking too many pieces, right? Luckily here, the rook on f6 is also defending c6. So I don't have to worry about queen takes c6 using the pin on the d7 pawn by the bishop on h3. I think this is winning.
Yeah, looks good. Yeah, what a multi-purpose rook on f6.
Right, beautiful.
Yeah, so what can I do? I have to move my bishop back to h1 probably after h3. But then already rook f2, knight f2, queen f5.
I was just looking at that. That just wins, right? There's no move for the knight.
It looks like it just wins.
And you have a bunch of, like, bishop takes c6 just falls very short.
Yeah. Well, it looks like h3 just decides the game. Let's take Magnus down to 10 seconds.
10? Wow.
I mean, okay, we don't know exactly if these clocks are correct. Maybe he has made his move. For sure, he has made his move already.
Yeah, he's made his move, but I wasn't able to catch it. Let's just wait for a second. What an exciting position.
Yeah, Magnus is playing with our nerves. Wow, and look at this. Some big...
Wait, what happened?
Big turnaround. He opted for rook takes f2 instead.
Really? I
Rook
thought it was
F2,
important
knight
to
F2,
distract the
queen F5,
bishop first.
But without h3.
Really?
Oh my god, yeah. And then knight h3. There was this defense with knight h3.
But this is a huge difference, of course. The bishop on g2 is now protecting this square on f1. Of course, the knight has to go to h3. It cannot go to d3 because then Magnus plays the move h3 himself. And that would have been the end of the game. So important to put the knight there on h3. King d8. That's time control for both players. But this isn't as clear-cut as it was. I don't know why black has given up a rook for a bishop.
Well, maybe it was just that Magnus was very low on the clock and he blundered that there is this knight h3 defense.
Yeah, it's very likely because otherwise he didn't strategically gain anything with rook takes f2. Yeah, the queen is now on f5, but unless there's an immediate attack, I would have liked to keep my rook on f6. It was a very nice rook.
Yeah, and now the last move was king c8 to d8, and with this move, Magnus had reached the time control, and he finished with 5 minutes 37 seconds, which meant that he still had 30 or almost 40 seconds when he made all these decisions.
So what's going on? White is up a piece, but it is 3 pawns. So let's call it even material, although I'm not sure you can say that. How do we like strategically the positions for both sides? Because the king on e1 is permanently weak. King on d8 is not exactly in a walking around the park either, though.
Yeah, and it's very nice that g4 can always be met by knight f4.
Knight
That would be a
f4.
terrible mistake, of course. It's more like Magnus wants to get queen g4 in, yeah, hitting the bishop.
Yeah. And I don't think it's such a strong threat that you can just ignore the pawn on b6, but maybe it is. Should we calculate that?
Well, I mean, okay, I was just highlighting the threat. And Magnus goes for it. Wow.
Yeah, I was actually not sure. I think that you can play queen g4 because queen takes b6, king e8, and good luck defending that bishop on f1. Oh, sorry, on g2.
I feel like, you know, I came back from the dead with white, yeah? So I'm feeling that I can put up some fight already.
Yeah.
Hang on, can I take bishop takes c6?
But even if I
takes
just
b6
take
check, king e8 on the board.
But bishop c6, even if I just take on h3, what is the...
Then I go bishop d5. Ah, no.
No, you have mate. I have mate threat on f1, yes.
Yes, this is bad news. So this case, maybe I have to... But rook takes c6, queen g2 doesn't help me either.
No, the flight square of f7 is very important, and it looks more threatening than it actually is, right?
I need to find the move. Just a very quick update with the Hikaru game, because actually the Hikaru game is still on, and white is probably winning with queen and bishop, but the game has not finished yet. Yeah, it's still...
Are you? And you're absolutely sure this is winning, right?
I mean, it should be winning, yeah, because somehow, but it isn't so clear as we saw it before, yeah?
Yeah, this should be eventually a conversion.
Yeah, it's a technical position. Yeah. So just to inform everyone that that's the current position there. But of course, all the excitement right now is here.
And a move like bishop f1, it's not pretty, but how do I lose?
Yes, but that's a terrible question. Yeah,
it's a desperate measures, right? But it's not
okay.
So
Bishop f1. I'm also very tempted, maybe just to take it, but maybe it's wrong.
I wasn't so sure that's so clear. Rook takes f1. Let's say king takes f1, queen h3, king h2. I think the reason I don't like this king g1 here is that, of course, you can give a perpetual, but if you don't have more than that, I start to think of like queen b8 and rook f1.
Yeah, but okay, I'm gonna give you queen g4 check.
And king h1.
Then
I'm praying a little bit that you're not mating me immediately, but if you're not...
Yes, I see. Okay, just to highlight, yeah, that this is the devilish trap, that this doesn't work because of rook f1. And all of a sudden, white wins. So that's your defensive setup.
Yeah, it's not so bad, actually.
Yeah. Very clever, because suddenly the king is stuck. So bishop f1, ugly move, but we need to survive at this point, yeah?
Yeah, that's the name of the game at the moment. If you play a move like queen f3, I was hoping to immediately get counterplay with queen b8, cutting the connection of your rook and queen, and on king f7, queen b1 maybe.
Yeah, well, besides you even have move like queen a6, but yeah, this also what you
I actually wasn't sure I had queen a6 because of knight b5.
Yeah.
But
this makes a lot of sense, yeah, that luring the king to the f file.
I know, and queen b8, king f7, when you had knight takes g5, we plundered that.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, okay. No, okay, this is clear that one shouldn't play like this. Yeah, bishop f1 on the board.
Yes.
I mean, rook f1 is very tempting. That's clear, but maybe it's not so good. And do you have queen f5 then with the same ideas like queen f3, but protecting the g5 pawn?
Yeah, but then I think queen b1 does force stuff off, because queen b8 check, king f7, queen b1 hits the queen, and you don't have knight e4.
Yeah, and by the way, even the queen was moving from f5 to g4, yes?
Right. So maybe just a move like e6.
Very nice little move, yeah. To create luft for the king.
Yeah, although...
Okay,
I
it
don't
gives
know.
a tempo.
It does give a tempo, and it's a big tempo. I feel like white should do something with it. I just don't know exactly what. We're being told that we have some moves coming in. We have some technical issues from Reykjavik, but we'll be updating the boards very, very soon.
Yeah, after bishop f1. Then do we have the... Yeah, maybe then until we get the moves, let's have the big camera on. So, do you recognize something? Yes. So actually, rook takes f1 had been played. We got to the position that we had in our analysis.
In our analysis, right, all the way to king h1. And he's hoping that this ideas of rook f1 coming will be, let's say, good enough.
Yeah, because this was so logical. But now the big question is that actually, did Magnus rely on the fact that he believed that this is, I mean, he intuitively thought that it's winning, or he calculated the win? That's a big question.
It also might be that he didn't like the other alternatives.
Yeah. And it was basically the absolutely logical follow-up.
Right.
But now look at the evolution bar. Yeah, it does give a small advantage for black, but only that, nothing more.
Yeah, that's kind of fascinating that this rook has become so active.
Yeah, this rook f1. Yeah, I was pretty sure that, okay, just one or two more precise moves and it's game over. And then suddenly I started appreciating your defensive setup.
It's funny how both kings have been almost in permanent weakness. And this king the white one has run around, but you can see that this king that's stuck in the center is also kind of being hunted down by white's major pieces.
Yeah, give white one more move, rook f1, and it will be fantastic.
Right.
So what the clock situation? Because those are the last minutes plus the 5 seconds increment that the players are getting after move 30. Magnus up on the clock almost for the first time in the game. But Jan made sure that he stays in the game and he can fight.
And that's the most important thing, right? Give yourself opportunities, keep clawing away. You never know when you're going to get a possibility to get back into the game. And this one is very unpleasant for Magnus because I think he knows he was better. He doesn't know if he was completely winning. He knows he was better than he was in this position. And now he has to find a way to break through. And if it doesn't exist, that can be very frustrating. And you can see the eval bar. It's not hugely in favor of black anymore.
Yeah, and look at how relieved Jan is. Yeah, he's looking around. I mean, certainly you don't do that if you think that you are losing.
Right.
It was the body language that, oh my God, I came back. That there is nothing to panic about anymore.
Yeah, I think to say that he solved his problems is an exaggeration, but he must be feeling so confident in the direction that this game is going. And the move knight e4 played. Wow. So what is the idea on rook f1?
Exactly. Let's just stick to your idea with rook f1.
He might just be trying to play long positional chess with knight f6.
And let the game continue.
Just play on. White's king is weak.
Yeah, might be super smart. By the way, the clocks are now corrected and Magnus is behind. He is down to 142 seconds.
Yeah, nail biting at this point. I do think that's the idea. I don't see another move after rook f1.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a wonderful idea.
It's a wonderful idea. The idea that now you can follow this up with h3, exploit this weakness of the king on h1. And queen b8 played, king f7. I didn't like including, and there we go, rook f1 actually met with knight f6. I thought that you had to play knight f6 anyway. I didn't see why you had to include the move queen b8, but perhaps it's not a bad move.
Because he wants to have a queen h7 check tempo.
So clever. So resourceful, these players. Queen b1, queen h7 is an idea with knight being pinned. Queen a2 may be also on his radar just to pick up the pawn. I don't know if it's such an important pawn, but it would be nice to pluck it off the board. So Nep was also finding resources. How big of a threat is queen h7?
Also threatening some queen f5 move.
Even the endgames, right?
Yeah, even the endgame, because then the a pawn could be taken care of probably by the rook. We have a game.
Oh, it's a full game. H3 played, rook f2, immediately the answer. No reason to give any random checks. Protect from checkmate first. I don't even know the evaluation of this game. I mean, I can see the engine slightly preferring black, but if you told me to evaluate this in the game, I would have no idea.
Yeah, basically the only fact why we can somehow judge it that black has draw at any moment. Yeah, when
At
he
any
wants,
moment,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's his advantage, and white is fighting for his survival, but clearly it looks like he has chances to survive. On the other hand, the last two moves, yeah, h3 and a3, yeah, just creating some problems.
And they're very serious problems. You would love again to pluck this pawn off the board, but it's not so easy. Queen f5 played, really believing that this rook is going to get back on time to protect against the pawn. I'm going to assume that's true. But is it? Like, for example, if I trade and go a2,
then I have rook a5.
I wanted to trade and go knight d5, and then I realized that's not legal.
Yeah, then suddenly the rook activates like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Magnus prefers to keep the queens. By the way, also, queen d1 check would have been simply met by rook f1. And after queen takes d2, there are checks, but also just the pawn on h3 might be also falling. So
yeah,
Magnus just protecting, keeping everything intact.
I like queen h5. It keeps everything protected, and it keeps the queens alive, because the king on h1 has to be a little bit weaker than the king that's eventually going to land on g7.
And how do you defend this with white? Yeah, with 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock, Magnus down to 41 seconds. Because it's some kind of a mating net, yeah, that you are setting a2 with, and also back rank issues, so many problems.
Maybe I have to play something like rook f1 at some point, just do it myself, protect the first rank.
Maybe you have to, yeah. Now that the queen is kicked away from g4, yeah?
Right. Yeah, maybe rook f1 is the move here. I'm not so sure where black's attempt is after that. Because
well, okay, rook f1 played, d5 blitzed out.
Wow. He wants e4 for the knight. He doesn't want to see any checks on the diagonal a2, g8. d5 though, committal move.
But maybe also that just in case eventually for his king also to hide whenever he allows some queen e2, queen h7 checks, for example, yeah?
d3 played, and the engine hating this move.
Hating this move, yeah. I mean, okay, it also weakens the second rank. Queen e2 blitzed out.
Not even a thought. Queen e2 on the board by Magnus makes a lot of sense. Now that e3 is weak, d3 is weak, f1 is weak, g2 is mate. That is the time to play this move.
So white probably has to take on h3. Whether he gives a check first on h7, that's the big question. Yeah, he gives it
he
first.
Goes for it. Yeah, and now there's no perpetuals. But king e8 was met with queen h8.
So white will capture on h3 with a check.
And Magnus says, my king is safe on e6. Queen h3 is met, I assume, with g4.
G4, yeah, that's what we are expecting. The big question is rook takes f6, ef, queen g8. Could it be some perpetual?
Which one? Rook f6?
Rook f6. Or you take with the king. No, he goes queen f5 check.
I don't think it was a perpetual, but...
Yeah, I mean, intuitively, it's not a perpetual check, but yeah. Wow, queen f5, queen e5, king d7, queen f5
but
check.
Now I think the king's going to be rather happy on d8.
No more checks, finally, yeah.
Maybe even considering e6.
But okay, e6, then queen h3, then...
yeah.
No, king d8, of course. Yeah, this is, and now Jan is down to 10 seconds. Magnus 15 seconds. Queen takes
and
a2.
A2 played. I was wondering if you should play knight g4, but a2 was the choice here.
Yeah, but not queen g2.
Queen g2 looks forced. This is why I wanted to play knight g4 to prevent the move queen g2.
Yeah, but okay, then you have queen takes e3 and still the problem with the f1 rook. Jan needs to move.
What a tense game. Queen g2, tense. Queen takes d3. It's just a clear advantage for black, though. Then if the knight ever lands on e4, there will be no perpetuals. I see
that the queen reached b1. We are again having some technical issues.
And we'll get those moves in very soon. But what is happening on the video?
So queen c1, rook is on a1 and queen on c1 against queen on b2. So something like, I don't know exactly how to put it, but something like this was the position that we saw on the board.
Yeah, perhaps we can just follow.
Now already some queen trade happened on somewhere. I mean, probably then takes knight e4.
And now we have the position on the board. Now it's been updated.
Wow, computer claiming zeros.
Zeros. By the way, Hikaru has won his game against Nordirbeck.
Yeah, basically that was just question of time. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was a question of time. Yeah, and this is zeros?
Because he's in time to go king d2, d4, takes, then the king walks to b2.
Or just go d3, or you just go king d3,
or just
right?
wait, yeah, just wait.
And he goes king c2. Yeah, the rook is just...
But no, computer doesn't agree with this, yeah.
Are you promoting by 4 somehow? No, I don't see it. How do you proceed here? King f4 and king f4. The engines hate it. What was the correct move?
Maybe then g4, but
maybe it was g4, yeah.
But I mean, okay, we are just guessing.
Yeah, we have no idea at this point. Rook g4 is such a weird move. The engine's hating it, but it's so strange to even think of this.
King just walks in now.
What? What a bizarre move.
I mean, okay, good or bad, yeah, probably you had, but king b2 was also losing, just d3, d2.
Maybe, but king d3, maybe.
Yeah,
removing the rook from the first rank.
The king had to stay on d3 for probably.
Yeah, this is just over. I mean, oh, d1, nice way to finish the game. And that's it. Nepo resigns. What a game this was. What a fascinating struggle between Jan and Magnus. It felt like Jan had brought it back all the way, but he was always in practical trouble. And you can see the disappointment on his face.
Well, disappointment on the other hand, I think also he's kind of pleased that the game was so fascinating, because at some point it looked like it might be a miniature.
Right. It seemed like the game was just over at some point, that especially after this brilliant rook takes f4, we were going to see Magnus crash through, but Nepo is so resilient, brings the game almost all the way back, only to blunder it in the time pressure endgame.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, the endgame looked bad enough. Yeah, it was bad enough. Probably also Magnus felt like it should be a win. That's why he went for it.
Yeah, we can probably go a little bit slower now that we have the time for it.
Yes, yeah, we can just have a recap here where everything collapsed. Yeah, because this is super tense. The next games will be in like some 15 minutes. So a2, queen g2. That was the moment after a2. We had the technical issue. So
yes.
Queen g2 happened in 12 minutes. Yeah, exactly. So
exactly 12
minutes at 6 Central European time. The next games will start, and
yeah, rook a1, queen b1, queen takes d3, rook a1, queen b1 check was played, queen g1, queen b2.
Yeah, and this is how was also the moment that we have seen.
Yes.
Queen b2, queen c1. And yeah, Magnus just decided that he trades the queens, and it's a very practical decision with a few seconds on the clock.
I'm actually kind of fascinated that this is zeros.
Well, for computers always find some way to survive, yeah?
It's incredible.
Yes.
It almost feels like the fast pawns must win, but apparently not.
King f2, e5. So basically, Magnus just wants to create a pass pawn no matter which pawn. White captures. The king takes care of that pawn. King e1, king e6. And here we have seen it might have been also some kind of a mistake by computer. We don't know. But takes, and maybe just standing with king d3.
I didn't see anything wrong with king d3, king takes e5, king c4.
King c4, or just wait with hc first.
Either one. I just wanted to take that pawn on d4 because I think I'm taking it by force.
But how? King c4, king e4?
Key 1?
But there will be knight b1 at the end of the day, no?
You're right. I'm actually blundering.
But if I go to f3, you have... no, rook a3 you don't have, yeah. Okay, then I can even go to f3.
That's very pretty. Let's show that. King takes d4, knight b1, and you need to get the rook behind the pawn, but the knight is actually controlling the a3 square.
Yeah, controlling the a3 square. My defense is using your idea with king d3, king d5, and then just to play h3.
h3. Mm-hmm.
Because actually a little bit in Zugzwang.
Oh, you're right. There's no good way to make
king d5,
progress.
we're gonna go rook g1. Can we do this?
Knight b1, now rook g5 gets behind the pawn, so that's not a possibility for me anymore.
I mean, of course, it's a fairy tale if white can survive like this.
Well, but it looks like it.
I mean, if knight e4, we go back.
Yeah, that's immediately a draw.
Yes, so king c5 could be tried. But for example, now already the king c2, king b2, and then taking and then sacrificing the rook, yeah?
Yeah, it's very different when the rook is, when the black king is on this side of the board, right?
Exactly, yeah, and also the pawn on a2 is the automatic draw if knight and pawn.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Wow, I mean, so king d5, provoking king takes c5, of course, provoking you have to take this pawn, and then just h3, fixing the pawn on g5.
That is absolutely insane that this was still a draw. But I think it was a draw even after, right? I think according to the engine from what I was looking at, it was only until rook g4 was played that he really let go of the half point.
Yeah, but I mean, here with 5 seconds on the clock, how to control all these pawns?
That's crazy. But I have the feeling it's still the same idea, right? Of just staying with king d3.
Just staying with king d3. Yeah, this is the key idea. Yeah. Yeah, but of course, yeah, with 5 seconds on the clock, one can't fault Nepomuk finally collapsing here.
Yeah, it's so difficult to make all these moves. No time on the clock whatsoever. Those pawns running at you, so many choices. And I think rook g4 was more of a panic move.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, than anything else.
I think basically that if he would have spotted this king d3, king takes e5, h3, and then rook g1 against king d5, practically speaking, then he would have had very good chances of holding because it's a logical sequence of moves finally, yeah?
Yeah, and I think at some point it just plays itself out, right? And I think the fact that he didn't have this setup in mind, he didn't know how to continue. What a pity for Nepo. But on the other hand, some kind of poetic justice after rook takes f4 was played. There's no way white should survive that game after such a brilliancy was put on the board. And Nepo coming very close, but not quite getting there.
Yeah, I mean, a fascinating battle. I'm also very happy for Jan that he managed to put up then such an amazing resistance. I mean, the confidence level can grow thanks to this, yeah, because otherwise if you get wiped out in 10 moves with white, it might put too much psychological pressure on you.
Yeah, you have this inertia coming from one game to another, especially in a 4-game match. And if you get wiped, oh man, that's a bad feeling. But if you lose, you feel that you brought back the game, and even though you lost at the end, you still put up a fight. You feel that you're still in it. That's a big relief. And I think that's good for Nepo that he was able to bring this one to the wire. It really came down to the last seconds even for Magnus, both in the time control and at the end of the game. So I don't think that Nepo's going to feel terrible about this. He's going to come back and fight.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think that basically the game itself can give him confidence because after rook f4 it looked like it might just be a miniature, yeah, and it's always very unpleasant to be on the receiving side of something like this. As a spectator, we enjoy, we appreciate it. As a player, we know how it feels to be on the receiving end in such situation. So he survived that scare. He almost pulled up a miracle, but yeah, finally Magnus went on to win in a big time scramble. Maybe just a very quick recap also of Hikaru, because we still have like 5-6 minutes before the game starts.
Yeah, and Hikaru's was also another brilliancy, right? We saw 2 brilliant moves in today's matches to start off the day. Very impressed with Hikaru's ability to find this idea of trapping the queen, because it's so easy for your mind early in the game, especially you see a rook attacked by a knight and you just move it, right? That's the only thing you think about. You just move it.
But I think the whole point is that the geniusness started already by knight c5. He had to foresee all
That's
this.
right. That's why I'm saying that
yes.
he saw this from advance, which is the craziest part.
Yeah, knight c5, queen takes a2, hitting the pawn with the tempo, and not only the pawn, but the most vulnerable pawn, creating confusion. He can't castle anymore, so he gives up the right to castle with king c1, then knight e7 to d5, comes with a tempo, and then the whole point of everything, knight a1 to b3. I mean, usually I claim that this is triple exclamation mark move, you know, it has such an impact on the game.
And it really switched it around. And there's so many layers to this decision. Not only the tactical complexities of not moving the rook to actually trapping the queen, but it's the strategical understanding that at the end, even though Hikaru is technically down material if you just do the usual piece count, he's actually doing so much better than his opponent because of the weakness of the king on d8, because the immediate threats of bishop h4 check, and because the queen can just swing into the game, especially the center as it did in the game, so easily and with such power that it devastates the opponent's position. To understand that from the move knight c5, wow, it's just genius.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm still under this impression, yeah, that okay, Hikaru should be very happy with himself. Then we saw that after c4, f take g4, bishop g2, we believed already that okay, it's a technical job. Hikaru will definitely manage. Then we have to also give credit for Abdusatulov for putting up this incredible resistance, because basically putting up such a big fight already looked like a miracle.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy that he was able to even reach the endgame that he reached. I thought that his position was going to fall apart a lot faster than it did, but he still was able to give Hikaru a technical task to solve. Of course, Hikaru was able to do it at the end, but it still required that effort, right? That he didn't just collapse in a few moves and that he just gave the game away. Instead, he put up some resistance, and that even though his position was hopeless and eventually it fell apart, that he made Hikaru work for it.
Yeah, the problem was that in long terms it was just hopeless. Yeah,
it was just too much material.
And then okay, step by step, yeah, finally, because there are all these threats, Black was giving up all his pawns, and okay, after that it was of course easy job for Hikaru.
Yeah, once at least one of the pawns falls, I mean the rest will fall with them. Yeah. So okay,
basically, congratulations for Hikaru for this incredible win. Congratulations for Magnus for this incredible battle against Jan. But it's just the beginning. It's the first round of the 4 games matches.
No, this was a great way to start the day. I mean, thrills and spills galore. And the way that they're waking up us with the tactics, I think this is a great way to start the day. Just absolutely fantastic. Magnus with the lead, Hikaru with the lead. I know a lot of people are going to be wanting to see that Magnus Hikaru finals if it does happen. So a great way to start the day.
Yeah, let me also restart the program, because always with new games we have to restart.
All right. I'm going to take advantage of the 2 minutes that we have before the next round, get some water, get some coffee, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, great. Also, the system is working. Everything is fine. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, everything is set. Wow. I mean, okay, this first round games were just stunning. I mean, I think one could talk about them many hours. And finally, also this game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen went all the way to the wire, despite looking that Magnus will have a knockout blow right at the very start. What a game, what a fight. And now, okay, Abdusatulov gets the white pieces. On the other hand, Nepo has lost with the white pieces. Now he's facing Magnus with the black pieces. Wow. Immediately when we saw this first starting position with Alejandro, we felt like this might be some very special day, because all these unbalances with the knight on a1, knight on c1, the kings in d1, d8, I mean, somehow everything is so confusing, and there is no easy way of settling in with the pieces. Yeah, that we have seen this narrative that one knight is in the way of the other. If you jump with the knight from a1 to b3, we have seen the narrative of both sides were trying to activate their knights to c5 as quickly as possible. And also Magnus was then countering it with some knight b6 to c4. I mean, a really incredible adventure. Now with the experience of the first game, however, I feel that the players will be much more cautious. I mean, all the excitement that we have seen in the first games, in the first 5-6 moves, was, I think, the most intense that we have seen so far in the championship. So I think it's the moment to try to calm down with black, try to be as solid as possible. On the other hand, Magnus also wanted to be solid. And we have some movement in the playing hall. I'm guessing soon, definitely we're gonna have the players on our cameras. Wow, I mean, okay, what we have witnessed before, I always feel like every chess game deserves one full commentary, because just really so much is happening, and I feel very sorry to anyone who is rooting for someone and then we are missing on some. It's just impossible to do justice to everything, yeah, because all the games are super exciting, all the players are giving their all, the maximum, but yeah, we are trying to find a good compromise, some healthy compromise to jump from one game to another. Alejandro, what do you tell us after what we have witnessed in the first games?
I think this is why people love Chess 960. I think it's because of games like this, that there's a fight from the start, there's intrigue from the start, and it never lets go. We don't have to think about the intricacies of the Berlin or some kind of 0-0 endgames. They don't reach these positions because it's such a creative battlefield from the very beginning. And specifically, the starting position that we have for these semifinals, oh my God, it's so complicated. We saw so many different resources. We saw the activation of pieces in many different ways. We saw queens getting trapped, sacrifices on f4, the kings getting hunted. In the Magnus against Nepo game, Nepo against Magnus, both kings got hunted. That's amazing.
Absolutely fascinating stuff. While you were quickly on break, I was speculating that after all the adventures that the players went through the first games, will we see some more cautious, setup, not letting, for example, white knight reach the c5 square so quickly? And I don't know. I would be terrified from the black side at this moment.
Yeah, especially the way that Hikaru just played his game, so active, so dynamic, understanding that the initiative was so much more important than material. I think that players are going to realize that initiative is so important in this particular starting position, that the c5 square is something that we're underestimating. The moment the knight gets to c5, it's really difficult to kick out, because e6 is actually a very big weakness. And we see actually a repetition of openings as the players insist on the flank pawn openings in this particular starting setup.
Yeah, it looks very promising for white. Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, f4, f5, g4, g6, knight a1 to b3. Basically, Magnus gives a lot of credit to Nepo's handling of the opening. Yeah, he repeats all of Nepo's moves. The big question is that who will be the first player who deviates?
And in what style, right? Because we saw Nepo play with his knights very early, and we actually liked Nepo's position up to a certain point. And it was only when the tactics started to really turn against him, because he missed this rook takes f4 idea, that his position fell apart. But before that, we actually thought that he had some interesting position, that the engine was favoring even his moves over Magnus's for a while. So I want to see it. I mean, knight c5 is certainly something that I think Magnus is calculating even right now.
But I mean, hang on, knight, and we have exactly the same position in Nodirbek Abdusatov Hikaru Nakamura game as well. Knight a1 to b6, the first novelty, because if I'm not mistaken, then actually, did Magnus capture on g4
I think Magnus captured first, and on queen takes g4, only then did he play knight a b6.
Yes, and then
knight
suddenly
c5.
After knight c5, there were all these awkward moments that he couldn't really get this knight out, couldn't kick this knight away. So it perfectly makes sense, yeah, just to play as solidly as possible. Knight a1 to b6 on both boards. Wow, if it continues like this, we will do perfect justice because we are talking about the same position.
And it's nice to analyze both in one get-go, right? So what do we play here? White has different options than when the pawn has taken on g4. Do we want to develop the knight on c1? Do we want to go knight c5? Because they're completely different approaches. Remember that Magnus, with a point lead now, doesn't have to take the big risks anymore, right?
On the other hand, in Fischer random, I mean, how do you keep things under control? Yeah, it's just impossible.
And look at that,
by the way, played by Magnus.
We didn't even consider this move in any of the positions. Knight a5, putting pressure immediately on b7. And my big question is, why on a5 and not c5? What is the advantage that Magnus sees on this square?
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, maybe it's also psychological. Yeah, who knows?
It might be just to get your opponent a little bit out of his comfort zone. Maybe he says c5 as the square for the other knight.
And just to quickly make an update, also in the other game, Nodirbek has opted for knight c1 to this. So the knights are developed. Magnus opted for knight a5, knight this. So now definitely we have two completely different games.
Yeah, one where white is trying to attack and pressure white's black's pawn structure immediately. And the other one, it gives black more flexibility, right, on how to develop. That being said, I do like knight d3 and c6 played by Jan, immediately killing the bishop on h1, and especially this knight on a5's coordination.
Yeah, will be interesting to see how Magnus wants to continue this knight a5 business.
But you could play knight d3, right? But knight d3, queen takes a2.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about this.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, that actually loses because I thought I had knight b3. I'm going to try to trap your queen, but it's not just the knight on a5 that's hanging. The b1 rook is also hanging.
Yeah, and I think that unless we are Hikaru, we shouldn't be giving up our a2 pawns. Yeah,
also very true. Let's let the master do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So knight a5, c6. Wow, I mean, such a complex position. Yeah, that will Magnus actually then try to get his knight out like knight c1 to b3? Is that the route he's heading for? Is he maybe planning some bishop f2, bishop d4, for example, trying to trade this powerful long diagonal bishop? No, none of it. b3. I mean, this is from a different planet.
Right? b3 opening up more the diagonal for the bishop on h8. And very quickly, Jan, still with his style of playing fast chess, plays the move d6. There's no way he expected the move b3, right?
Yeah, there is no way you expect b3. But actually, big credit to you. You highlighted at the very start, of course, then the knight was on that. Maybe eventually some b3, c4 kind of setup could be possible.
Well, let's see what the players here have to say, because I assume that the idea of b3 is to just play that move knight d3. That was the main point.
Yeah, because now the pawn on a2 is not hanging anymore. On the other hand, for some reason, computer immediately gives a clear advantage for white. Yeah, that why could this be? No, he opts for c4. He follows Alejandro. Here Magnus says, you know what? Alejandro is in the studio. He suggested b3, c4 bind. I'm gonna go with it.
And here we go again. Nepo playing fast. Bishop d7. Do you think that there is a certain strategy that players think that they're not so strong that they can figure out exactly where every piece has to go? Instead, they just make an intuitive decision and save the time on the clock, put that pressure on their opponent.
Well, certainly this is a strategy from Jan. Yeah, he tries to play as quickly as possible, which actually backfired against Abdusattorov, yeah, because it was really fascinating to see that Abdusattorov was able to keep the speed of Nepo and still being successful, yeah, because that's some stunning mastery by itself. Jan nevertheless stick to his tactics, yeah, that probably he feels like Magnus is also spending quite some time in the opening. He wants to play on this fact, yeah, because after all, Magnus is usually playing such nice chess that you want to create some chances for yourself somewhere, but it's a risky strategy, of course.
Yeah, it's very risky, especially because if we see the eval bar, it doesn't like the way the black plays. It's not very comfortable with it. I don't see an issue with it. The move bishop d7 looks logical. It puts pressure on the pawn on g4.
But what about the knight on c8?
That's going to be the big question, right? Like, how do we develop this guy comfortably? Because
basically, if it can't develop, we can't castle.
That's a big problem, because the pawns on b3 and c4 restrict the knight on b6. And that indirectly restricts the knight on c8, because the knight on b6 has no good, useful move. b6 currently the only square the knight on c8 really wants to go to. d5 doesn't look like it's going to be achievable anytime soon. Even if you do, the dark squares behind it are too weak. And the same can be said for a move like e6. If you ever play e6 and white gets in c5, well, your dark squares are suffering.
Well, I think the whole point of Jan's play is now that actually he's hitting the pawn on g4, yeah, putting some pressure. And if g takes f5 could eventually be answered by rook f5, targeting the knight on a5.
How do we feel about giving up the g4 pawn? Like, I'd go something like knight d3.
Even
they're not my pawns.
I just thought like maybe just play a move like h3, also possible. But you want to sacrifice?
I just want to sacrifice it. Take on g4. It's all yours. I'll go e4, and I'll say my bunch of control of the center makes your extra pawn not be worth very much for a long time.
This is like an improved Blumenfeld.
Yeah, something like that.
A very good one. Even there, actually, black's knight is heading knight e8, knight d6.
Knight d6, yeah? Right. Yeah.
Wow. What did you have in the break? Tea or coffee, or what was?
Coffee, but I think I'm going to add some amaretto.
Definitely worked. Yeah, I mean, you are coming up with some sensational stuff. Yeah, makes also perfect sense. Yeah, and the king on d8 is a big trouble.
Yeah, you can start to see moves like c5, d takes c5, knight takes c5 being very dangerous. And Magnus decides none of that. I'm going to close the position, play the move g5. Also makes a lot of sense, in my opinion.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. He's leading the match. Yeah, so he probably in different circumstances he might have considered some speculative pawn sacrifice. However, after g5, queen f7, I feel like Jan is now getting closer to his desired short castle. I think this is what he wanted to provoke with his bishop d7 play. I actually even wanted to highlight this before. But you got tricked. I mean, you tricked me with this knight d3, and I got carried away. But I mean, yeah. d5 and queen f7 followed by long castle, and eventually breaking in the center with e5.
That sounds much more harmonious than anything we've suggested so far for black. I like that plan. It's so different than the positions that we saw in the last game, because the lack of inclusion of f takes g4 means that the kings are actually very safe on the king side, as at least black's is going to be. And that has to be at least a relief for Nepo.
Yeah, and he has a time advantage, 5-minute time advantage. On the other hand, now it's a strategical battle. Let's try to keep the balance and jump back to the Abdusatulov Hikaru Nakamura game. Here we have seen again the narrative that you mentioned, yeah, with this knight on bc, knight on dc, just some d6, c5. I mean, Alejandro, I think everybody's listening to you.
Oh man, I've only played one tournament of Fischer Random in my life, but I've had the pleasure of casting quite a bit of it, and I love these struggles. When I started to learn Fischer Random, there were some theories on how you should treat the opening. A lot of them put a heavy attention on the knights, that if the knights were able to be controlled early, that you might run out of a plan very quickly, because the knights were in turn blocking your own pawns. And I see this d6, c5. We mentioned this actually in the pre-show, that it might be difficult for this knights on b3 and d3 to jump around now.
Absolutely. You know, I had a match against Mickey Adams in 2001. It was one of the first unofficial championships in Mainz. And yesterday, I took a look at those games, you know, just sort of some nostalgic feeling also too, because now I was commenting for 3 days, I got some feeling, and then I was saying, what am I doing? I mean, no, that's not the way to play. But it was 2001, it was 21 years ago. But yeah, it was really funny, and I was also activating my knights as quickly as possible, and it wasn't the right strategy that I learned.
Yeah, because it seems like if the knights are too predictable, the pawn chain is going to take care of it. And I think that's what we're seeing this in this particular position. Queen takes g8, a surprising move to me, because it does give up the g file for, I'm not really sure what purpose. King c7 on the board, and after b4, c4, the next move is just a symptom of white's position. Knight e1. I don't think Nordic can be happy with this retreat. It feels like Hikaru has solved all of his opening problems, if not more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Hikaru should be super happy. He's leading the tournament. I mean, leading the match. Has a wonderful position out of the opening, as you mentioned. Okay, the G file is wonderful. The bishop is ready from E8 to go to H5, maybe even to A4, depending on the situation where it can be more useful. Still, the only issue is the knight on C8. Yeah, how do we activate it?
Wait a second. I have like one of those caveman questions. If I go like D5, E6, and then move my knight from B6, how do you ever save this knight on A5?
Wow, I mean, that was really an ambitious way of trapping that knight, yeah?
It's a little slow, but there's no queens. And again, but white's activity doesn't dazzle me. So I figure I have the time to do so. I don't know if it's good or not.
Okay, Hikaru still might have the same idea in mind with bishop f7, but just to highlight what you already mentioned, that d6, d5, get that pawn to e6, and after knight d6, you move that knight somewhere, maybe to a4, to d7, whatever, and then b6 might be setting to trap the knight.
Right.
A very, very clear-cut plan.
Yeah, slow and steady. And I think this is one of the reasons that the engine is preferring black in this position, is that it doesn't see a way back for the knight on a5. At least I don't see a way back for the knight on a5 to rejoin the rest of the pieces.
Yeah, now Abdusatov immediately tries to get some tempi with knight g5.
I think he has to. He has to create as much counterplay as he can while his knight on a5 is, let's call it, active and playing with the rest of the pieces.
Yeah, because actually after bishop f7, Hikaru might have wanted to move the knight immediately, yeah, because he also had this idea of protecting the pawn.
Yeah.
But now you have to lose the tempo, yeah, because knight g5 is a threat. You maybe, I mean, h6 is logical.
There's a lot of logical moves here. h6 certainly jumps into mind. I'm wondering, again, very direct chess like c3, how you answer a move like that?
Wow, so you basically let my knight...
Yeah, this is a symptom of hanging out with Yasser too often. He just likes, you know, hunting pawns. And I see a pawn on a2 that might be hanging.
Yeah, and I might have to... I mean, you also want to destroy my structure. That's also very much Yasser style.
Yes, yeah.
I know that Yasser seems to be a wonderfully nice guy, but he's so cruel at his chess moves. Yeah, he always wants to get some nice little squares there, you know, and he's so polite and so nice.
And c3 played.
Yeah. Wow.
c3 played, yeah.
This is Yasser style.
Absolutely Yasser style. A little bit of a boa constrictor, still trying to win the pawns when he can. Looks a bit ugly for white. The engine, not super happy with the way that Hikaru has been playing. It does say that his advantage has diminished. I don't know why. We only have the evaluation bar, but I find his moves very logical.
Yeah, c3 is very unpleasant. Yeah, because simply I really want to sacrifice the pawn with d3 to keep my structure intact, yeah, somehow. But there might be even some knight d5 forking issue and whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not so much that d3 bishop takes a2. You can at least claim some compensation there with the activity of the rook. But if d5, knight d5 looks like a real issue, because f4 is a very important pawn.
Exactly. I mean, I have to already play bishop f2 and then you take on f4. I don't know what I'm going to get. But if I don't play d3 and I let c takes d2 also happen, then this knight combo, I mean, knight, bishop on f7, bishop on h8 will do so much harm in all these weak squares.
All right, we have, let's suggest a move here then for Nordirbeck that's not d3. Let's try.
Wow, I mean, okay, knight b3 would be a move, but then I give up the c4 square. It's a no-go. Maybe a3 then.
Yeah, maybe just simple chess.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like simple chess is already anyway in your favor.
Yeah, even knight c4 still.
Yeah, knight c4, knight a4.
Knight a4, knight, yeah.
Takes on d2 first, and then the c3 square will be a big headache. No, I really feel like let Abdusatov play a move. I don't want to make any move here for him.
Yeah, let him stew in his own problems, right?
Exactly. I mean, he created those problems. Those were his decisions. I just can conclude that I perfectly agree with Hikaru's play, and we might actually be seeing the evolution bar jumping in the next couple of moves into black's favor, because humanly speaking, this looks terrible for white.
No, I agree. It's so easy to play. Black's pieces are so active in this position. It's, again, not so much about the evaluation, but as you said it, the trend of the game, right? You see how easy it is to play with the black side, creating threats, and it's not so easy to consistently parry them.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, okay, even, and I'm looking from the white side here, I don't see any move. Let me quickly move to the Magnus's game. Wow. Okay, so actually all this short castle business happened after g5, queen f7, and Magnus making sure that black will not be able to break out with e5. He occupies the center. He went for d4 castles. Yeah, though, I mean, just to appreciate, or people who are not yet familiar, that the short castles or the castle king side works like this, that the king from d8 just jumps to g8, the rook remains on f8. Very harmonious. Black is dreaming of e5, breaking up the center with white's king still stuck there on d1, but Magnus goes knight d3. Wow, that's what you have been talking about, yeah? That this pawn bind of Magnus actually will somehow pose a lot of trouble on black's knights.
This is a very creative solution. I like it because it's a close position, it's a slow position, and Nepo recognizing that reroutes his knight to c7. I think that's a brilliant idea. Playing a move like knight a8 is one of the hardest things to do in chess. Even considering the move is difficult because it looks so counterintuitive. And it just speaks to Jan's creativity. By the way, are those clocks accurate?
I think they might be accurate, yeah. And it's 10 minutes advantage. I understand why you're asking, yeah.
That is a serious advantage. And I like the way that Nepo has tried to solve his problems. He stuck his king away. His knight is now out on c7, which means that he has additional possibilities for his knight on c8. He's very logically at one day hinting that he will play e5. And if that ever happens, that is a very strong break. So Magnus always has to watch out for it. I like what Nepo has done. I don't know if he's fully solved his problems from the opening, but this looks much more harmonious than what we saw last game.
Definitely, and this also reminds me of some Leningrad Dutch, no?
Yes, yes, it does.
Exactly. I mean, also from white side, only that white's king is now still exposed. I'm expecting a short castle any minute, but Magnus first opted for queen f3. Because also b6 was a threat now, trapping the knight.
Yes. Very
very
sneaky
subtle. Queen e8,
very sneaky. Yeah, it's so easy to miss.
Yeah, so let's just castle, get rid of all our problems, and then b6, and the problems are over because the game is over.
Yes, this would just finish it immediately.
Wow,
that's crazy.
Incredible. So that's why the move queen f3, and also the Navi understands why Magnus is taking so much time. Yeah, there are so many things to pay attention to.
Yeah, if I have to say, the knight on a5 causes a particular impression because this knight is both active in the sense that it targets b7 and c6, and it kind of forces this rook on b8 to stay stuck on the b7 pawn. On the other hand, the rook on b8 doesn't have an open file to go to right now, so it's fine defending this pawn. And the knight on a5 itself doesn't have good retreat squares, so it has to be defended by this diagonal pressure with the bishop on h1, the queen on f3. It is a bit awkward. The same thing that is happening in the other board, where the knight does seem awkward on the a5 square to me more than it is useful.
Exactly. I mean, okay, in Magnus's case, of course, this knight a5 and then bc4 strategically was a very nice way of putting the pressure, but also we have to give credit for Nepo for this bishop. First, we were like unsure what this bishop d7 was all about, and then suddenly how he harmonized his, and also he's playing it so fast, yeah, that all these solutions, all these ideas come intuitively to him. It's not like he's thinking for 10 minutes and only after understanding where to put the pieces. Pretty impressive stuff.
No, he has an absolutely great ability to understand tactical tricks, to understand problems with pieces, to understand where his pieces need to go. And this has been a brilliant performance, I think, so far from him from the black side. A good way to bounce back from the last game. And it's not that he's better or anything like that, but I feel that he has put Magnus a little bit on the defensive side, that he has to find some defensive moves as well, and it's not play on one goal. Now, that being said, what are we playing for here as Nepo? We still have issues.
I wanted to suggest a6 followed by knight a7, insisting on b6, yeah?
I love it. Look at this move, queen d8.
But he moves queen d8.
What
also
is going
targeting
on?
the knight, yeah? Now he wants knight e6.
I think he wants knight e6, and maybe in a crazy world he wants knight d5, but maybe that's just too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, basically now white has to deal with the knight on a5.
But do you have like a real, like a strong... Ah, yeah, knight... I'm sorry, I keep forgetting about the bishop on h8, so knight takes d4 is actually a threat after knight e6.
Yeah, so maybe actually white has to play a move like b4.
b4, yes.
Maybe white has to, I mean, okay, finally we have to do something with this knight.
Maybe, do we wait for it? Maybe play e3? I don't know if it makes any big difference.
Wow, but I feel like you need to have very good nerves to play a move like e3.
Oh, you don't know it when you're a commentator. You just you just throw moves out there.
I mean, but then I'm gonna use your idea, knight b5, yeah?
Ah, yes. Ah, yeah, this is actually even stronger now. The knight on d3 feels a little uncomfortable, and the queen coming to a5 means a2 is hanging. Yeah, this looks
I mean,
very
at
bad.
least it's confusion. I don't know how good it is, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Or, I mean, okay, so I was very happy coming up with a6, knight a7, thinking that this is very much in Jan's spirit. But he also opted for queen d8 and b4 played. Yeah, b4 has to be played. Yeah.
No, you were absolutely right about the b4 move being imperative at this moment. And on the other hand, I do like b4 from a strategical sense, because if I get this king on d1 to g1, which I should be able to do so very soon, you can start imagining that white is going to put this other rook on c1, start hinting at b5 breaks, and then you can imagine that this is a harmonious chess-like position.
Exactly. I mean, after all, yeah, white has the grip. Everything, I mean, black has to use the momentum. Yeah, if you give 2-3 moves for white, yeah, and Jan goes for e5. That was probably another idea behind queen d8, indirectly.
I love it.
That night.
I love it. I love it. I hate that the engine hates it, but I love this move. It's taking advantage of the fact that the king is specifically at this point on d1. I wonder why the engine doesn't like it. What is the main issue of this?
Well, I mean, somehow engines don't have emotions. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because if you have emotions, then you are just so happy seeing moves like e5 on the board.
Absolutely. I mean, I see all of white's pawns collapsing. e4 is a threat, so d takes e5 played. Okay, d takes e5 is the only move. And where is white's great idea here?
Yeah, because I mean, I would expect f takes e5, but then also g5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, fe5 played.
fe5 played. Even knight e6 I thought might be an idea.
Knight e6 is also a move. But also just if you take on g5, then you will never be able to castle short.
Yeah, on the other hand, if you take on g5, I could just go rook g1 and then long castle.
Oh, wow. Yeah, let's not forget about this. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, let's even show this. Queen take g5, then just rook g1. Forget about short castle. Now, where is this queen moving? And besides, you will have some h4, h5.
Yeah, it becomes double-edged.
Yeah. Who is attacking whom?
It's hard to say, right? Because white's king will be more exposed in the sense that his king cover is so far away from him. But on the other hand, with the knight on c8, with the rook on b8, bishop on h8 stuck by the pawn on e5, it feels like white's more active.
Yeah, and this pawn on e2, knight d3 combo is a very nice defender, yeah, in the center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like
everything.
At this point, white is definitely taking over the initiative. Queen g5 played.
Yeah, queen g5 played. We're gonna see this rook. I mean, rook g1, because after h4 there might be some queen g4 move.
Yeah, rook g1 just looks a little bit more logical. The rook's just not doing anything on f1 right now.
Exactly, and okay, probably black actually would love to trade queens.
Structurally, of course. I mean, with the double pawns on the e-file, any endgame is going to be terrible.
Yeah, but yeah, of course, rook g1 looks very... And Magnus goes h4. Interesting that he opts for h4, not rook g1. And Jan goes back queen e7, inviting, please give up your dark square bishop, mister, for my rook.
Incredible. I was thinking that queen e7 is just unplayable, and Nepo says, it's not only playable, it's the best move. This bishop is so important for the position that I'm willing to give up a rook for it.
I mean, will we grab the pawn? Probably we take the pawn, yeah?
I don't see why not. Also because the queen is just well placed on h4.
Exactly, yeah. So, okay, white would have to take, and then we take back. And if ever these knights reach the center, then it will be fine for black.
Yeah, especially with the knight on a5, which is not participating with the rest of the pieces.
Yeah,
but
I don't think that Magnus leading the match is really interested of hunting down this exchange.
Yeah, no, me neither. Especially because the queen on e7 is currently, let's call it, in the way of the knight on c8, where I think the knight on c8 wants to go to e7 to reinforce g6 to just be closer to the king, more than it wants to go to b6. So why chase the queen right now, right?
Yeah, on the other hand, Magnus is down to 6.5 minutes for still something like 4. And wow, what?
He does it.
No, he didn't. I mean, we suddenly had many moves.
Oh, we have many moves.
Yeah, after sorry. He opted for h5, knight e6, takes, and long castles. Your spirit, Alejandro.
This is just a crazy game. Oh, sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah, just long castles. Yeah, black jumps knight b6. I mean, now we're gonna see some crazy attack by the players. I mean, pawn on g6 is weak. Black king on g8 is in trouble. Rook g1 might come any moment. I think rook g1 is coming. I mean, after long castles, suddenly we lost Alejandro. I mean, there is some...
It was too much excitement and I kicked my webcam.
Oh, I understand. I mean, okay, after long castles and all this fire on board, I mean, how can you stay quiet at all, yeah? Wow. And yeah, rook g1, bishop e8 on the board. Defending like this. Okay, bishop I mean, E8. The black's king, of course, in a lot of trouble on g8, but the knight on e6 is a monster. And I don't know, bishop e8 definitely protects the g6 pawn. Also, maybe eyeing some knight d7, knight takes e5, or that's maybe not an idea at all.
But why not? I mean, remember, if the position opens too much, white's king on c1 will be in danger.
And what about the colleague on g8?
The king on g8 is already in danger. That ship has sailed. That guy is already permanently in danger.
That's not a surprise anymore, yeah?
Yeah, that's done. But how do you continue here? Because you mentioned this knight on e6 is a monster. You'll naturally want to trade it. But the problem is the knight on d3 is also incredibly important for white. It holds on to the e5 pawn and especially, more importantly, to the b4 pawn. So no chance to play knight f4.
Exactly. I mean, this queen on e7 is a very nice piece also, yeah, targeting this weakness on b4. So yeah, the knight definitely wants to stay on d3. The bishop on h1 is not participating in the game. And it won't really participate for quite some time.
Yeah, it's too awkward to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, can we maybe just try to double? Yeah, Magnus goes queen h, he wants to move the bishop and then go rook h1. Does he have time for all this?
It's slow, but it's so devastating.
If it happens, yeah.
If it happens, right? There's no way
that end of the day, I will always have queen h7, yeah? So I'm not panicking yet.
I have a question. If we do trade queens, does the attack actually ease off? Yeah, I understand that you might not get mated, but you still might be under a lot of pressure.
For example, just queen h7?
Yeah.
And then how you would like to follow up?
I guess you trade on h7 because I don't see another logical follow-up. And then something like bishop f3 and this rook h1, rook g1.
And then also the big question that is, for example, g6, g5 weakening or a clever idea? Because I'm also trying to get bishop to g6.
I love these positions because these questions are so hard to answer. It might be either direction, right? g5, g4 might be great. It might also be just exposing your structure and your king to a certain demise after like a e4 break. So hard to evaluate these positions. And But that being said, after the move queen h3, if Nepo plays queen h7, is there another logical move for Magnus, or is he ready to trade the queens? Because I can't imagine that you're just moving the queen away yet again.
But maybe moves to g3 and then tries to claim that the queen on h7 is a bit awkward. It could be maybe, you know.
I like that. I like that point that you made. You're absolutely right. It will be a tempo for the rook eventually.
Yeah, eventually, yeah, because this queen on h7 might be a target, and then bishop f6 rook h. And we see that Jan actually goes for the e5 pawn immediately with knight d7.
Wow.
And by the way, as you mentioned, it's so difficult to answer so many questions, and that's why it's so nice to be commentated. Wow, and knight d7, bishop c6.
I was thinking of bishop c6, but I was like, no way. I thought about it, but I was like, no way. So what's the point? B takes c6. Do you play rook h1?
Well, then the point is that queen h3 actually set up this idea of knight d7, bishop takes c6.
No, it didn't set it up because the bishop on e8 was still defending c6.
Yeah, but he knew that Jan wants to go knight d7,
knight d7.
Probably. Yeah, wow. I mean, knight d7, bishop c6, boom. I mean, blitzed out by Magnus with less than 4 minutes on the clock.
All right, let's take it. Let's see where the compensation is. B takes c6, rook h1 might be the start.
I thought that he just wants to take on c6.
And then play the endgame, like knight takes c6, queen h7 and trade?
Or
but you're right. There's so many pawns.
Yeah, white has a lot of pawns. I mean, also a7 will be falling, but
that's the
you're
point.
also
A7
right
is
that
also
white
falling.
can include this rook h1.
Again, the question: do you want to try to win the endgame, or do you just kill him in the middle game?
Yeah. Okay. Let's try rook h1 first.
I think you play queen g7 just to sidestep the double attack and to defend the bishop.
Yes, of course. It's very ugly also.
Very ugly.
I mean, okay, knight takes c6.
Yeah. Now I have to move my rook.
But rook c8 runs into knight e7 check.
Yes, it does. So you have to play rook a8. There's no other square for the rook, right?
Oh, yeah. Then
even knight e7 check here, and it maybe follow it up with simply knight takes g6 after. I don't know. This looks really bad.
But okay, yeah. I mean, there are so many options for both sides. Magnus takes on c6 first. Queen g7 played.
Doesn't want to play the endgame. He thinks it's too hopeless.
Yeah, he doesn't. And by the way, rook h1 would just lead to transposition to what we have been talking about.
Right. Yeah, there's no need to take on b8 immediately, but it might not be a bad move.
Wow, okay. Basically, we see the evaluation bar giving clear advantage to Magnus, but it's only move 23. Still 7 moves, still time control, and Magnus down to 3 minutes without any increment. For the moment.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time for such a complicated position. That being said, this is kind of a choice, right? Either he attacks or he just transposes into a position where he's up material and tries to convert it technically. Queen f3. That move was nowhere near my radar.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's also trying to hint at queen d5, but we do see that the evaluation bar hates it in the sense that the computers were thinking that white had a very promising position, and now it's just a big fight. It's a total mess, but no advantage.
It's hard to imagine that this move is that bad, right? I mean, queen d5 is kind of a threat. Rook c8 played, queen d5 on the board.
Yeah, rook b8, queen d5. I mean, it's a very logical way of putting maximum pressure because bishop f7 is impossible due to knight e7 check.
Yeah, and queen f7 runs into something very similar. You have rook g6.
Yeah, so good luck defend. Probably black has to take on c6.
Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah, I think you have to because, yeah, as Alejandro pointed out also, queen f7 runs into rook g6, queen g6, knight e7 check, all these forks and everything. Huge trouble for black. You just can't let that happen. And this monster knight on c6 anyway worth a rook.
Yeah, and I think the rook's going to have to give itself up for it, but
yeah, let's just take it. So, for example, takes. We still have to protect this knight on e6.
I don't quite see why this is not good for white, though.
Well, it's probably good. But can I just play queen e7? Just try to keep my structure.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of reminiscent of last game, right? With the material balance and the fact that Magnus is attacking black's king. But
at
maybe
least black has some good structure. Yeah, some good
Yeah.
pieces.
That's true. Here, black does have a lot of good pieces and immediate threats, like e5. The moment it falls, all of black's pieces will be active.
Yeah, just a very
E7.
quick update. I mean, of course, this is the game of the run, definitely.
Definitely.
Hikaru is in total control. I think he will convert his wonderful position.
What is the position there? Let's take a quick
Well,
look.
I can just very quickly bring it up. Look at this. I mean, it looks hopeless, this structure.
That knight on a5 is still on a5.
And black structure and the light squares and everything. Yeah, white opens c4. It's again such a disgusting position from the white side that we have to move back immediately to Magnus, because
Yeah,
there
that
is
game is
also
over.
no way Hikaru is not gonna win this.
I agree completely.
And okay, look at this. Yeah, here is all kinds of intrigues. Okay, rook takes c6. I'm surprised, yeah, that Jan is usually playing so many moves a tempo, and now exactly rook c6 is taking his time.
Yeah, what is the alternative? Because I was thinking very briefly if you could throw in the crazy king f7, but king f7, knight f4 just loses. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, you just I mean, knight f4, I still have rook c6.
Oh.
But I mean, you also have the same idea with knight d4.
There you go. Knight d4,
but then queen e5. No, then yes. Yeah, okay.
No, queen
okay.
e5, knight takes e5. What do you mean?
Yes, no, of course. Yeah, I mean, no, knight d4 just wins. Yeah, the knight on d3 protects still. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, but no, finally rook takes c6.
No, he takes c6. As you said, this was the best move.
Yeah.
And it took him some time, but he's played it.
Yeah, takes. I mean, of course, you have to eliminate this knight. There is no way. I mean, bishop f7 lost to knight e7 check, queen f7 lost to rook takes g6, rook takes g6 check, and king f7 was losing probably for knight d4. So you have to eliminate this knight. And now it's the question: how do we protect this knight on e6?
I like your queen e7 suggestion. It's a very harmonious move. It puts the queen in a position where the bishop on h8 can participate in the game, where the b4 pawn is attacked.
But it does run into bishop h4 though.
Do we care?
Queen e7, bishop h4.
Queen takes h4, queen e6, and then the awkwardness of where this king goes. How to defend against this check.
Once we lose the e6 knight, position might fall apart. So probably that's the point of Jan spending his time, that he knows that he needs to keep, but he has to play some awkward move now. Maybe then even queen f7.
We have a couple of moves. I'm not really sure what moves we have, but knight takes d3 was played. How did we miss this?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yes.
There was this move, knight dc5, yes.
But this is definitely more harmonious, because now you can defend the knight on
and
e6
we eliminated
with the bishop.
this monster knight from d3.
Yes.
Yes.
It does cost the structure, right? The structure fix for white.
Yeah, but forget about structure. We are alive.
That's true.
That's what matters, yeah? I mean, okay. Now we are not going to get mated, no, with these pieces.
I would hope not. I mean, you can get mated with a knight if this was Bughouse, but there's no more knights on the board. So the king on g8 is very safe. And with the time situation, I like black.
Exactly. Yeah, d4 had to be played kind of logically, I mean, humanly speaking. But, I mean, this is now very much game on.
Yeah, very much so, because both kings are weak. How many passed pawns does this game have right now? It has 5 passed pawns.
Well, and still only one more move for Magnus before the time control, but we know already this time, this whole format, yeah, that the players are getting after move 35 minutes, but good luck with 5 minutes in this position as well. It's not
yeah,
that
you immediately
much.
jump from time trouble to time trouble.
Yeah, and you get this feeling that now I'm safe, I got extra time, but those minutes disappear very quickly.
Yeah. Okay, so what do we play here as black? Tempting moves, rook
d8,
rook d8 played.
Yeah. It's on the board also now. Queen e7 played.
Queen e7.
So time control reached.
Queen h6. And this, I think this queen snaking its way in.
Yeah, this is very annoying.
Dangerous. Very annoying. Queen f4 ideas, queen h2 ideas. You have to be very careful of rook takes g6 sacrifices, but you can start to see that it's a double-edged game too.
Yeah, it's suddenly, I mean, white is not feeling safe at all. Yeah, rook d2 played. We see the evaluation bar. Hated, for example, there is bishop takes e5.
Yeah, what's wrong with bishop e5 here?
I mean, the big problem of the bishop from h8 solved with bishop takes e5. And again, it's move 31. Magnus blitzed out rook d2. He might pay, yeah, bishop
and
e5.
Then bishop e5, yeah.
He might pay a very big plan. And there you see on the camera, bishop takes e5 blitzed out. And Magnus very angry. Look at this.
Oh, look at that. Look at that response. That head shake. Oh, that head shake. We've been seeing too much in this tournament from him.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel that Magnus played some incredible chess, but there were some also incredible oversights. Yeah, this one move oversights.
Yeah, against Hikaru, this queen e4 check, blundering the fork, and now this bishop e5.
Yeah, before against Fedoseev also, I mean...
Also, right, yeah.
Yeah, this pin on the f file, I mean, just very simple tactics and so on. But he was also explaining that actually it happened because he went into a sequence of moves and he played the second move first, yeah? But it still shows that somehow, yeah, he's capable of making those mistakes, which usually he would never do.
And Magnus is just so unhappy with himself. He knows that this game has not only turned a bit, it's turned the entire way, right? With the activation of the bishop, black is now technically up material, but more importantly, his pieces are now, all of them, doing something very useful. The rook on d8 is active. The bishop on e5 is threatening bishop f4, winning too much material. And where's white's counterplay? Where's white's attack?
Yeah, Magnus just cannot believe it. Yeah, because it almost feels like it's resignable now after bishop takes e5.
It really does look like it, but of course he's going to keep trying. He's going to keep fighting. But after bishop takes e5, this is such a blow. And not a difficult one. I think that's what he's bothered by the most, is that he didn't consider the move bishop takes e5. Otherwise, he would have had a reply to it.
Definitely. I mean, and this is what we talked about, that after move 30, reaching the time control, he blitzed out this move. I mean, queen e7 and rook d2, running into bishop takes e5. Now he plays the move king c2. It's really a move instead of resigning. Okay, you had to sidestep, I mean, get out of this terrible pin. But, okay, now d4 pawn is... Okay, maybe, I don't know. We have to calculate if we can take or not, but there are so many winning moves. Bishop d6 also looks very tempting.
Bishop d6 super tempting.
Bishop f4 very tempting. I mean, everything is tempting.
But on the other hand, that might be the saving grace for Magnus, right? It's difficult to make a decision when everything looks like it wins. Sometimes you have 3 winning moves and you find the 4th.
Exactly. I mean, it's so much better to just have one. By the way, Hikaru has converted his possession. He has won the second game as well, leading 2-0. All he needs, one more draw. But of course, we know that just forget about any draws in Fischer random. I mean, try to play the best moves. That's the only way to achieve the success.
Yeah, Hikaru with the dominant performance so far with both the white and black pieces. Definitely a tough one for the Uzbek player to come back from. Well, okay, so let's choose one. We have to choose a win here for Nepo because he has so many tempting ones. Which one would you go for?
Wow, yeah. First of all, I need to calm myself down, yeah, because I'm also still completely shocked that Magnus has blundered like this. And Nepo goes bishop takes d4, the computer approves.
It makes sense.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pawn. There's no reason not to. Queen takes d2 might be a winning endgame, so you have to watch out for that.
Yeah, basically the only move I have seen is rook gd1, yeah, that's trying to double, but you can even sidestep with rook e8 and it's just over because f2 bishop is hanging.
Yeah, that's just it, right?
That's it, yeah, that basically seals the game, which means that rook gd1 is impossible, but then what?
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, because bishop takes d4, knight takes d4.
It's a nice check.
We'll just end up in losing the rook on d2. By the way, yeah, I mean, where do we go?
I don't even know. King c1, knight b3. If king c3, knight b5. If king d1, probably queen h5, among others.
Yeah, no, it's basically bishop d4 is also impossible, and then okay, as you mentioned, queen takes d2 is also some kind of a threat. I mean, everything is falling apart.
Wow. We liked the way that Magnus was playing, and it was this move Queen F3 that's starting these complications that we weren't so sure we liked. And now it's turned completely. I expect this to go into the 1-1. This already looks too hopeless for Magnus to save. And we have a full match in our hands.
Absolutely. I mean, what a stunning game in the first game by Magnus, and then, but also what a resource there by Jan putting up that incredible fight. And then Magnus just collapsing in a very complicated position. Just rookie one played.
Yeah, rookie one played. All right, again, we have to find some kind of win. I mean,
also, Nepo has more than 10 minutes on his clock. Yeah, he's in no time pressure.
None at all. Rookie 8 is tempting. I assume those endings after Queen takes D2 are pretty good, but perhaps it's giving already White too much chance.
Yeah, it's kind of also very tempting just to take, but why if we have such a winning position? Yes,
right, yeah.
Takes, Bishop F2 check.
I was thinking Bishop F6.
Yeah, no, Bishop F6 of course also good, but I mean then we take on D8 and who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, this is completely unnecessary. Yeah, this is a
and
step in the wrong
the
direction.
Same applies to Bishop F2. Then okay, King E2, we take on E1, and why would we ever go for something like this? No way.
Yeah, it's just probably Black is doing well, but with such an active queen with the passed pawns, why get into that? All right,
yeah,
but what is our
alternative? And the move that you mentioned, yeah, Rookie 8 looks very tempting, but it does allow some speculation about some queen sacrifice. But where does this lead to? For example, Rookie 8, can we take on E8?
Rook takes, Queen takes E8, Bishop takes E8, Rook takes E6. I do have King F7, I think is good enough, no?
Yeah, Bishop F7, King F7. Yeah, I mean, basically anything that just does not lose the bishop should... Bishop A4 check. Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's brutal.
Okay, but then after Rook 8, it's game over, basically.
Yeah, because you actually... Unless there's Queen H4, you lose material immediately. Maybe Queen H4 still.
Yeah, you have to play Queen H4, yeah, you have to.
And Bishop B6 played instead.
Bishop B6 played instead. Okay.
Okay. Not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, we already kind of probably felt like there is maybe even more than this.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, Bishop B6 basically forces Rook D8. Then Bishop takes D8. Queen takes A7. Okay, it's the game continues.
Yeah, the game still continues. It's still a fight after that, right?
Yeah, it looked like, I mean, Black might have had even more than this.
Not a lot of options here.
Takes on the board.
Might as well take the pawn on A7. It defends the bishop on F2, so why not?
Yeah, and then, okay, Jan will rely on the activity of his pieces, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he wants to get the bishop to F6. He wants to enter with the queen.
Yeah, it's just a very harmonious position for Black because there's no good way of setting up counterplay, and this king on C2 is permanently weak. Even Queen A7, just starting with Queen F4 is also possible.
Yeah, also possible. I mean, Magnus down to 2 minutes. I understand why he's in, not in hurry to take the pawn. He goes Queen D6.
Yeah, Queen
he wants
D6.
to control the F4 square. But yeah, Bishop C7 blitzed out, kicking the queen away.
That's such a Nepo thing to do. Blitz out Bishop C7. Probably there were other good moves, but he sees that's a good move, puts pressure on the clock and the board at the same time.
Exactly. And Queen D2, yeah. Magnus fighting for the F4 square. He just wants to hang on, and of course Queen trade would be clearly in White's favor. Queen H3 says no, thank you very much. I'm threatening some Queen H3 business as well.
This king on C2 is just so annoying to deal with. Every move where you cover a square, it seems like another square is open. A3 now, if you play for rook E3, for example, to cover that one, then the queen penetrates on F1 and C4 is weak. It's just one problem after another.
Yeah, rook E3, queen F1. touching on the c4 pawn, eventually hinting on queen a1 as well. Yeah, horrible position. And Magnus down to 50 seconds. I mean, how do you coordinate forces at all? Yeah, queen d3 played.
That's what we were talking about. If Magnus just got his time control back and he's already down below a minute.
Yeah, but actually he should have spent the time there on move 31.
Yeah. Yeah,
not,
that was a
not,
big
not
one.
to blunder this bishop takes e5. Yeah, queen g2, just keeping the queens on the board. Yeah, the pin is annoying. This bishop on f7 beautifully protecting black's king.
Yeah, the bishops are doing a gorgeous job. Queen,
Queen
d2.
d2 back.
You start to think about bishop f4 here, no?
Then bishop e3.
Queen e4.
Queen e4 check. Queen d3. Okay, let's make those moves. Just to illustrate what we are talking about.
Maybe
there might also be some knight
d4. Interesting.
Yeah. Also, oh my god.
I knight d4 just wins.
Just,
right,
just to illustrate, yeah, that all kinds of pains are looming in the air.
Yeah.
Okay,
and that's just
luckily
game
I
over.
still but finally there is the fork. Yeah.
Yeah, you take everything on d2 and queen and knight f3 at the end.
Winning. So bishop f4 might be a very forced sequence.
Yeah, bishop f4 you might have to go queen e2 and
Queen
still try to
E2,
hold on like that. Yeah.
But after queen e2 also then knight g5, but knight g bishop takes
Maybe bishop f4, queen e2, and queen c6. I don't know if that
professional, yeah. Sidestepping any kind of pin trade, putting the pressure, settling here as well. And besides, also when knight g5, knight e4 comes, it's over, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Jan goes queen g4. He didn't go for bishop f4.
Yeah. Pressures this weaknesses on the dark squares. Oh, sorry, the light squares. Queen e2 played, defending as much as he can.
Yeah, the only way to survive is to trade queens for Magnus. Yeah, I mean, especially with 30 seconds on the clock.
I feel it's not a bad time to just take the pair of bishops. I think if you go knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4. Exactly. It looks very practical. Yeah, bishop. Yeah, on the board. Bishop d4, queen d4, and this looks hopeless.
Yeah, this must be hopeless. This is just too much. The bishops dominate the rook. And at this point, even an endgame doesn't save Magnus, so it makes the conversion that much easier.
Yeah, also now there are some ideas with a5, a4. Just breaking the structure here as well.
Yeah, exposing the king even further. I love a5, actually.
Yeah, actually, after a3, I also go a4.
After, sorry?
After a3, I would also
After a3, you go bishop
yeah.
takes c4. Oh, no, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4 is check. Let's not fall for that.
Is a check, yeah. Yeah, so queen b6, a3 on the board.
And, okay, pawn. Pawn takes, interesting decision because unless he gains something substantial for it, he has made the b pawn passed.
Yeah, so but he just wants to go for this bishop d6, move the bishop back to f8.
And you're paralyzed.
And nothing moves, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, queen c3 will be played probably. And then Jan will just start advancing his pawns on the king side.
Yeah, because whites can't, they just can't move, and they'll be taken if white plays, for example, move b5, it's just hanging the pawn. And there you go, f4, as you mentioned. Peter right on point. A very nice established bishop pair on f7 and f8, which means that the pawns are free to roam.
Yeah, Magnus goes rook d7, so I'm wondering if after f3, does he want to maybe even sacrifice the rook with rook f7 and then take on f3 and then rely on the two pass pawns? Jan does not even give this chance.
Yeah, I don't think that you want to be thinking about that as Jan. He wants to keep the pair of bishops. He wants to keep as much control as possible. He wants to keep both of his pawns alive.
Exactly. There is no reason for him to rush.
Rook d4, because bishop g7, you still have rook d8.
And queen f5, keeping still the b5, c5 moves under control. Queen d3, and Magnus trying to trade the queens.
Nepo says no thank you.
Yeah, queen f6. Now there is no pin and f3 is threatened. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
this is too
see a
much.
defense. Yeah. Also, the queen is not tied to the rook. Yeah, rook d8. f3 on the board.
Yeah, just distract the queen. It can't do everything by itself. Queen d4 played. I imagine by this point, even taking on d4 is winning.
Yeah, at some point, I mean, with two bishops and two connected pass pawns, yeah, then just go g5 and...
Yeah, that has to win, right? Queen takes d4, g5. There's just, the rook has to be dominated by the queen, by the bishops.
Yeah, on the other hand, yeah, Jan says, you know what? You want to keep trading queenside. Don't want to let that happen. 9 seconds, by the way, to Magnus only.
And we have this position. Can you take on c4 and go f2?
Wow, you can. Yeah, why not? But then rook takes f8.
Queen takes?
Queen takes g6 check.
Oh, that's queen takes g6. I didn't miss that move.
Yeah, I mean, no, anything that is calculation, we should avoid. Yeah.
Yeah. We managed, or at least I managed to blunder pretty often here. So still some resources for Magnus. 9 seconds for him, though.
Yeah, 9 seconds. Jan has 5 minutes, 40 seconds. But okay, at least with queen d6 now, Magnus puts some pressure. Yeah, black needs to calculate something.
Yeah, because it's a bit awkward to defend this bishop. You can do it if you need to with queen b1, queen a1, queen g7, but who wants to do that? What is a better way of defending this? Because bishop e6...
And he goes for the queen endgame.
He goes for the queen ending.
Wow, queen f7. Yeah, because queen c8 check, king g7.
Great understanding. If this is winning, this is an unbelievable transition.
Well, computer agrees.
Computer agrees? Good enough?
Queen e1, queen f1. Now we are expecting some queen f3 check.
Yeah, some way of getting this queen to e1 will be winning.
Yeah, queen f3, queen e3, queen e1 looks quite straightforward.
Yeah, this has to be winning. You will even take the time to put the king in some manner of defending g6 and then go queen e1. And there we go. Queen f3 on the board.
Queen f3 on the board. King a4.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with queen e3.
Well, then probably white will try some queen d1 or something, yeah? Queen g2.
To take advantage of that fact that you're not... And there we go, queen e3 actually.
There you go,
queen
yeah.
g2, yeah. And maybe
it's logical, and it's also logical what you mentioned, that you might just move the king, yeah, king g7. b5 pushed.
Yeah, this pawn is not exactly as fast as black's.
But I mean, excuse me, where are the checks? So queen e1, queen b7 check, king h6.
I think that's it.
I don't see checks, yeah.
I don't see any checks. Queen e1 seems just winning.
No stalemate, no nothing.
No. No, I think queen e1 finishes it. And queen e1 on the board. Queen b7, king h6 we expect. And I think that might be it. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Yeah, Magnus resigns. Wow, what a match. 1-1 after 2 games.
What a comeback here for Nepo. We were really worried about his position. And through good defense, through resources, and a little bit of help from his opponent, he brought it back the full way.
Yeah,
incredible.
Absolutely stunning match. I mean, the first game was an incredible battle with ups and downs, but yeah, Magnus dominating that one. And Jan using his momentum, using Magnus's mistake. Yeah, there was a mistake. He miscalculated something, and it heavily backfired. Then later went on to blunder this bishop takes e5.
Yeah, rook d2 was definitely a big blunder, but even before that, it felt like Magnus was going in the wrong direction.
The critical positions up.
Yeah, so after knight c6.
It was this. Yeah, it started here. Yeah, knight takes c6.
Queen g7. And here we were wondering whether you should play the move rook h1, which we thought was very logical because knight e7 might be a threat.
Exactly.
Or if you wanted to just immediately take on b8 and say, I have some material, I still have some attack, and I'll play on this position.
Yes, but suddenly this queen f3, which looked like a good idea, had one big flaw that the move which we also missed after rook c8, queen d5, rook takes c6, queen takes c6, and knight d7 to c5 was a game changer.
Absolutely, because we were having so much trouble defending this knight on e6. And it's this brilliant move, knight d7, c5, a little bit hidden. We should have seen it, but once it's on the board, you see the power of it because black coordinates. And once that happens, the bishops, you can't underestimate them ever.
Yeah, and queen d6, knight takes d3. So clearly Magnus was thinking that, okay, the knights are traded, but I'm going to get e takes d3 and I'm going to go d4 and compensate for this. But he was in for a very nasty surprise after bishop f7, which is move 28. So d4 move 29, rook d8 kicking the queen, queen e7 move 30, and after queen a6 check, again Magnus makes this incredible blunder on move 31 just after the time control, blitzed the move rook d2 out, and got hit by bishop takes e5, an incredible cold shower.
I think he just lost the thread of the game. I think this happens to players, right? They get shocked by a move. Perhaps he didn't anticipate the move knight dc5, had the same problem that we did, that got to this position in his mental eye after rook takes c6, queen takes c6. He thought the knight on e6 was difficult to defend and missed this knight dc5. Maybe that shocked him, and that ripple effect went through, and he ended up blundering yet again with rook d2. Otherwise, there's no explanation for the move, because if you see this cold, you immediately think, all right, I have one, maybe two logical moves. King b1 seems so much more obvious than the other two king moves. You see rook d2 for a second, realize bishop e5 is just, there's no reason to even start calculating that. And it's even a weird move by itself. I don't understand why he was pinning his own rook.
Yeah, well, probably he wanted to already protect the bishop on f2, yeah, because this is kind of a vulnerable piece. Mm-hmm. Yeah, in any case, he should have spent time. Yeah, he had like 6 minutes. He needed to invest 1-2 minutes just to adjust to the new situation. Yeah, because that says Alejandro also mentioned that the game lost its logical follow-up. Yeah, so you have to adjust to this craziness that happened in the time control. But by carrying all these emotions and not paying attention to this shift, yeah, rook d2, he paid a high price for it.
Yeah, huge price in this position after rook d2, bishop takes e5. Both wins so far in this match with the black pieces. A beautiful 1-1 tie, and this is what we want from this semifinal. We don't want a whitewash, we just want good chess. And what incredible games these two have been, because there have been roller coaster rides so far.
Yeah, actually, this is the moment when we'll have a chance to have a little break to get some energy to refresh and be back with all the action. Hikaru, on the other hand, maybe just very quickly we should go over the Hikaru game.
I think we should.
Yeah, there wasn't too much to talk about because he was dominating it. But yeah, before the break, we should take a look at it.
Yeah, and I think even at this position, we already liked this Hikaru's position. We didn't like the knight on a5. We see the final position ended up dying on a5 and never got back into the game. And these are the little details of Fischer Random that if you misplace one piece, it can be very costly. The move c3 we liked very much. And Black's advantage is just obvious at this point. Better pieces, better activity. The knight on a5 not great. And yeah, at this point, this looks horrendous for white.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, destroying the pawn structure. I mean, Nimzovich, my blockade. Yeah, this is what comes to mind. Yeah, this is dream of all dreams. Bishop takes d5, takes, rook g2 invading.
Oof. Yeah.
Takes another h. I mean, everything else is also falling apart, but the h pawn even decides the game automatically.
Yeah, what a clinic here by Hikaru, putting every piece where it needs to be. So somehow, even though the knight on c8 hasn't moved, it makes sense because it goes to b6, it goes to the c4 square, and it controls a lot of important positions where the knight on a5 actually made 2 moves, and it's just in a bad position.
Yeah, I mean, rook h3, bishop e1, knight b6, rook g1, rook g8, trading the only active white piece, and long castles. this is the moment when even long castles does not help because white is completely tied down. Hikaru just pushes the h-pawn. There is no one to stop that. Bishop f2, h4, even not bothering at the c3 pawn. This pawn is not running anywhere. c4 takes d5. Bishop takes d5. And look at this. White is just giving away all pawns because they are so terrible. I mean, showing the
now they won.
Just takes rook e1, king d7, and enough is enough. White resigned, black won the game. Wow, it was basically too easy.
It looked like that. He made it look simple. He made it look like he got a strategical advantage from the beginning and he just took it till the end. White, desperate in his attempts to get some activity, sheds a lot of pawns and then has to resign. Beautiful performance today by Hikaru. Great chess, solid, and he's just making Norderberg look like an inferior player to Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, he's leading 2-0. There are still 2 more games to go. Now we will get new positions. I think that, new position, pardon me, because it's only one new position that will be selected again. I believe that Norderberg is having already a nightmare with all this knight on a1, knight on c1. He's hoping to get a position where he will feel much more familiar with, because what happened in these 2 games, that was just a total massacre.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Norderberg needs to come back with something where he feels comfortable, where he feels that he can strike back. And remember, he needs to strike back, I believe, with the black pieces, right? They don't switch colors.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what will happen. Yeah, in any case, we have now a little time for a break. We should use it because after we might not have chance to have a break till the very end.
Hopefully not. That's what we want to see. We want to see long and interesting games. So let's take a break right now. And we'll be back
in 5-6 minutes with all the action and hopefully soon with the new position.
Perfect. I'll be right back.
Stay tuned.
Bye. Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season. I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8. You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging and working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
Yeah, hello, welcome back everyone. We are having this super exciting moment with the drawing of new position. I don't know what happened. We have to see. Yeah, there we have it. The pieces are coming. The players are there. We see Peter Heine Nielsen in the very close to the chessboard. Yeah, I feel like he wants to get all the essence out of the position. Hikaru is smiling. Wow. Alejandro, what do you take from these pictures?
Oh, wow. There's a lot of tension in the room. We know that Hikaru is in an excellent position, up 2 games against his opponent. Let's take a look at what we have on the board here. Awkward knights again, both of them starting in the corner.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I don't see it correctly. Can you just, do you see the position? Can you call out the pieces? Because my system is not yet gonna have in the next couple of minutes this position.
I just had it. I think it's knight, queen, rook. Let me make sure that is correct. Yeah, both knights are in the corners. It's knight, queen, rook, bishop, king.
Okay, anyway, the system will give us pretty soon the position. Good news for Abdusattorov, because so far in the group stages, many times the knights were in the corner, and it worked for him to perfection. And now finally this knight on a1, knight on c1 kind of terrible construction disappeared.
Yeah, at least they're not on each other's toes. They actually have separate ideas. But the fact that they started the corner, it also restricts your ability to develop in some ways, right? You have to pay special attention to not having a knight stuck there the rest of the game. It's going to be interesting to see where they decide to develop and on which flank they wanted to play. In the last game, we felt that it was very obvious that players would play on the king side flank with the move f4, f5 very early. And I want to see if it's going to be the case again for this starting position.
Yeah, will be very interesting. I'm checking the system for the position. Unfortunately, we don't have yet. Because of the delay, we have to wait a bit.
Yes, that's important.
Yeah, it's very important. Unfortunately, yes, not yet. But it's coming. Yeah, it's coming. Okay, we have to wait. We can talk about what we have witnessed so far. Basically, Hikaru has been dominating. Yeah, Hikaru had been dominating so far. And this Magnus and Jan is just so much tension and so many ups and downs, yeah?
Yeah, and especially it's been 2 different styles, right? The match between Hikaru and Nodribek has been so far so one-sided. Hikaru crushes game 1, crushes game 2. And the other one, it's a battle of the roller coasters where we have the first game, a total toss-up, and in the second, it seemed that Magnus was going into a 2-0, had a brilliant attack, this beautiful idea of queen h3, bishop takes c6, and putting so much pressure in black's position, and it all turned around so quickly. Again, and kudos to Nepo to keeping up the practicality of the position, keeping up his tricks, and keeping up especially the time on the clock to find those tricks when it was needed.
Exactly. I mean, okay, anyway, when things are unbalanced, Jan is so dangerous and so resourceful. Yeah, this is when he's shining. Yeah, usually Magnus likes to have everything under control and then play out of strengths. And when he let this knight d7, c5 happen, then suddenly it was like a Pandora box. Yeah, it just opened up, and after that, with little time on the clock, Magnus had very big difficulties controlling the situation.
Yeah, he was unable to get his game, his head back in the game. He was unable to properly evaluate the consequences of the tactics, and he kind of fell apart, right? He fell psychologically apart for a second, and it was all over. Like, Nepo just didn't give him another chance after that.
Yeah, and what do you think? Does Abdusattorov have a chance against Hikaru, against the super experienced Hikaru, to bounce back from here?
I think Abdusattorov is a player that can beat anyone in any given day, but it's the momentum that spells really difficult times ahead of Nodribek, because Hikaru is so good at playing from ahead. He's so good at keeping his practical chances over the board, that not giving too much counterplay, of controlling the situation, and he's also such a fast player. The way that Hikaru has played today so far indicates that there will be no chance for the Uzbek player to make a comeback, and I think that Hikaru will cruise, make either a draw or a win in the third game, and that'll be the end of that match.
Yeah, I also feel that this is the most likely scenario. After all, Hikaru will also have the white pieces in game 3. And Nodirbek's style, yeah, he's so uncompromising and he's so aggressive. But I think that this might not be the right strategy against Hikaru, yeah, because Hikaru is so incredibly strong in these sharp positions himself. It's much better to try to restrict him, yeah, not let him shine, yeah, in his element. And I feel like this clash of styles is actually working out in Hikaru's favor.
So far, that's very true. On the other hand, I feel that if you have to win 2 games in a row in a Fischer random game, you might as well throw the first white to your opponent, because it's a less known position, less ideas have been seen, and perhaps it becomes a little bit more random. Whereas on the second go around, both sides have now seen some ideas both from their opponents and from the board next to them. So they probably have a better sense of how development should go. And if Nodribek needs to win 2 in a row, and he does, he might as well start with the black pieces, in my opinion.
Yeah, actually, this is a very good point. Yeah, because afterwards it's already so much, I mean, not so much easier, that would be an overstatement, because it's never easy in Fischer random, but at least you feel some security, some stability already for the second game.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's what's going to matter here for Nodribek, to destabilize the first game with the black pieces, somehow get into chaos and try to beat up on Hikaru. That's his only chance to come back into the match, and he needs to do it from the get-go, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm trying everything, but the delay works, guys. The delay system really works. It doesn't matter what kind of tricks I'm trying with the system, it just does not give you at the starting position for us. But I think now we are very close to getting the position. Yeah,
we should be moments away.
And what do you think? How will Magnus react to this new situation, and also Nepo, that suddenly there is a shift in dynamic and Jan managed to bounce back with the black pieces?
I think that Magnus, the thing is that Magnus is the most dangerous player to play after a loss out of, I think, all players at the top of chess. He just gets so angry, and it fuels him. He gets angry at himself. He gets angry at his opponents, like, I need to kill you. And he comes back with this impetus that he's so dangerous after it. You see it so often at World Rapids and World Blitz championships, where Magnus loses one game, you see him storm off, come back, win 3-5 in a row, and that's where he is at his most dangerous. That being said, Nepo, he doesn't care about these things. He's going to come in, play his quick chess, and the most dangerous thing here for Magnus is if he loses control of the game. I feel that he's playing very well when he's fully in control. The moment that control snaps, he starts missing things.
Exactly. And also from Jan's perspective, always for Jan, it's so important to get this confidence, yeah, because as you said, yeah, he plays quickly, yeah. He needs the confidence that despite playing quickly, things are working on in his favor. And if he starts to win them many times, he keeps on winning many games. That's why, yeah, Magnus is now in a very special situation that he's very angry. He wants to bounce back. At the same time, he might be up against the best Nyapo so far.
Yeah, and the good thing for us as spectators is that we're guaranteed a game 4 in this match, which means that we're going to go through the entire way, and that no matter what happens in the next game, one of the players would at the very least have a chance of bouncing back on the next one.
I even feel like there is quite a big chance of a potential Armageddon, to be honest.
I think so too. That would be absolutely great.
That would be fantastic. I mean, okay, I think the internet would just explode. But for the moment, I'm still a little bit now already disappointed that we still don't have the new positions. Let me try one more time. Well, my anger doesn't work. I mean, the system says no, then no, Peter. I mean, no matter what you want, we still have to wait.
Yeah, all I can do is for now read out the position, but it's definitely not the same.
Yeah, and anyway, then we can't explain for the audience the moves and whatever. Yeah, so we have to wait. And we have to be patient. The games are to start in like 10 minutes, so we still have plenty of time to discuss then the new position.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and cheat a little bit because I do have the position, and I'm starting to think of how the players are going to approach it and how fast.
So you will be prepared by the time I'm coming, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I'm
very nice.
I got my preparation early.
Let's see if I can put up some resistance after all.
Oh, man. The problem is I haven't even come up with an obvious first move. I felt that there are some Fischer random positions where the first move jumps at you. It liberates either a bishop or a queen, or it liberates a queen, a bishop, and a rook. That happens very often. For example, in the first game, where it liberated the bishop on e1, the rook on f1, and the queen on g1, right? So you think f4 is such a logical move. With the configuration that I have in front of me, there is no one move, perhaps except for the move c4, which we'll look at in a second, that does the same thing. And perhaps that's what you're looking for at the beginning of this Fischer random games, a move that activates as many pieces as possible.
Yeah, basically in the previous position, it was clear that f4 and g4 will be played. It's very nice. It's a lot of happiness. But the question was about the knights, yeah, and then that was the problem that, for example, also Nodirbek suffered, yeah, very much with white, that he fell into this trap, yeah, activating too early his knights, and then this c6, c5, d6, c5 simply just countered it beautifully.
Yeah, it seemed like a logical thing to do, to activate your knight as quickly as possible, put it in a position where it technically coordinated with the corner bishop. That corner bishop on h1, the knight on a5, suddenly find a coordinated attack on the pawn on b7. But it just wasn't enough. b7 was too easy to defend. The pawns on d6, c5 cut the rest of the position open, and the activity was just not there.
And breaking news, we have the new position on.
Excellent.
Now I know what we are. And king on e1, knight on h1, knight on a1. This is match on. Nodirbek has a chance because these were the type of positions he was excelling when the kings were in the center.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, such a complex position in how to bring everything into the game. Do you start by bringing in the knights, or do you start by pushing the move c4?
Yeah, hang on, actually, because now it's 2-0 for Hikaru. I think maybe this is the game we have to focus a little bit more at the beginning, yeah, because if Hikaru makes a draw here, then basically already guarantees his final participation. So it's Abdusattorov. In fact, it's Abdusattorov with the white pieces. We were wrong.
Ooh, we were wrong, yes.
Yeah, because they changed the colors.
Yeah, so they did change the colors here. Nodirbek with white.
Okay, doesn't matter. If you have to win 2 games in a row, you have to focus on the very first game. That's the only, forget about the second. Don't think that you need to win 2 games in a row. Just play one good game at a time. All right, so Abdusattorov needs to bounce back. What should be his idea to get some pressure here?
Oof.
Exactly.
Oof. Yeah, there are some moves that jump at me. Again, I feel that c4 liberates so many pieces that it has to be considered.
Yes, I'm gonna play c5 immediately.
Yeah, and
I'm Hikaru. I just want to be as solid as possible.
And I like it. It's a good move as well, because when you think about the future of the knight on a1, it includes in some ways the d4 square. So you're immediately taking it away from it.
Yeah, and I just want to be solid, and I basically perfectly agree with your judgment. And the players are coming. We see Magnus taking his seat. That basically c4 was so logical, and after c5, please show me what you got next. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe we will see. It would be funny if we see a mirror of the last match where you go c4, c5, and you go b4.
Yeah, could easily. Actually, many times something like this happened in the matches so far. Yeah, c4, because there was one important detail. I don't know if you have witnessed it, but there was a position with Niels. We were talking about c4 might be a move, and I told him, no. I saw it from St. Louis in some video footage that people were hitting c4 with b5, and it was very effective. And then so we had it in our mind like c4, b5 was strong, and then Nepo went for c5 after against Wesley, and d6, b4, followed by bishop to b3, and it was almost a massacre right from the start.
Yeah.
So one actually has now so much respect, I think, for c4, b5, c5.
Yeah, especially in this position with the knight starting in the corner, you have to respect the binds. You have to respect the fact that this knight will have to come back to the game, and that will force awkward concessions from your position. You will have to play c6 at some point, and it's maybe not what you want to do.
Yeah, c4 perfectly fine. So okay, c4, c5, and I'm looking at you. I'm looking at Abdusattorov as Hikaru. That okay, what do you want from me? I'm leading 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's going to try to finish it off in this game. He definitely does not want to see a game 4. He's ready to put this one to bed and to rest and cruise on to the next, to the finals.
Yeah, certainly in a form that, but actually, I would say that already in the last match against Magnus, Hikaru was very impressive. I mean, finally, he didn't went on to win those games, but actually was putting heavy pressure on Magnus, and I felt at that moment that actually Hikaru is settling in perfectly into the tournament.
Yeah, I think he's such a creative player, and he has a mastery of tactics that really benefits the chaos that comes out of Fischer random. He doesn't have to adhere to certain structures. He can be more creative in the way that he handles positions. And the way that he outplayed Noderbeck, specifically in the second game today, showed how comfortable he is with piece placements and piece activity.
Yeah, there was a b4 orangutan move, but it was actually just the big trap. Yeah, so I was not falling for that trap anymore. It was the ceremonial first move. And then Abdusattorov goes for knight g3, and also Magnus goes for knight g3. I mean, are the players preparing together? What is happening here?
Yeah, both players prioritizing their knights coming into play. And actually, in the other game,
and
G6.
again, g6 mirror.
What?
Knight g3, g6, both positions feature the same first moves.
But it actually makes sense. If you play knight g3 and I play something stupid like c5, and white just plays knight f5.
Wow! What? What? And then knight g7 winning the game. Oh my god. Luckily, I have queen e5.
You have queen e5 in this particular position, but it's funny that almost
c5 was
works.
a very lucky move, yeah? Otherwise, it would be all over, yeah?
It's incredible, right?
Yeah, just to highlight, for example, knight g3, knight b6. Okay, you develop the knight, I develop the knight, and then you go knight f5, and you have to design.
That's incredible.
Wow. Okay, stunning. By the way, after knight g3, g6, Abdusattorov is taking his time. At the same time, Magnus Carlsen Jan Nepomniachtchi game has already exploded. Knight g3, g6, b4, f5. Will we see another Leningrad Dutch kind of structure? What is going on? c4, e5.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense for Nepo. If you can imagine this bishop coming to e6, the knight coming to f7, short castling, it's more or less a harmonious setup. And on the other hand, it doesn't do very much for your knight on a8 or specifically your queen on b8.
Yeah, I mean, it always, everything comes at a cost. And look at this. We see the mirror. I'm wondering if the players are, leaning back, and let's enjoy the show, and let's wait for Magnus and Jan to decide their moves.
No, this is a great way to start. And I like that it's not symmetrical. I like the fact that both sides have complete different ideas. Black expanding on the Kingside, white on the queen side, which will lead to necessarily a sharp position soon.
But actually, I perfectly understand Abdusattorov also. I mean, so far the openings backfired for him. It makes perfect sense that he just waits and sees how Magnus reacts. It can't be bad what Magnus is doing, yeah?
Not at all. And c4 already on the board. Let's see if Hikaru is the one that mirrors Nepo by playing the move e5, as we might have the same position in both boards after 4 moves.
And we have.
And we do, yes.
And look at the evaluation bar. I mean, it looks like some incredible trap by Abdusattorov. Yeah, that just waiting for Magnus. I mean, Magnus so far has always been very impressive in the first couple of moves.
Yeah, the evaluation bar really jumped at that one, but I'm not really sure why.
Me neither.
Yeah,
I mean,
it looks like a very logical way.
If you give this bishop from g1 to jump to c6, I perfectly understand why. But with the bishop on g1, I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, a move like f4 starts to look a bit risky to me.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's double-edged, and white plays e4.
E4, wow.
And look at this. It's the first moment when Abdusattorov takes the initiative. He is now 1 move ahead of Magnus. Magnus is still taking his time.
Let's see if Magnus changes that. Plays the move
Magnus will never play e4.
Just because he saw it on the other one, right?
Yeah, but it's also not Magnus. He doesn't like to weaken squares like this.
That is very true. This is a very weakening and very provocative move at the same time, right? You are wondering if black can get away with just playing f4, closing down on the king side and getting that space.
But on the other hand, also very much Abdusattorov's style, that he likes to confront his opponent. Yeah, he's very energetic, very aggressive. So e4 in his match situation actually makes perfect sense. I just don't feel like it's something that Magnus will play.
Yeah, I agree completely with that sentiment. Now, how do we respond to the move e4? E takes f5 is actually a threat. Somehow, I'm not thrilled about taking on e4 and allowing this knight a nice established square.
I mean, if we just ignore with something like bishop e6, is that an option? But
yeah, but bishop e6 does require some calculation, because you could take on f5, go bishop h5.
Then knight g6.
Knight g6, and maybe a long castle and try to go d4.
Wow, long castles, yeah?
Long castle, rook fe1, d4. I don't even care about my pawn on c4. Again, knight on a8.
I will castle short.
Yeah, maybe that's a problem.
I mean, if you castle long, I will castle short. To be fair.
What a mess.
And Magnus goes f3. Okay, good. Because, I felt like we were talking so much, or at least I was indicating that Magnus will never play e4. So it was clear that Magnus will go for e4, but no, luckily not. He goes for f3, and I'm liking this move because he opens up for d4.
No, Peter, you have such a great sense of who the players are and how they play chess. Being at the elite of chess, I mean, that's given you such experience. f3, you're right. What a Magnus move. It opens the g1 bishop, but it doesn't commit. It doesn't play a move like e4, immediately challenging black's position. It wants to keep the options open.
And by the way, even just some bishop f2 short castle very quickly also makes perfect sense. And then opening up the center. Black is still kind of, I mean, not only behind the development, but he exposed a little bit too much the center.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty of black's position, right? That if you expose yourself more and more and more, and your pieces aren't out, how do you hold on to everything in the center? And you're going to have to castle short, because castling long looks like it's going to take way too long.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I'm really loving this FC, this tiny little move FC that impresses me so much by Magnus's play. We have seen him blundering some one-move tactic, whatever, but I feel like his chess qualities in his games in these Fischer random games also absolutely masterful.
I have to echo your sentiment. What a beautiful move is f3. I didn't even consider it, but the more you look at it, the more you warm up to the idea. The move bishop h4, again, caveman chess, f4 is obviously a threat, but bishop f2 is, I think, what Magnus wanted to play anyway.
Exactly, yeah. Bishop f2, make quick shot. Yeah, bishop f2 played. And you see Magnus spent almost 5 minutes for this first, not even there, because he actually opted like, he went very quickly, knight g3, g6, b4, f5, c4, e5.
Yeah.
And he sensed that this is a critical moment. Yeah, this is also incredible. Yeah, that he senses. He spent 3-4 minutes and comes up with this tiny little f2, f3, which makes such an impact to the position.
It's a great way to deal with the center. It looks passive at the beginning, but then you realize that the potential breaks coming up for white are going to be so powerful. And we see the move knight b6 played by Jan. It does threaten the pawn on c4, I believe. But yeah, Magnus asked the question, c5, or where's this knight going?
Yeah, knight d5. Okay, black is trying to get to f4, but white will be already in time to castle.
Yeah, and castling immediately in this position looks very tempting, preparing the move e4 pretty soon.
Exactly, yeah. Just castles, e4, d4, I mean, opening up everything. Well, Jan is basically not ready to castle long, but long castle would just kill the queen on b8 forever, and I don't feel that this king is safe on c8.
No, I would hate to play that position.
Exactly.
That queen on b8 just doesn't get back into the game, and that's one of the dangers when you play Fischer random with the queen starting in such a corner position, whether it's b1 or a1. That it doesn't come into the game if you don't move it quickly. Like, for example, Magnus will never have to be worried about that, but Jan does.
Yeah, and there you go. Magnus goes e4, just when it hurts the most. Okay, basically we are expecting some, but knight f4 short castle, you know, I don't know how to proceed.
Yeah, that's a bit unpleasant.
Yeah,
more than a bit
the
unpleasant.
f5 pawn is hanging.
d4 is in the air, rook e1 is coming. Yeah, and this bishop on h4, it's just there, right? It's not really coordinating with any other piece.
Yeah, it's doing basically absolutely nothing. Wow, I mean, okay, just incredible play by Magnus. Now it's Jan to show his incredible resilience and resourcefulness. Yeah, knight f4 played, short castle will happen, but also so much happening in the other board. We have to jump right in there. Will Abdusatolov get also a chance to bounce back as quickly as possible? Look at this. He's sacrificing an exchange. So after e4, Hikaru opted for f4, knight e2, f3, breaking the structure immediately. But after gf3, he did not recapture on f3, but went for bishop e6. And now Abdusatolov plays f4, and after bishop h3, f takes e5.
If you wanted to get an unbalanced game, he got an unbalanced game. But this looks
it can't be more unbalanced than this, yeah?
Yeah, but this looks actually very promising. This is so many pawns in the center. I mean, if d4 and f4 come, it's basically game over, right? You just have so much central control.
Yeah, and I don't see those two corner knights really effectively getting into... Okay, one could argue that this knight f7, knight g5, knight takes e5 tempo might be important,
but how, right? Because knight f7.
I mean, first of all, I don't want to take this rook yet.
Not yet. I don't think that you will anytime
Okay,
soon.
let us go knight f7.
d4.
d4. Let us go knight g5.
Okay, f4.
f4, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, you are coming.
They're all there.
Yeah, finally takes. Thank you very much. I mean, this is almost like black has not yet... I mean, black is taking back all his pieces to the starting position, yeah?
Yeah, though, the central mass is incredible.
This is just an illustration what cannot happen for black, yeah.
And you have the same problem, I think, that Jan is facing, that this queen on b8, it's not part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he will have to break them with c5.
But again, it's so many pawns in the center, right? To be honest, it was my
very first thought that maybe c5 should be the move.
Even here, let's say I take on c5.
Exactly, kind of that's what makes me nervous. Yeah. Okay, let me try to. I have two options: rook takes c5 or queen takes c5.
Yeah, both. I think I do have to follow. Actually, queen takes c5 perhaps threatens more things, right? Because h2 is not hanging because there's a bishop on g1. So maybe you can just start with d4.
Yeah, d4. Well, eventually I have some queen g5, queen g2 business, but you can always protect it with...
Wait a second. What are we playing after bishop a5?
What? Checkmate! Oh my god, yeah, okay, forget about d4. But then what about c5? Then c5 is a serious move.
Yeah, then c5 is very serious.
And it's on the board.
Makes a lot of sense because it's not only about activating the queen, also the fact that the bishop is magically opened.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we just occupied the center and we got checkmated. Oh, wow. Oof, basically, it shows that, yeah, white also needs to pay attention.
So how do you respond to this? You would like to hold on to the pawn with a move like f4, but it still loses the pawn even to queen takes c5 immediately.
Yes, yeah, f4 doesn't help because of this tactics on the f file. Beside, I mean, okay, I can do, for example, b takes c5, queen takes c5, and then knight b3.
And I think that's what he's going to be going for. Knight b3 makes a lot of sense. Holds on to the pawn on c5 and prevents this bishop coming to a5. Love that move. Much more solid than d4. Patient. It's not, the move d4 is not going anywhere. And again, it's the pawn mass. Couple of moves away basically from white winning strategically in this position.
Exactly. I mean, basically, we don't care about the exchange. We just have to survive the next couple of moves without any tricks, occupy the center. The rook can eventually be also activated on the third rank. I don't feel that we need any castles, yeah, because the king will be perfectly safe on f1. Hikaru even takes on f1 immediately.
Yeah, there must be a purpose for this, right?
I mean, to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised by this.
Yeah, because even after queen takes c5, d4, I don't have any issues with my king anymore.
You don't have this bishop a5 trick anymore.
Yeah, what a curious time to take on f1 out of all the times, because the rook was going nowhere.
Let me just quickly highlight this pawn structure, because we are just move 10, and we have this, yeah?
I mean, if white gets in d4, that is like the most beautiful pawn structure ever. So you have to eliminate these pawns, but it doesn't help very much. You're only taking one at a time.
Wow. I mean, that's kind of unexpected, yeah, that Abdusatov has such a big chance in such an early, in such an early stage of the game. B6, clever move by Hikaru.
Wow. A fighting move, but... So if I take on b6, you just want to take back with the...
It's a good question. It's a very good... I would love to take with the knight, but after c5, I have to move again, yeah?
Yeah, you have to move again and to another awkward square, right? You either go to a4, where it's kind of... Well, you can't go to a4. You have to go back to a8.
Yeah, no. So, unfortunately, we want, but we can't take with the knight. And then already all this big hurrah effect of b6...
it's kind of waning, right?
Yeah, okay. I have to capture...
But you have to capture it somehow.
Yeah, cb6 played.
Asking the question.
And look at the clock situation also. Hikaru has spent quite some time, and because he knows that he's in trouble.
Yeah, he must feel it. I mean, instinct tells you that white is doing very well in this position, just too many pawns, and that it's black. Wow, takes with the knight.
Yeah, so what are we missing after c5?
Maybe c5, knight c4.
Wow, exactly. That's a stunner. That's a stunner, yeah. Wonderful, yeah. Just to highlight that queen takes b8 is met by knight d2 intermezzo, king e1, knight f3 check. Thank you very much. I mean, yeah, so this is definitely something white should not fall for.
Yeah, although you do have options, right? Like, I know, but c5, knight c4, queen c2, rook takes c5 is the idea. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, then already it gets very messy. Yeah,
incredibly messy. Yeah,
and queen dc runs into even knight b2, eventually taking the bishop. Maybe also knight takes c5, of course.
What a brilliant concept is knight c4.
Yeah, wow. I mean, b6 with the idea spotting this c5, knight c4 idea. We do see that according to computer, white is doing very well, so no reason to panic. But those are the moments when the game can shift, yeah, because suddenly this is completely unexpected turn of events that this is possible.
Yeah, it's the shock value as well, right? I actually was wondering at the end of that variation, like c5, trade the queens, knight takes d2.
King g2, yeah?
King g2, and I was wondering if the knight's trapped, because you have to retake. And some move with my knight on e2. I don't know if it's c3 or g3 to defend the pawn on e4. Maybe g3. But I feel I'm losing too much control here as white somehow.
Yeah, I mean, rook comes to b2.
b2, yeah.
Yeah, this is a game already.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted.
Yeah. All right. So, okay, Hikaru is fighting back with knight takes b6. Let's quickly get an update in the Magnus's game, because so much had happened. After e4, knight f4, short castles. Yeah, Jan was trying to keep the tension with bishop e6, protecting the f5 pawn. Knight b3 getting ready for d4. Knight f7. d4 played. Yeah, looks beautifully. This position just shines. c6. Kind of a clever way of bringing the queen into the game, stopping d4, d5, and of course not releasing the tension in the center.
It's clever, but it's also a bit ugly to leave that d6 square undefended.
Yeah, plus now f5 pawn is actually falling. Yeah, ef5, gf5, knight takes f5, captured by Magnus. Takes on f2, rook takes f2, bishop takes f5, queen takes f5, and long castle played.
So he's shed a pawn, but at least he's gotten most of his pieces out, including in one way the queen on b8.
Yeah, I like it. He's relying on this knight on f4.
But I like it. I like the practical value of this move, that you suddenly have counterplay. The bishop on d1 is not making a great impression. So at least you have some cohesion in your position. The knight on f4 is somewhat threatening. And you never know when a knight jump might be useful. A move like knight g5 cannot be like completely ruled out at any moment.
Exactly. I mean, this is another very nice illustration that how difficult is playing a chess game on the very highest level. Yeah, the players are so resourceful. It would have been so easy to collapse after this terrible opening. After move 6-7, look like it's a complete plus minus, and white just needs to open up the center and it will be game over. And then Jan coming up with all these resources, just unbelievable.
Yeah, this is beautiful play by Jan. Got into trouble early, but keeps that time edge, or almost a 5-minute advantage over Magnus, and he keeps his chances. Now there's opposite side castling. Yeah, there's a pawn, but the pawn is not going to win by itself anytime soon. So you have to find a lot of things before that's even going to be relevant.
Yeah, actually, black also has some rook d8 ideas, yeah, and then eventually activating the knight with knight e5, or as you mentioned, this knight g5 idea, even with some small-looking move h6, rook d8, knight g5. I mean, white will have to pay attention and be very energetic in the next couple of moves. White should never let black get all his active pieces into shape.
So how do we start here with white? Because I see black's next moves. They come very logically if I'm giving free moves. But how do we prevent them? How do we get white to make their own useful moves? I can't play g3. This is a bit of an issue. I would love to kick out this knight, but it just does not work tactically. It immediately loses to knight g5. And bishop c2 played, and you see the eval bar immediately swing down. We only see the eval bar, so I have no idea why. But immediately, as soon as a difficult question is presented to Magnus, then you see the difficulty of making moves.
Yeah, but I was also not sure that what do I suggest, yeah, because you were saying like, we know what black wants. Yeah, black has 2-3 very natural moves, and I had no idea how to stop black's initiative.
Yeah, and pawn takes d4 played. I think it's a very logical move because knight e5 screams to be played, right?
Yes, so basically knight takes d4. We are expecting, yeah, it's on the board. And now knight e5.
Yeah, but what I'm surprised is that the engine keeps dropping and dropping and dropping, but this looks like a very normal move to me.
Well, it was basically the idea behind bishop c2, yeah, that
right,
knight d4 will be played. So how do we react after knight e5?
It's a bit ugly. I'm not gonna lie.
Quick. Wow, rook d8. Bit strange. Yeah, I was expecting knight e5 immediately.
Yeah, what a strange order of sequence, because knight e5 seemed like it had to be played at some point. That it will be played next move if I'm given a chance.
Exactly. Now also I really want to make clear already that where white's queen is moving, yeah? If
yeah, and based on that,
e4, then I'm gonna go rook d8 and try to use this pin or whatever.
Yeah, I agree with you that you wait for the queen to come to e4 and then you put the rook on e8. Also because right now the queen lacks a lot of squares. Doesn't have g5, doesn't have a lot of squares on the king side that perhaps Magnus can try to clear some of them for himself right now. I'm not sure how.
Yeah, we don't know. We only saw that the evaluation bar jump back to zeros. We have no idea why, and the position is of course so super sharp. Black is threatening to go knight e5. Maybe practically speaking, it's more or less the same. It just looks so tempting to play in the move knight e5 immediately.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Now still Magnus is taking his time. Probably it's the moment to jump back at the Abdusatov game just to see how did he react to this knight b6.
Wow, this changed dramatically.
Yeah, after knight takes b6, he pushed e6. He spent quite some time and pushed e6, breaking black structure, the d7 pawn, getting access to the light squares.
I love it.
Very nice move, yeah. Black captured, d takes e6. Now white opted for queen b5 check, forcing knight d7. Now the queen trades, and knight takes b8, and white goes d4 and says, you know what? Okay, first of all, we have 2 pawns for the exchange, but not only 2 pawns, the light square bishop and the center.
This looks monstrous for Abdusattorov. Pair of bishops, better structure, central control, even slightly safer king.
Yeah, very safe king, actually. King goes to g2, then f3 opens up the bishop as well.
Very harmonious position. This is white's position to take and force a game 4.
Certainly. I mean, basically, I honestly don't really see chance for Hikaru to get out of this, because we know that he's so creative. He finds counter chances, but that's why I'm also loving white's decision. Trading queens, making sure that he stabilizes the position. Imagine the bishop gets to a4, then the knight develops to bc, and then you start pushing your central pawns. I mean, practically speaking, just brilliant.
Yeah, white's position, again, plays itself. Whereas black is trying to create some tricks, some counterplay before these pawns inevitably and inexorably start rolling. There's just nothing that you can do once they push past the 5th rank, and they're so close to it already.
Yeah. Also, time-wise, Abdusatov is doing perfectly fine. 14 minutes against Hikaru's 12. Yeah, knight f7. Hikaru is in a lot of pain now.
Yeah, I thought about knight f7, but the reason I didn't like this move is that bishop a4 check is so awkward because you have to play king e7. I mean, you can play knight d7 if you wanted to, but you're going to have to follow it up with king e7 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you are boxed in any case, yeah. Maybe he wants king e7, yeah, and then you still try with this knight g5 trick, yeah?
Yeah.
Because actually, this is the only way that suddenly if black could target the e4... Oops. Black could target the e4 pawn or get access with the knight to f3 before white gets his f pawn moving. Could be some chance.
Yeah, perhaps this is his best chance, and perhaps he also has a sneaky threat that knight d6 is a double attack.
That's another trick, yeah. Typical Hikaru. I mean, even when it looks like hopeless, there is no chance of finding any resources, he finds it, yeah.
Incredible. I mean, he always finds some trick, some kind of resource that keeps at least his opponent thinking. Even if it doesn't work, he forces his opponent to think, because now white has to figure out if this knight is really going to d6 or g5, which one is the more dangerous one. Because you can imagine that if this knight somehow gets to f3, the position then becomes far from clear.
Yeah, it's clear that if white stabilizes, then everything is perfect. Yeah, but Hikaru now with this knight f7, immediate knight f7, makes sure that his opponent has something to think about. Yeah, that's also very important. All right, we have seen it that this is a very interesting endgame, promising for Abdusatov, but the game is just heating up. And what about the Magnus Carlsen Jan Nepomniachtchi game? So rook d1 happened after rook d8, knight e5, so very much the same strategy that we talked about, and queen takes h7. Honestly, I couldn't believe that white could get away with grabbing this pawn.
No, there's no way, right? Everything that we've been taught as chess players is that this cannot work.
Yeah, now the queen, which was such a terrible piece, look at this, eyeing the h2 pawn.
Even knight d3 is playable.
Yeah, I mean, also preparing some rook f8 and then some sacrifices. I don't know. It's so hard to believe white can survive this.
How do you survive if I play knight d3? I guess.
Which knight?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, because you have...
Let's start with the e knight, because knight e2, I guess, is also a threat.
Then you also open up the e file immediately.
E-file, yeah.
Wow, knight d3. Beautiful strike. Wow. What do I... Okay, just to highlight...
Maybe just take and go h3 and just say...
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, okay, we just first show that... Boom, yeah, the queen is coming and checkmating. So quickly things can escalate. So yes, clearly after knight d3 takes, we have to play h3.
But maybe this is not bad for white at all. I mean, you do have a lot of pawns.
Exactly. Now after takes, we are kind of
Relieved.
almost smiling, yeah? Because
yeah, you start hinting at knight c6 being an idea. Actually, is knight c6 better than king takes f2?
Yeah, it was okay. It does allow some knight takes h3 checks, whatever, but it's clear that this is already white can be happy with.
I agree with you. Yeah, completely.
Yes. So okay, knight d3 was a nice trick, but we should not fall for just going for this mating attack. It doesn't work so effectively.
And just to clear the cobwebs, things like rook h2 don't work, right?
Wow. I mean, okay, we have to check it, but I can also take on f4.
Ah, yes. I think that's the even easier solution.
I think this is probably the safer one, yeah. But talking about rook takes h2, then maybe you can include rook e8 to f8.
And
then probably I have to play queen e4, and then who knows, if you want to take on h2, you might be able to do it now.
Wow.
I mean, I'm trusting you.
Well, maybe. I mean, my idea is that on king h2, I was thinking of playing even immediately knight e2. But maybe there's g3. Man, what a mess.
Yeah, what a mess. Yeah, by the way, actually, Jan opted for knight c4. He jumps like this. He opens up the diagonal, and he's hinting at knight e3.
What a beautiful move. It's hard to see this move because it like looks like it goes away from the correct side, right?
Yeah, plus he also kind of invites knight takes c6.
Yes. I assume that's just checkmate. Well, let's take a look. Knight takes c6.
Yeah, this is certainly the first move that Jan calculated before going knight c4.
And let's go for it. I guess it's knight e2.
Knight e2.
You could go king f1, right? No, king f1, knight e3.
Knight e3.
Yeah. So you have to take on e2.
I have
queen
to take. You take on h2.
King f2.
Yeah, and then rook e2, queen g2.
Queen g2.
But how does it end? Where does it end?
Well, let's continue.
But we have queen h4 check as well, yeah?
Yeah,
or it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, something has to win here, right?
I mean, has to. It's easy for us. We just say something has to win. We have no idea what, but
and the players will show us their brilliancy.
Yeah, well, I mean, in any case, worst case scenario, we have knight b2 check, king c3 takes on d1 and then takes bc. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's completely winning on the worst case.
Yeah, that should be technically winning, but okay. Good luck calculating all of this. Magnus done to 8 minutes.
Yeah, let's assume that knight c6 doesn't work for white.
Yeah, I mean, at least, okay, black has what we discovered. Maybe computer is laughing at us that there are much stronger things, but it's good enough already for us.
Yes, we can put that out of our minds and then try to figure out a defense here for the white side.
But
easier
it's so
said than
tough,
done.
yeah?
Yeah, because even a move like, I think h3, knight h3 just wins for black.
Yeah, and besides, I'm also very worried of knight e3 not only forking, but almost trapping the queen.
No, you're right. It doesn't have squares. I didn't even realize that.
That's also, and you know, after knight e3, for example, knight takes c6, I already have simply knight d1, knight b8, rook e1 check, rook f1, knight e2 checkmate. Yeah,
that's beautiful. You might want to put that on the board. Just make like a random move and show the variation.
Yeah, just
okay, so knight c6 played.
Knight c6. Okay.
All right. Knight e2 played instantly.
Let's lean back and enjoy the show. Takes, king f2 will be played. I mean, basically, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Or does it? Maybe it does. Can we go king f1?
But I can always go.
But hang on, now you can also take bc. I mean, no, sorry, not. But in general, you will be able to take bc as well.
Yeah, like for example, after queen h1 and trade with rooks. I still think your solution.
King f1 played.
Yeah, I still like your solution.
Yeah, that was a very prosaic, very simple one.
Sometimes that's what you need. Good enough. It wins. It wins.
But you know what I noticed? Whenever queen h1 on the board, whenever I stick to something simple, it's not the right way. And whenever I don't stick to it, it should have been played. Yeah, it's the usual curse of chess players.
That's very true. But in this one, I think there might be more than one way to skin this cat. And after queen h1, all right, why is Magnus thinking on this one?
Okay, king f2 will be played for sure.
Yeah, Queen G2 leads nowhere. Wait. Yeah, Queen G2 doesn't work, so Rook E2, I guess.
Yeah, Rook
there we
E2,
go.
King E2. Queen takes G2, King D3.
And
B2,
everything.
Okay.
Yeah, it was exactly what you mentioned, Peter. You saw it the whole way.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, I was just trying to give as much checks as possible.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate position for the king because it doesn't have a good square.
But hang on, what I'm surprised with that I was happy that, okay, I'm just perfectly fine and I'm clearly better and I will technically win this slowly. But computer indicates like it's game over. What on earth is happening? I mean, this King C3, there is some even strong... I mean, we just thought like takes, and then slowly we will win.
Maybe that is enough.
I mean, okay, Knight D1 check looks very tempting. Bishop takes D1.
I mean, I think the problem for Magnus is that after I take on C6 at the end, it's just your king's too weak.
The king is weak.
And there's no perpetuals.
I mean, for example, with the bishop on BC and my king on AC, I would feel like I might be putting up some resistance. But yeah, the king is just very awkward.
Yeah, I just don't think you can get that setup. If you could, I think I agree with you that Magnus could hope to survive, but perhaps this is just a little bit too weak for him. I don't think we're missing anything else because after King C3, White does have a lot of threats, and I think you have to take that rook.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but okay, I also called it that Magnus has to play Queen takes BC, and in fact, Rook takes F4 was the killer blow. But okay, hopefully
we can't lose confidence, Peter. We can't lose confidence in our
and King D4. Yeah, I mean, okay, Magnus goes for it because okay, he needs to gamble. He has nothing to lose already. I mean, he probably felt the other one is just hopeless, and
I think you just go BC6 here.
Just takes, yeah.
Yeah, just takes. There's no way that king's too weak.
Yeah, I mean, if the rook moves, then there is Queen D2 check.
Yeah, there's Rook H4, there's Queen G7, the rook is hanging. No, there's no way.
There is no way, yeah, that this king survives. Wow, what a turn of events. Yeah, after winning the first game in beautiful style with the black pieces, Magnus goes on to lose two consecutive games with the white pieces. Shocking.
Absolutely shocking, but that's the power of chess 960. The moves are so random that sometimes just because you have the first move, it doesn't mean that you're going to get a safe position. Actually, very unlikely that you get any kind of safe position. So all results possible from the very beginning. And yeah, this one is over young, showing excellent play here, coming up because from a bad opening, let's be honest, he just got a bad opening and he turned it around, found some beautiful resources. This queen on b8 that was dead is actually delivering killing blows on h2. That's an incredible way of thinking of chess.
Absolutely. Yeah, Magnus goes Queen e5. Yeah, he needs to cover as many dark squares as possible. Rook h4 check.
Yeah, we'll get a very similar version of what we just looked at.
Yeah, the problem is Bishop e4 runs into Knight d1 and there is no perpetual.
There's nothing, yeah.
There is just King c7, Queen e5 check, King b7, and the king walks away.
Yeah.
Wow. So King d4, Rook h4 check. I mean, King c3 is certainly not a move that Magnus wants to play because he didn't do it before, but he will have to.
Yeah, there's no other move. He just has to give up the exchange with check, and in this particular version, you can even start considering just taking on a2 at the end because it also
But hang on, now King c3 runs into Rook c4 checkmate. Hang on. Hang on, he already play King c3.
Oh, that's brutal.
That's it. Yeah, because
that's it. Yeah, you just pick up the rook.
Pick up the rook, King a3, Rook c3, King a1, Queen d1. Wow, so actually he needs to go for this Bishop e4, but now then that's it.
That's it. I mean, this is just two checks. Two checks and resigns.
Yeah, because even you can't sacrifice the bishop because it's pinned.
You don't even have to calculate that far.
Yes, unbelievable.
Yeah,
what
I think
that's incredible play by Nyepo.
Incredible the way that he's able to organize his attack from nothing.
Yeah, basically after move 10, it looked like, okay, it will be a very clear 1-0 and Magnus resigns.
Magnus resigns, yeah.
Wow. Oh my God. Basically, it means that Magnus will need to bounce back in fourth game with the black pieces. He's in a must-win situation. So far, of course, the odds are in his side because black has won all 3 games, but this is now a very tough spot.
Is this how odds work?
Yeah, usually it doesn't. Yeah. That's it. But okay, it gives us now the chance to focus on Abdusattorov against Nakamura. What do we have? Abdusattorov still keeping some pressure, and 5 minutes versus 7.5. The knight did land on FC, the Hikaru knight, the monster knight, killing the G1 bishop.
Yeah, if this bishop was the old bishop that it jumps over pawns and moves 2 squares, plays bishop e3, I think it was called a vizier back then. Bishop e3 would be a great move. But with the bishop stuck, is white that much better?
Well, the point being that in a classical chess game, the bishop could have never reached g1 with the pawn f2, h2.
Also true.
Yeah, so basically, if someone looks it from the side and thinks that this was classical chess, they will say, this is an illegal game, guys. I mean, start new, right?
Yeah. What is wrong here? But it's such a key part of the position. You're basically playing down a rook right now as Abdusattorov, but you have these powerful pawns. Tough for me to call this. Because bishop h4 is something that you actually have to be sort of worried about at some point.
Well, that definitely it's a very sharp position. Things are completely out of control. I think Hikaru should be super happy that he got all the way to here.
How did he get here? Can we go back a couple of moves now that he's
quickly
thinking?
Because things are escalating, but yeah, just very quickly. So takes d4, knight f7. So
Check,
bishop
yeah.
a4, king e7, our line, c5, knight g5. So white stopped knight d6, and then the knight was turning to the other route, d5, e5, rook c4 protecting the pawn on e4, knight d7, takes. This is of course a very big achievement for black that white's light squared bishop is traded.
Yeah, we were
super important.
We were touting the importance of the pair of bishops and how impactful this light square bishop is. The fact that he got it off the board, and because of that, it establishes a blockade on f3. It does feel like he's gotten so much out of this position. It's incredible how he does it.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable play by Hikaru. I mean, instead of just collapsing or falling apart, yeah, he just puts up the best resistance now. So with rook b8, hinting at the b file, hinting at eventual rook b4s. The rook on f8 protects the fc knight. Well, I would even go as far that I don't see why white is better at all.
I don't see it either. I mean, these two pass pawns are so stuck. The moment you play d6, you have to figure out who is going to defend d6 to push c6. Very difficult to do so. h3 played kind of a surprising move for me because it doesn't actually help the bishop.
Yeah, basically it just helps us to evaluate that black is perfectly fine if white has to play a move like this.
Yeah, helps the commentators. I'm glad when people do that.
Yeah, h5, h5. Okay, Hikaru basically just says, you know what, if you only got h3, I'm going to go h5.
And he's going to go g5, g4 and say, you're not going to do anything. That pawn will reach g3 and start harassing that king.
Yeah, very clear indication. The problem, yeah, now white comes back with the rook to c4, but...
So what's his intention?
Rook b4 is an option.
Yeah, rook b4, he probably wants to play c6, right? And that might be a bit awkward.
Yeah, let's just show this, that, yeah, rook b4 would be very nice, but c6 check is annoying. King d6 runs into rook b4, a b4, knight b5 check, and suddenly white wins.
Bishop h4.
And Hikaru goes bishop h4, yeah, puts pressure on the g1 bishop. And the computer hates it.
As I say, it's a sensible move.
c6 check. Wow,
right,
king d6 and then c7 followed by rook c6 check. I mean,
yeah,
just remove the bishop, the defender.
Just remove the bishop, right? You're completely correct. King d6, c7 is huge.
It's huge, yeah. Suddenly, white had nothing, and he has all the play in the world.
Oh, what a mistake here by Hikaru. Yeah,
and also he can't take rook takes bc anymore. Yeah, that's another problem because there would be a fork with knight d2, but there is a rook c6 intermezzo.
Beautiful. He might have missed this detail.
Yeah, he moved to c7 with the king. He had to stop c7 at all costs, but okay, now things are...
All right, what is the issue here?
But hang on, can we even play d6 check and then c7?
I was thinking about it.
B3 will work. Very, very strange position.
What if we play it slow? Like, no, but rook c5, knight g1.
Wow, knight d1 back. Yeah, he protects the f2 pawn.
Yeah, but what about rook b3 here?
I mean, rook b3, ab, knight d2, king e2, knight c4, bc4.
And a4? And who's going to stop that pawn?
Yeah, that's a big question. That's a very big question. I mean, then I still have knight c3.
You do, but...
With knight b5 check.
Is that... I don't even know how to evaluate this at the end.
I mean, okay, just a total mess.
Total mess. And Hikaru doesn't go for it. Instead decides to retreat his bishop to e7.
Yeah,
also
bishop
somewhat
to e7.
sensible.
I mean, he wants to get control of the squares. I somehow have the feeling that d6 check might have been very strong. I don't know.
Yeah, there had to be something because the engine was loving white's position. King g2 on the board.
Yeah, but now black set up this very nice fortress.
Yeah, and I love rook b4. I was just thinking about this move. If this rooks get traded, black is in a dominant position with this bishop on g1 just buried. So
now in fact everything worked out as Hikaru dreamed of. Yeah, that he provoked c6.
Yeah,
he managed to block it. I mean, basically then bishop h4 turned out to be an incredible bluff, which wins the game and the match.
Although, to be fair, we didn't see what was wrong with it, right? We spent some time thinking about it. We thought that maybe d6 worked, but...
Yeah, it was also only a guess. It wasn't really clear why it's working or what is going on.
Yeah, and what move are they on right now?
Yeah, knight e3, move 29.
Okay, so they're about on time control?
Yeah, it's 2 minutes for Abdusattorov. I mean, one would argue that, okay, it's still very nice compensation. The problem is that the bishop on g1 is dead.
It's such a weird position because in chess, we rarely evaluate positions in which one piece is this dead. Sometimes they're a little dead, but you imagine they're going to come back. This one on g1 is really not doing anything.
Well, it will not come back because it never left. Yeah, it's sitting there. Yeah, from the beginning.
That's very true.
Somehow, like Hikaru shows the stop sign that no, you bishop, you won't move in this game, my friend.
How do we continue here with Hikaru? You could have considered trading the rooks. It's an awkward time to do so. But since the knight on f3 is also defending e5, maybe it's not so bad. Just trade the rooks and go a4 and just push.
Yeah, I'm wondering that, okay, a4 would run into d6 check. That would be a terrible blunder. So yeah, Hikaru first trades. And we are expecting a4. Just kick this knight. Ah, no, look at f4 played. Ah, and Hikaru just maybe wants to liquidate now.
Yeah, keep it simple. Keep it simple. At the end of the day, you are up in exchange, and if these pawns are going to be blockaded in the dark squares, why would you be afraid of them?
Yeah, and actually, I mean, white's knight on c3 was so well placed because it was threatening to go knight b5. Now that the knight moved to c4, actually, those knights are just hopeless.
What a lovely transition by Hikaru. Because I was so focused on playing a4 and stuff like that, but rook f4 taking advantage of the knight placement. Beautiful stuff here by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, and I was seeing the typical pose of Hikaru leaning back when he knows that he has everything under control.
Yeah, I think he knows he's got this one. He needs a little bit of technique to put it away, but...
But actually, he doesn't need to win it. He just needs to liquidate to some draw, and it's also enough.
And that's the sad part for Norderbeck, right? He doesn't have the ability to just hold on to a draw. He needs to win this position. I don't see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are no ideas. Unfortunately, without any knight b5 check, the position is just dead. No ideas. Unbelievable that this king on c7, bishop on e7 takes this d5, c6 pawns so much under control.
It's amazing how Hikaru got this pass pawns under control. He made it seem so easy. Yeah, you put the pieces on dark squares and you blockade them. I mean, in theory, it sounds so easy, but in practice, how did he get this position?
And look at Hikaru. Look at Hikaru. He was drinking. Oh, yeah. He is just super happy, super relieved that this crazy position is not taken under control.
Yeah, he's super happy with that. With what has developed. He sees himself in the final, waiting to see who is going to come out ahead on the other match because he knows this one is wrapped up. What can White even do in this position? The more you look at it, the more hopeless it gets. The initial instinct is that this pawns e4, d5, c6 will give you something. But the more you see the specifics of where the knights are and how they're controlled by the enemy pieces, it looks so ugly.
Yeah, I just don't see how I can hang on to the e4 pawn, yeah, because, for example, knight d2, you can even just take, and go bishop d4, and that's it.
That's it, yeah. Your structure starts falling apart. Your knight doesn't even have a particularly good square to go to in this position. Yeah. It all comes undone.
And it again comes down to one tempo, yeah, that if pawn would be on e3, bishop e3 would be perfectly fine for White and everything is possible, but this bishop will never reach the game.
What a crazy resource, this idea. Again, Fischer random in which one piece wasn't developed, and how heavily punished that one piece not being developed can be. And this one, it's bishop on g1, where White has a beautiful position besides it, but it's a full bishop. And if you're not playing with it, it doesn't matter that you have a beautiful position.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm still like completely shocked how Hikaru managed to get this counterplay out of nowhere, basically.
It really is incredible. I mean, his position into the endgame, like starting in the endgame, we were so worried about him. We thought the pawns are rolling, the pair of bishops, yada yada, and it's like 5-6 accurate moves by him, a couple of mistakes by Noderbeck, and boom, this knight lands on f3, boom, the bishop is dead. A couple of moves later, the pawns are blockaded, and it turns from what seems like a very promising position for White to hopeless.
Yes, I mean, really stunning. I don't know. Yeah, poor Abdusatov taking all his time, but there is just nothing to be done. The position is falling apart, and if falling apart, there is nowhere to keep the chances going.
Yeah, it's not one of those falling apart like, okay, let's try. Maybe there's some tactics. Maybe they don't work. Whatever, we'll try them. No, this is one of those positions where your pieces are completely dominated, and you only have a few moves, but they're all so bad you don't want to play them.
Yeah, and actually this rook f4, now we can appreciate that. It was so smart, yeah, that, okay, for example, if you push a4 too early, it was tempting, but for example, then maybe White gets time to trade these knights, and then finally the bishop comes to life, and who knows?
And who knows? And this happen. And I agree with you completely, because the rook f4 is such a clean move. This might win. This might be at the end of the variation. Maybe rook b8 wins, but then you have to calculate it.
Exactly.
Don't calculate it. Keep it simple. And in this one, rook f4, tying up all of White's pieces, keeping the control. Beautiful stuff from Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, in general, Fischer random suits Hikaru so perfectly well. Yeah, he has this sense of harmony. Always his pieces are moving to right squares and so on. He's an incredible force.
Yeah, the resourcefulness of this player is something that's always been awe-inspiring. And this rook f4 is just one of those clinical moves of Hikaru, putting a stop to counterplay, putting a stop to ideas that Abdusattorov might be fiddling with, of pushing his pawns and just nipping all of the counterplay in the bud. This is just amazing. I'm very surprised and shocked at how easily Hikaru made it look, this turnaround from an obvious White advantage to a completely hopeless position.
Yeah, and Nodia back in a lot of pain because he felt that there was a chance to bounce back and force game 4, which we would have as spectators loved to see, because, okay, basically the more we see Hikaru in action, the better for us. And also Nodia back, but unfortunately, Hikaru doesn't give a chance.
No,
clinical until the end. You know what? I mean, my opponent is very dangerous. I don't want to get to game 4. I want to finish this match right here, right now.
Yeah, 1 minute away is Hikaru now. Only 55 seconds for Noderbeck. And what a situation. What a tournament this youngster has had. But in the semifinals, Hikaru just brought his A game. And when Hikaru is on form, it really doesn't matter who you are. You're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, well, I mean, Abdusatov was also trying everything in this game 3, yeah, because in the first 2, he got outclassed. In this third game, he was really... he came very determined. One could feel the decisions that he took in the early stages of the game and everything. But then he let it slip, and now he pays a very high price. That against Hikaru, just one small mistake, and everything falls apart. And he goes knight bd2. What to do with few seconds on the clock?
Yeah, that the amount of time that he took for this move is just a symptom of how bad he feels of his position. And he knows the knight takes d2, knight takes d2, bishop b4 is hopeless. He just didn't see another way to continue, and he didn't see it because it didn't exist.
Yeah. And it's so sad, yeah, that you know that actually you need to win, but in fact you go for a position which is probably hopeless.
Yeah, this is the worst feeling where like you need to win, and maybe you see some vestiges of like maybe you can draw it, but that's just not good enough.
Yeah, sometimes even though takes bishop b4, that would it be, for example, fair that you offer a draw and Hikaru of course takes it and that's it, because you feel embarrassed to lose this game where you had so much chances, but it's also unpolite, yeah, so you don't want to offer a draw.
Yeah, and you want to try until the end anyway. I mean,
exactly,
there's not even
nothing
like
to
rating
lose
on the
after
line.
all.
Yeah.
Bishop h2. Yeah, finally this bishop at least comes into life, but too late.
Yeah, way too late. Bishop d6 almost looks like an automatic. Maybe not the only one.
Yeah, then he will try knight g5, but okay. I mean,
but then what, right? What is the... As long as you don't play rook d4
it's going to
here?
be only one check on e6.
Yeah, as long as you don't play rook d4, which actually does lose.
Yeah,
everything
bishop
else is
d6
good.
on the board.
Yeah, he'll try knight g5. I just don't see another move.
No, he goes bishop g3. Okay, stabilizing move. Protecting f2 pawn, just in case. But I mean, black can maybe even just start pushing the a pawn.
A4 looks logical. Rook e2 looks fine. I think at this point it's take your pick, right?
Yeah, I mean,
even something like king b6, king c5, just emphasizing how much control black has.
That's very cruel, of course. Yeah. Okay, Hikaru goes for rook a4. Yeah, he just wants none of the fancy business.
Yeah.
He takes on a2 and...
Yeah, these pawns are just not going anywhere, are they?
Because unfortunately for white, he will have to...
Hikaru rook d4 is very clinical. Yeah.
Super professional. Yeah.
Super professional. Takes on d5. That's going to be the end of the game. Full exchange up. Nothing to be play for white.
Yeah, Noriebek looking at the clock for a second, but it's not the clock, the position, everything together.
Yeah, knight takes g6. He'll keep trying. It is his last seconds in the semifinals. He might as well enjoy them.
I don't think he's enjoying. No, definitely not. I mean, he was enjoying the tournament so far, and he might be enjoying tomorrow the play for third place, but right now he is just very disappointed.
Yeah, especially with the impetus he was coming from the group stage. As you say, he had such an amazing tournament so far. But this one is over.
Yeah, the rook attacks the pawn. There is no way to protect. After a4 comes rook a2. So white plays a3.
Yeah, we're basically waiting for the handshake. What a performance today by Hikaru. Crushing the first two games and an amazing resourcefulness. An amazing amount of tenaciousness to keep himself in the game and actually turn it around.
Yeah, and now knight c4, a4 seals the game and the match.
Rook c2 doesn't even want to take on c6, just wants to take on a3 immediately. And there we go. f4, this pawn is not going to promote.
Yeah,
but the other one is
way too strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the handshake. Wow, congratulations, Hikaru, winning the match 3-0. And of course, there was a chance here for Abdusattorov to bounce back. It was a fascinating game, but Hikaru takes it and secures his spot in the final.
Yeah, congratulations to Hikaru reaching the finals of the 960 World Championship here in its second edition. And we have to still wait to see who he will play. Magnus is obviously down 2-1 against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he still can bounce back. He would need to guarantee a fourth win with the black pieces in that match to force an Armageddon.
Yeah, I basically almost feel like Hikaru also wanted to make sure that if already we will have such a big game on game 4 that we can fully focus on it. Yeah, he just wanted to make sure get his match out of the way.
Yeah, there's not gonna be any split attention in a match coming up. It's a one everybody wants to see. We have one match done and one match to focus on completely. And I love being able to do so in this 960 games because the action starts from the very beginning.
Yeah, and here there is no danger of, I can't play e4, e5 because the Berlin comes or whatever comes. Some drawish lines are coming. We will get a fight no matter what. Yeah, Magnus plays with the black pieces, but there will be plenty of chances to play for everything. On the other hand, the way how Jan Nepomniachtchi bounced back with the black pieces, Magnus was putting a lot of pressure in both games in the early stages of the games. And then this resourcefulness, creativity of Jan, bouncing back, creating mating sets from nowhere, tactical shots all around the place, and suddenly he's leading the match.
Yeah, quite a turnaround in that game as well. Of course, unlike the Norderbeck game, it doesn't cost Magnus the match immediately, but he is against the wall. And it's we've seen Magnus bounce back many times, but it's not the situation he wants to be in.
No, not at all. And so much at stake, because title is on the line. And he has spoken about this. I think that, he has decided to give up the classical title. So he wants to collect all the other titles in the meantime. So I understand that it would be an incredible setback for him if he not reaches the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Nepo, he's eyeing this. He says, I want not only the classical title that I know that he's going to be preparing for extensively and intensively, but he says, hey, why not take away the 960 title as well while I'm at it? And he's showing incredible chess here. He's gotten himself into a little bit of trouble in the opening. So this is something that he's going to have to be more careful of as he plays black in the following games, whether it's in this match Armageddon or in the next one. But his resourcefulness after the opening has been incredible.
Yeah, I think this is also the reason why he is so careless in the beginning, that he feels like I'm playing quickly, I will have my chance, I will use my chance and whatever. And today it worked, but there was also this scary moment after game one, so far. And it's not over. Magnus has shown that in every game he had chances. For example, this one, if we just get back to this starting position. Hang on, let me get this position up. When we saw okay, White has just castled. Black king is still in the center. White is ready to open up the center. Knight b3, d4 is coming. I mean, to be honest, I would have never thought that Black can win this game, to be honest. I mean, he might survive, it's one thing, but I mean, even surviving looks like some kind of a miracle.
Yeah, it seems like Black it should fold in a few moves, right? So much pressure. The king's stuck in the center. e5 is weak. From this to a crushing attack on the king side, it's hard to envision because currently Black is, let's call it, attacking with a knight on f4 and a bishop on h4 that's not so far away from this queen on b8. And the fact that this queen on b8 took h2 in this game from this position, right?
Yeah,
it's
and in
so
like
hard.
10 moves or something like this.
Right, it's so hard to envision.
Yeah, I mean, let's even take a look what happened here. Bishop e6, knight b3, knight f7, d4, that's it. If you ask me, I would say, plus minus. My opening repertoire would finish here immediately. That, okay, Peter, you have to take it from here already. And then this stunner c6, because I think the trick is that you can somehow with white simply relax, like you have done the job already. The rest will be a matter of technique. And then this c6, giving up this f5 pawn, then you are not exactly sure, should you take it or you shouldn't, but the opponent maybe blundered it, maybe missed it, or he was forced to give up the pawn, so you feel like, let's take it, Maybe it wasn't practically the right decision to take this pawn.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20, but I think you get tempted by it, not only because you take the pawn, but also you start opening avenues towards the black king. And it is shocking to me, at least, how safe that king suddenly became on c8. It just became completely tucked away from all of white's pieces. There was no angle of attack to it, and that liberated black's major pieces to start harassing not only the queen on f5, but the entirety of the king side for white. And I have to say, even though that everything I said is true, the decision to take on h7 came as a shock to me. And I'm actually wondering, particularly in this position, that we didn't know what to do with white. I remember that we were looking at this position exactly. We didn't know what to do with white. Magnus ended up playing the move bishop c2. The engines did not like it. But looking at this with a second view, knowing that bishop c2 wasn't good, and I still don't know what white was supposed to do.
Perfectly agreed. This is what I'm also, so shocked with this position, and I'm so happy that we had the live board with us and we were discussing and we were trying to make sense of it. And I also till this moment don't know how to deal with, because we know exactly that black wants rook d8, the knight g takes on d4, and then knight e5, and how to handle this position.
Yeah, to me it's still a bit of a mystery. I'm gonna have to ask one of the producers to give us a move, because
also it's because the games are about, I mean, the last game is about to begin. I have to restart the program to get the games right. Let me do that. Wow. So game 4. It's on. So this, let me share screen. I'm always so happy when I set everything up. I already see it, but I have to share it. There we go. So Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white piece is only needing a draw. Magnus needs to win. And it's the very same position as the previous one.
So I took a look at an engine. I asked somebody, and in that position that we left it up, the move was b5.
It was b5, yeah?
Good luck.
And it was the only move, yeah?
No, b5 or d5 were both good.
Yeah.
From what I was told.
Basically that, okay, I can actually now still bring back that position while we are waiting. Yeah, let me get that back. Because this is such an incredibly important moment. Yeah, takes, long castles, and sacrificing the pawn with d4, d5, or with b4, b5, making sure that this queen is not reaching the game.
What a concept.
Yeah, what a concept. I mean, of course, a super cool concept, but good luck finding this. Also during this impression, yeah, that you don't feel yet with white that this is the decisive moment, yeah?
You don't feel that black's attack is gone to the point where you really need to start sacrificing material in order to eliminate black's threats. It feels that you still are containing black well enough that the queen on b8 is still not really threatening anything on the king side. And you don't have that sense of danger. At least I don't have the sense of danger that I have to throw away a pawn like this. Because d5 is basically throwing a pawn away. You can just play knight takes d5, for example. There's nothing wrong with it. But the idea is that you're shutting off a lot of squares. The knight on d5 is now one tempo away from the queen side, from the king side. And that the queen on b8 is just not going to participate in the attack. A brilliant concept, a beautiful idea, but far from easy to see for a human. It wasn't even on our radar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would have popped up at some point, yeah, out of desperation. But first we had to understand that everything else is bad. Yeah, that's the kind of human way of thinking. Yeah, because I believe we both had this idea that we would love to play g3, yeah, to kick this knight away. And then after knight g5, we know exactly that queen g5, knight h3 is a fork. So we are very tempted to take queen e5 and try to sacrifice an exchange. And I was trying to make sense that can I, for example, make this double exchange sacrifice? Yeah, for example, you give check, king f1, knight takes f2. But I think this is very important that you take on f2, not on e5. So that I can't take king f2 because of knight d3 and I lose the queen. I have to take on b8. Takes, we take on f2, knight d3 check. And I'm just missing one tempo to get that knight to d3 and d5. Yeah, then I would be compensating. But here you're going to give a check. And okay, black should be better, but it's still a fight.
It's still a fight, right? You still get knight d3, but after king c7, d6, maybe it's just a fight.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, in any case, yeah, d5 or b5 was the move, as now we know. But Magnus has to forget about everything, even if now he already knows that d5 was the move, because he doesn't have the luxury to think about the previous game. We see the scorecards, 2-1 lead for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus needs to bounce back. Jan only needs a draw. But we know in Fischer Random you can't force draws. You have to play the best moves possible to achieve the desired success.
He has the color advantage, right? Black has scored 5 out of 6 today. So if you wanna play with color, I guess it's with the black side here.
Yeah, we see that Magnus is very determined. Jan is not yet there. I don't know, probably officially 9:10. Okay, 9:10 is for our time. There is the 5 minutes delay, so probably 9 is the correct time to start the game.
Yeah, it should be within a couple of minutes.
Yeah, all the tension. We see Magnus very determined. He's sitting there. He wants to give his all, absolutely all, because he knows that this is so important. Otherwise, he's out of the race for the title.
That's a big one for him. I think that all of these titles mean so much more for him now that he has relinquished, well, not quite yet, but he will relinquish his World Championship title in classical chess. And it was his own words that he wants to put emphasis on the others, on the Rapid, on the Blitz, and the Fischer Random. And this has been a great match, but Magnus wants to take it home and he needs to bring it back with a win right now.
Yeah, well, actually, I feel like he's a little bit handicapped in the sense that the first position was more unbalanced. Yeah, with this knight situation, there was more intrigue here. I feel that if White wants to keep it solid, he might be able to keep it solid. Yeah, it's there are not so many unbalances. On the other hand, we know that it's still only the beginning. The first couple of moves you can play solid, but the game will heat up anyway.
And I see Nepo looking around for some tea or something. I'm not really sure what is missing.
Well, usually Jan likes tea for sure. Yeah, that's a good guess.
And there we go with the game about to start. The handshake on our screens. All right, we have some knowledge of the position because of the two games we analyzed. We want to keep it solid as White. What do we do?
Yeah, good question. I mean, this c4 start looks quite tempting, but Jan goes e4. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, stick to e4 when... No, or is it a ceremonial move? It's a ceremonial move.
Oh, we got tricked again. No,
yeah, we got tricked again. I mean, okay, simply knowing that Jan loves e4 so much that I believed, but I shouldn't have. Knight g3. So
yeah.
Threatening to win the game on the spot.
Oh, it's a good threat.
Yes. And probably he already knows that, yeah, this g6, what I was doing with black, I was suffering so much. So please, Magnus, show me how to deal with this knight g3.
And not so easy because you might be tempted to play f5, but f5, c4 also starts hitting the pawn again.
Yeah, by the way, look at the evaluation bar. I mean, just the move knight g3 had happened, and it already gives quite a nice, comfortable edge for White.
f6, that is a way to deal with that move, but f6 is a bit ugly.
f6 looks very ugly. Yeah, now c4 is coming. Yeah, White is just letting also to get the center with d4.
Yeah, you have to remember that even in Fischer random chess, the concepts of normal chess really do apply. Control over the center is still more important than control over the flanks, unless there's a very specific configuration of pieces.
Yeah, I wonder that maybe probably black should play c5 after all.
Yeah, because I imagine the move c5 by White is kind of a strategical threat.
Yeah, and also just, okay, yeah, c5 on the
c5
board. I mean,
played, yeah.
There is just no other move.
As we say that, and the eval bar goes like way up for White.
Yeah, but still, humanly speaking, I think it's the correct move. Another question that, for example, is black eventually threatening here to go b5, which would mean that does White want to go b4? We see knight b3. Yeah, it's the logical move.
Knight
but this
b3.
bishop on g8 is really sneaky. Yeah, that, for example, if black plays something like b6, I just want to illustrate that the move d4 doesn't really work because the c4 pawn is hanging.
But your h7 pawn's hanging.
Yeah, that's the only drawback. Yeah, what to do? Yeah, I wanted to highlight that this is hanging, but Alejandro correctly points out the h7 pawn is there as well. And Magnus goes for b5, this balance.
I like it. I like it. You have to win. Let's go for the throw. Let's make the game difficult and exciting from the very beginning. I like the approach.
Yeah, basically it had to be played, yeah. Another big question is that, for example, cb5, yeah, but look at this. Yeah, Jan immediately takes cb5. The computer hates it. Says that you can't play like this. I'm expecting the move c4.
Just kick around the knights for a while, right? But okay, how do you continue? c4, knight d4, and the thing is that once the knight, if it reaches f5, it comes with a nice and important tempo.
Yes. I mean,
Unless
for
you can
example,
go
just to highlight, yeah, e5, knight df5, g6,
g6. Maybe you just don't
knight
care.
h6, and then bishop e6. And says like, okay, you know what? The problem is that this bishop might come to a5. There is a lot of dynamics.
There's a lot of little details here in this position that are becoming annoying.
And then c4 played, computer hates it. c4, knight d4, now white is fine again. I mean, okay, it's just a total madness.
Yeah, it is. I mean, computers are so far away from us in normal chess, but the difference in 960 is even more ridiculous, I feel.
Well, because we simply have no pattern recognition. Yeah, I mean, everything that we know does not really apply. Yeah, it's once we already get a stable position, it's another thing. But the early stages is just very difficult.
It is impossible to navigate. And we see the move e5, which we expected. Magnus taking control over the center, saying this knight on d4 needs to move. The tempi might be important, but on the other hand, Nepo does have some chances against some exposed positions of black. Pawn on g7 will be attackable. The pawn on c4 will be attackable. Breaks with d3 later can happen. Breaks with f4 can happen. So potential in the later stages for the white side.
Yeah, interesting that Jan takes his time. What are his options? I mean, okay, knight d4 to f5 looked very tempting. That's why it was my mouse move. Yeah, I automatically put it there.
Yeah, especially because knight f3, again, buries this bishop on g1. I really don't like playing this move.
Yeah, and somehow retreating the knight to c2 doesn't look attractive at all.
No. Is there anything else?
That's the big question, yeah, because Jan is taking his time.
Yeah, I don't quite see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for some tricks, some tactics, but yeah, I'm also not really understanding. Because he blitzed out knight b3, he blitzed out c takes b5, yeah? That's why it's kind of a bit strange that now he's taking his time.
That's the beauty of Nepo, right? He blitzes out all the moves we don't expect him to blitz out, and the one move we think is forced, he thinks, he sits down and thinks.
Yeah, so e5. Okay, let's... okay, we don't see any brilliant move. Maybe there is something... while we are waiting for Jan to make his move, let's make this knight d4 to f5. G6, yeah, so it all started as a joke. Now again, I don't feel like coming back to e3 because it will hinder my pieces. So knight h6, go with the flow.
Yeah, you don't want to trade this bishop on moving to e6.
Yeah.
Very natural.
And I also feel, I don't know the evaluation, but I feel like Magnus actually is probably happy with this, but it's very unbalanced, very sharp with a lot of dynamic potential for black.
I think he got the type of position that he wanted. Something sharp, something that one mistake by either side could be very costly.
And knight f3, and look at this, knight f3 approved by the engine. Unbelievable.
Wow. The understanding that he has of this position, but it's so ugly. How is this move good? Burying the bishop on g1.
Wow, I mean, okay, it's... and look at this. g6 played because queen takes b5 would run into knight f5.
Oof.
That was the justification with the double attack on the g7 pawn and knight d6 check.
What a beautiful fork.
Wow. And then now already we understand that if you get this very big tempo, then first of all, you might be able to hang on to your pawn. You might be able to play something like a4, b3, breaking the structure.
I think you do have to go a4. I think you do go a4 in this position. You have to keep that pawn, right?
And I think I almost feel like I have to go a6. I have to play in some gambit style.
Yeah. Call it a Benko gambit.
Yeah, Benko gambit without the bishop on g7. Wow, I mean, a6, okay. B takes a6, and then at least you make sure that your opponent won't be able to break his... Wow, h3.
h3. I get that the bishop wants to transfer diagonals, but h3.
Yes, so basically Jan wants bishop h2, short castle, and then break in the center with b3 or something.
It is solid. It's incredibly solid.
But I would have never expected it from Jan, yeah?
Yeah, no, me neither. But I kind of like the approach. It's sensible. It reaches a position that's maybe easier for him to understand. I mean, it's not some completely impossible to find a chess position with the knights on f3 and g3. And d5 played the world champion, not interested in pawns, and immediately Nepo plays bishop h2, even though neither one of these moves was approved by the engine.
Yeah, but basically it's kind of logical, yeah, that if knight has already played h3, he will not bother after d5 to think again. Yeah, he sticks to the plan, bishop h2, short castle, and after he will try to decide that he breaks with d3 or b3.
Yeah, so here we have queen b5. We fully expect short castle. It seems like an excellent time to do so.
Yeah.
And there we go.
It's on the board, and we see that, okay, black will also definitely try to castle short. Then he needs to develop the bishop. He does not need to develop the knight. Yeah, this is the advantage, that he can just play bishop e6 and then short castle. But white will have these b3, d3 breaks, and white gets a very solid position. On the other hand, I mean, even then, this knight on f3, knight on g3, bishop h2 are kind of packed pieces.
But all right, let's start with the move d3. I like that one just because...
Okay, first black to move, so bishop e6, yeah?
I don't see another move. I assume bishop e6 will be
bishop
played.
e6, and then you want d3 or b3?
I think d3, just so that the rook on f1 can make a pretense of coming to the game earlier.
By the way, the bishop on d6 also protected the rook on c8. Nice little benefit. So, okay, I need
I didn't even see that.
Let's take on d3.
Yeah, actually, that might not be so happy for me.
But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't take. Maybe I should play knight b6, in fact. Have to get the pieces into the game.
It's kind of a weird position. This king is going to be very safe on g8. And then black's central control looks so strong.
Exactly. I mean, okay, knowing that actually black has nothing to lose, he has to play for a win at all cost. It's a position to live with. Yeah, knight b6 played instead of bishop e6. Similar idea.
It also defends the rook on c8, which is an important detail.
Yeah, but still, somehow bishop e6 with the chance of castling short immediately. Can we actually shock black with d4?
I think we can, but after d4, e4, we need a serious idea, right?
But then at least the bishop is alive. Then
what about,
I go
wait,
knight e1.
Do you take on e4?
No, I don't want to take. No, okay. I mean, I'm just happy that I opened the bishop.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty good.
And then I'm going to play some French, e3, b3, knight might come to c3 as well. I mean, black is still far away from consolidating.
Yeah, actually not so easy for black because his pieces, even though they have a lot of space, are still quite awkward.
Yeah, this bishop on d8 is stupid now.
Yeah.
All right. This is very interesting because will Jan go for d4, try to change the character of the game, or will he just stick to the usual b3, d3 ideas?
Thing is, b3 doesn't look like a bad move at all.
Yeah, but a part of being solid, I'm not that happy with b3 because I don't really do anything to your construction. Yeah, you might be able to stabilize, and if you get the center, or you maintain your center, I'm a little bit worried.
But how do you play it specifically? Let's say I play b3 and he's played e3, which is a very weird move, but very quickly.
Very strange.
I was wondering what you play of e3 tactically because of bishop a4 check ideas at the end, but e3 kind of shocks me.
E3, yeah, basically, I mean, I was first thinking that knight e2, knight c3, but no way. Maybe bishop e2 and then b3. That's the idea.
I think that's the idea, yes.
Try to get some Sicilian type of structures, yeah? I mean, it's some e4, c5, knight f3, d6, c3 kind of position in my mind, yeah?
Yeah, you're trying to play... That's a lot of center.
It's, yeah, bishop e6 played, of course.
Bishop e6, very logical.
Yeah, black wants to go knight f7 and short castle and take it from there. The move d4 actually came out of desperation because I was just not happy that if I play slowly, you stabilize, and I don't know, it will be a nerve-wracking game, yeah, because knowing that Magnus is very good when he gets a small bind and he can play on forever.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked, to be honest, about the move e3. I thought that there had to be a break that came with a little bit more impetus. And he plays b3 second, which makes me really wonder what was the purpose of starting with the move e3. Why not play b3 first?
Okay, maybe also Jan felt like it's more or less leading to the same position.
Could be.
Also, we see Magnus paying attention to his clock, yeah, because I think one thing he realized that he played quite nicely the first two games. He controlled the happenings, but then suddenly in time trouble, things exploded, and it's very important, very valuable to keep the control. I mean, the clock under control.
Yeah, Magnus doing much better in that sense, right? 18 minutes each, as opposed to the usual down 5 by the end of the opening.
Yeah,
castles immediately played. Yeah, not really afraid. I mean, B takes C4. It doesn't help white that much, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, just because we trade queens doesn't mean that we are getting closer to a draw. I mean, takes, and for example, knight takes C4, it looks very ugly. The bishop might come to B6. Yeah, B takes C4 played. Yeah, Jan is not playing in his style.
No, it feels a little passive, right? Knight takes C4. Even an argument to be made about D takes C4, I think. But knight takes C4 looks so much more natural. And there you go, D takes C4.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, DC4 also was on my radar, but I wasn't exactly sure how to evaluate this.
Yeah, because the knight comes in, and I was a little worried, as you said in the Sicilian, the knight comes to E4, and suddenly this strong knight is difficult to eject. Here, I'm assuming that bishop F5 is met by something clever, like D3 or something.
Well, bishop F5 for the moment, I have bishop C2. But you can just play knight F7, for example, yeah?
Yeah, knight F7 looks very logical.
Yeah, bring that knight closer, and whenever we play bishop E2, we might worry about some bishop F5. But maybe you can even just forget about this bishop F5 idea. Just play bishop E7, rook FD8, whatever. This bishop on H2 is trapped.
Yeah, the bishop on H2, it made an improvement compared to the white pawn structure, but black has set up his own pawns in order to restrict it completely. I love the way that Magnus has played so far. I think that he has created himself good chances, and he stabilized the position. I mean, this now looks more like a chess position than most of the 960 games that we've seen today. And it's a position in which white is clearly suffering.
Yeah, white will be suffering, yeah. And this knight on B6, pawn on C4 gives that unbalance to the position that, wow, and H5 played. It's kind of, so Magnus was afraid of some G4, G5 ideas. Very interesting. I mean, we see computer doesn't like it, but now it's easy to understand that after knight F7, Magnus wanted to stop G4.
Right, and the moment that G5 comes on the board, I mean, there is a lot of structural weakness left behind. That being said, G5 is hard to achieve, right?
Yeah, it's basically just hanging in the air for long terms, yeah, but it's not a threat yet. But okay, we understand. I mean, Magnus trying to take care of every single small detail. He opted for H5. Jan blitzes out bishop C2. Okay, this knight has to come to the game via F7.
It does, but it's a little more uncomfortable now that this pawn on G6 has been weakened. Bishop E7 played, and
rook B5 blitzed out as well.
Wow. But I love rook B5 because rook A5 is annoying. Controlling C5 is annoying. Doubling is nice. A4 becomes a threat. I love the move rook B5.
Yeah, it's a nice move, and also the impact, yeah, when you blitz it out.
Yes.
I understand what you actually meant, that yeah, if black goes knight F7, then who knows, maybe some knight H4 ideas appear, yeah?
Right, and if you defend it with the king, you never know when you take on G6 with a discovery attack.
Exactly, it's a very scary business. Yeah, so yeah, H5 was maybe a little bit too ambitious, too clever.
Rook B5, and still everything to play for. Rook A5 is annoying, but it's not like a finishing threat. You always have the move Rook C7. So how does black actually increase his pressure on this position?
I think what drives me crazy now with black exactly what, yeah, that can you play knight F7 or this knight H4 will be a problem.
I think specifically in this position, knight H4, king G7 is not an issue, but...
Not an issue, yeah?
But I said that kind of carelessly, but I don't see it.
You are sure about this, yeah?
I don't see the problem with it right now.
So
knight
just
g6,
to,
king
just
g6.
to highlight,
Yeah.
takes, and knight c5, there is bishop f5.
f5, that's very important.
That's very important. And okay, knight d6 with just love. I mean, that's not a problem for us.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, knight h4, king g7 still might be under control.
Yeah, an important tactical detail there.
But hang on, because this pawn is hanging. If I now just move my knight somewhere.
But then I think I have f5. Yeah, f5.
f5, and then I come back knight fc. Thank you very much.
And then the bishop's liberated.
Yeah, bishop is yeah. This is a very big achievement.
Although, you know, you play bishop f6 and I guess you keep going. Oh no, bishop f6 hangs
no,
the pawn.
e5
What am I
is
saying?
already hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
this
like
rook b5. You were praising rook b5, and it has a lot of purpose.
Yeah, this rook on b5 is so annoying.
Yeah, I mean, what does Magnus really have in mind after knight h4? I mean, now I'm really curious to see this.
Yeah, because let's just point out that the move f5 attacks two knights, but knight g6 attacks the bishop on e7. So you just can't do that at all.
Exactly, that's the tactical justification. And otherwise, then okay, knight h4, it feels like you have to play the move king g7.
Yeah, as we see Jan coming back into the board.
And he just blitzes out rook fb1. Wow. I mean, I don't know. He has 18 minutes. I have no idea what's going on after knight h4, but I feel like it's worth spending some time to check this, because if it works, it's great.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't even like seriously think about it.
But you know, to be honest, this is the problem. When you drink a lot of tea and you have to go to the bathroom in a rapid game, and then you're already losing some 1.5, 2 minutes by just coming back, you don't have this idea that now you should start thinking. Yeah, you feel like you have to make up for it. It's a very special. I have this experience myself. That's why also during commentary, for example, on the whole day I don't drink tea, because otherwise I'm finished.
During the entire commentary.
And I don't drink coffee, so I'm basically, my throat is always in big danger throughout the commentary.
that can be good. Get some water. You can take breaks. You don't have time pressure.
Water I have. Water I'm drinking all the time, but good. Just no tea, because I'm reacting badly.
I see. So very quickly, rook fb1 was answered with rook fd8. And do we have an immediate threat? Like, is f5 e4
and you know,
threat?
this
no,
is
right?
what I'm not liking, that now we never have time for knight h4 anymore, because d2 pawn is too vulnerable.
Rook a5. Okay, so the rook does reach the a5 square, kind of forcing this pawn to be defended, because it is important. Do you defend it?
You will play some rook this, and I mean, after all, this a4 a5 would be much more dangerous than the rook on a5.
Yes.
I mean, or for example, after rook d7, does white want to go rook bb5 and then fight for the c5 square? I don't know, but it's a little bit too strange.
Yeah, but you have to do something at this point, right? Because
yeah, okay. First of all, black has to decide rook d7 or rook c7. Rook d7 is more natural not to step into this pin.
Right.
Because, for example, just to highlight, after rook c7, maybe some knight d4 tactic would be possible.
Yeah, actually, that's very annoying.
Yeah, the knight is coming with big effect. So after rook a5, rook d7. Now we see also why Magnus was so happy of getting rook fd18 and knight c3. Okay, targeting the g6 pawn and setting up some knight b5 ideas.
It's a nice tempo move here by Jan. And you never know when knight h4 anyway can be played. Like, for example, king g7, I don't think knight h4 is a stupid move.
Well, but then you really have to calculate a lot, yeah? That give up the d2 pawn for the g6 pawn.
But that's fine. I think I take with the bishop on g6.
Yeah, it looks fine, yeah. And knight b5.
Knight b5. Yeah, so he goes completely on the other side of the board.
I mean, he sticks to the plan, but the big question is it possible? Because there are some rook c5 pins, no?
Yeah, rook c5, rook takes a7, rook takes b5 loses, right?
Exactly. Because now suddenly this is, and rook d7, there is Zwischenzug Schach. By the way, even bishop d7 protects the rook.
Protects the rook.
It's not even important. But actually, then after knight b5, rook c5, I'm not sure if this whole operation is good. What does Jan have in mind after
Well,
that?
rook c5 you can take on a7. It doesn't lose because rook takes b5, I have rook takes b5 and taking on b6 at the end. But it does look pretty ugly to allow the rook on a2. Maybe it actually does.
Yeah, basically, and also there is this idea, rook a6 and then just going a4, maybe also possible.
Maybe also
maybe also possible, yeah. So
yeah.
basically rook c5 is not the end of the world. It's just that when suddenly you see the evaluation bar suddenly jumping to someone's favor, then you automatically check all these moves. Hang on, then c3. Is c3 a move or not?
I was thinking about c3, but I didn't see the purpose after knight takes c3.
Knight c4?
But I go rook rook a6, knight takes d2, knight, and you actually take on d2 second.
Yeah, but actually when you say that you don't see the point, I thought like maybe you just take dc, and really what did I achieve? Because you got rid of your weakness.
Yeah, not so clear either.
Yeah, no.
Knight d5
Knight d5 and the computer goes crazy.
Wow.
The eval bar hates it. What on earth is going on?
But why? It looks like a normal looking move. But
I mean,
okay, first
but
of all,
a7 pawn is hanging after all.
What is he doing after rook a7?
Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, for example, rook a7. I'm guessing takes rook a8 is the idea. I can't believe that anything else could be the idea.
But rook b7?
And rook b7, and then you have some knight d6 or knight d8, because I thought that this is the point.
Yeah, I forgot about knight d6.
I mean, it's crazy, yeah, that suddenly everything is covered.
It's defended, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and black wins material. So clearly this is the idea of Magnus, but somewhere there is apparently some flaw.
No, but even if we continue, rook takes a7, knight takes a7, rook a, knight c6, we continue, right? Because rook a2, I have bishop g6. And then e4.
Yeah, wow. I mean, in any case, the line which computer have seen, we did not manage to find, and also both players didn't see it. It shows that how complex the situation is, and also what attention the players are in. Knight d5, Jan just played the move a3 without calculating anything. Taking away the b4 square, of course.
Yeah, it's simply a prophylactic move. You play knight d5, you want to stick something on b4. I'm not going to give you the chance. Prove to me why you play knight d5.
Yeah, and the pawn on a7 is still hanging. But yeah, that's why I personally prefer, commentary without any evaluation by anything, so that I can have at least my own fate. But when things are jumping like, oh my God, knight b5, now black is better, now knight d5, white is better, now a3, black is again good, I'm just going crazy.
Oh my God.
Did you spot something?
Did knight bd4 work?
Instead of a3?
Yeah.
Wow, or knight fd4, yeah, basically the same idea.
Yeah, maybe the same. I don't know if it works. I have no engine. I was just I'm trying to figure this out.
Wow, no, but this would be sensational stuff.
Yeah, but I think knight d8 just stops it, right?
Knight d8, yeah, defending. But who knows? There is some bishop a4 trapping.
Does bishop a4 traps the rook?
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, if this is true, actually, Jan could have sealed the match.
Yeah, this is like so bad for black. It's such a weird combination, though.
It's very weird combination, but yeah, there is just way too much tension. Yeah, that the players are blitzing their moves out in critical positions. Wow, I mean, okay, this is some brilliant stuff. Knight fd4. Takes. The bishop is hanging. Nothing moves. Knight d8 is kind of already a happy move for black. And then bishop a4 trapping the rook.
Crazy.
And suddenly all of white's pieces are just brilliant.
Incredible how the coordination works. The bishop on h2 even roaring.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so this might have been it. And after a3, bishop c5, things are back to normal. Magnus makes sure that there won't be any knight d4 sacrifice anymore.
Yeah. And who knows if he even saw it, but the bishop on c5 solidifies that pawn on a7. Sometimes even makes this rook on a5 a little worried about its own life.
Yeah, and keeps the control of the position.
Yeah, I like this move very much.
Okay, now for Jan, it's very important not to notice knight d4 idea at all, yeah? Because if suddenly he realizes to his horror that instead of ace3, he could have played knight d4, that's the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, and I think he just didn't spot it and he wasn't even looking in that direction. So bishop c5 looks like a normal move for more than one reason. I don't think that Jan would be upset. And there we go. The move rook a6 played. I expect just bishop b6, right?
Well, bishop b6, he will try a4.
a4.
I mean, I understand that we have just played a3, but this bishop on b6 is such a powerful piece. I have to kick this away. And by the way, also hinting at the e6 bishop, as we know.
What a weird position.
Very weird.
This rook on a6 is almost trapped, but not quite there.
So hard to even explain what's going on. Yeah, I mean, okay, we see that this pawn on c4 gives the disbalance to the position. Because c4 pawn is very powerful. The pawn on d2, the bishop on h2 is locked out, but at the same time also black's construction is quite vulnerable, and white has this very tricky rook on a6.
It's very active. It's a tricky rook, as you mentioned, because it's very active, but it can be trapped.
It can be trapped. Yeah, this is something for something. Bishop b6. Okay, but how do you react to a4? I'm not really curious.
I haven't figured this out yet.
I think we're gonna see it, and then Magnus will help us.
That's the beauty of rapid commentary, right? We just have to wait for the moves.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this position is so crazy. If
man, I really don't see it.
I feel like I want to go a4.
Maybe you have to go something like knight c7 and just no, but knight c7 still loses that bishop at the end. What am I saying?
Yeah, I mean, you might no. It's I mean, bishop f5 runs into
e4. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, bishop f5 was also ugly. That maybe takes knight h4 would be also...
yeah, no. More than one reason, right?
Yeah. So what does Magnus have in mind after e5? Definitely has something in store for us. Can you just play a move like rook e7 and say that, you know what, I just need to protect this bishop, and if you push a5, I'm gonna go bishop c5, and then I'm gonna trap this rook? Is that an argument?
Man, it's an argument. It's a scary argument because the rook's not being threatened right away. There's ideas of knight h4, and if you get pulled in too many directions, there is a chance you can't defend everything.
Yeah. No, it's very tricky. I mean, I'm just trying to make sense of it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because knight h4 I think would be critical at that point. a4, rook e7.
Yeah.
a5. Yeah. What else do we have in this particular position though? After a4.
Well, but Jan haven't played the move a4 yet, so we first have to look if white has any other alternatives. I mean, I don't feel like going knight h4. I just don't feel like.
Yeah, you feel like if you had done knight h4, it would have been earlier, right?
Wow, and Jan goes e4. I mean, definitely not a move that I have even thought about. What is e4?
So I guess the point is that if you go knight f4, he wants to take and go knight d4. Is that the point?
Wow, but I'm not liking if this is the point. I mean, the bishop on b6 is now becoming a monster. What is the idea? There should be some idea. Otherwise, you can't play a move like e4.
No, but you take and go knight bd4.
Knight bd4. Okay, I just take it.
I take on e6, and how do we feel about that?
Then I just go back bishop b6 and say thank you very much, no? With this lovely bishop, and I don't know, I'm threatening some trade. d2 pawn will be very vulnerable.
Yeah, and e5, I guess just f5.
E5, yeah, e5 is f5, you have rook b6.
Yes, rook b6.
Yeah, very important. Yeah, so okay, one thing is feeling dangerous strategically, but yeah, there are all these tactical motives as well. Wow. Does this work? I mean, I'm very skeptical, to be honest, but
yeah, it seems like such a counterintuitive move when the bishop on b6 already established.
And Magnus even goes knight c7. Okay, you weaken your structure. I don't want. And knight takes c7, blitzed out.
Well, let's see these complications. Magnus sacrificing a pawn, but this knight on c8, so awkward, so far away from the other pieces, in real danger of being trapped. Not to mention the bishop on h2 locked out of the board. I'm loving this for black.
By the way, just to correct myself, after knight f4, bishop f4, ef, probably unwanted knight takes a7 trick.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
Yes,
basically
much
the
better, yeah,
similar
yeah.
idea with knight if, but we eliminate the pawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now already e4 made more sense, but still I'm not loving this weakness. Takes, bishop c5, knight b6 had to be played. The knight has to come back. But it's just a very unpleasant position with the pawn on h2. Okay, how unpleasant is the only question. Rook b7, knight d5.
Rook b7, maybe even knight a4 can't be that bad, right?
And then you just want to scroll
I just
back
want to
c3.
trade. Yeah. Trade rooks, go to c3 and solidify.
Yeah, now the big question is, of course, we also know Magnus needs to win that. Then any trade is kind of counterintuitive. On the other hand, if white has a powerful rook on the b file, then what to do? Or you just ignore with rook d6.
But it's gonna be kind of the same, right? I'm gonna play knight a4. You might take on a3, and then I'll go rook b6, and I say I really want to trade stuff. Let me try to get into some endgame I can survive.
So takes, yeah, but this bishop on h2, it's horrible.
It'll come back though one day.
And also now the bishop on c2 is dead. Yeah, pawn on e4, there is no more pressure on the g6 pawn.
No, I don't like white's position, but I'm trying to survive. I want to trade rooks, play rook b6, and just say, yes, it's ugly, but I'll hold on.
Yes, it's a good, I mean, I don't say it's a good strategy because against Magnus, you know, just counting on I will hold on somehow might not work.
That is very true.
I mean, knight will jump to c5 or to b4, knight gets to d6. I mean, there is
no, this is very ugly. It's very
a
ugly.
lot of pressure on white's position. Magnus goes rook d8.
Rook d8, interesting.
It's a bit strange, yeah, that why exactly to d8?
Yeah, again, on knight a4, his purpose is knight d5 played.
Young goes knight d5 anyway.
I like that move a lot, actually. Knight d5, taking advantage of the fact that if you ever take on d5, this bishop is suddenly active.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. But Magnus, Magnus just goes knight d8. And look at this, computer says, no, this is not possible. Is some sacrifice or something available?
Honestly, because of the engine change, I'm starting to look at it, but I don't quite see it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the trick. Yeah, that otherwise we would just believe that no, it's impossible. Everything is protected. Yeah. Why should any of the sacrifices work?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, no, I don't believe in them. But what else can we do in this position?
Yeah, the question is, can we just hang on to our pawn going a4, but then some bishop d5, knight b4 comes? Yeah. This is maybe awkward. This is what Magnus is playing for. I don't want to let this happen. Okay, Jan at least not taking his time. He needs to get into he has some time advantage.
Yeah, he needs to use it right now, right? This is a good time to use it.
Yeah, because there is the potential of eventually ending up in a very unpleasant position, and then it won't really matter if you have time or not on your clock.
Right.
I mean, Jan always has enough time, but that's why it's better to spend those 2, 3, 4 minutes now.
The move d3 is just it's bishop takes d5 and c3, right?
Yeah, it's kind of tempting, but at the same time, yeah, probably Magnus wants to this balance like this.
Yeah, this could be very strategically bad. Maybe even bad immediately.
Yeah, tough call, yeah. But d3 on the board.
d3 played, okay.
d3 played. It's moved 28. I mean, basically, there is no big time pressure on any of the players. But there is certain tension. Of course, Magnus knows exactly that he can't let Jan escape in the next couple of moves with some easy trades. Yeah, then it will be easy draw.
Yeah, I don't imagine that there's another serious move there in bishop takes d5. You can't take on d3. That just simplifies the position too much.
Yeah, basically, if you have to play for a win, then bishop d5, e d5, c3 looks so automatic. Let's take a look. So takes.
c3.
I mean, we can't play for the fork because the knight on a6 is hanging.
Very important, yeah.
To highlight this.
And if c3, rook b3, there is a way to defend that.
Then I have rook c8 at least.
Very nice. Very nice.
I mean, at least I have rook c8. I don't know exactly what it, because I'm still, maybe you can still play just king f1. How I'm protecting the pawn.
Bishop ace. Oh, bishop a7, knight e5.
Yeah, some crazy strange tactics. Yeah, bishop d4 is not possible due to takes and then takes, and bishop a7, knight takes e5, and again the bishop comes to life.
Yeah, not so dead anymore on h2, is it?
Yeah, not at all. Wow, d3. Now we understand why Magnus is taking his time. Down to 3 minutes 40. 3 more moves to play.
Crucial decisions here for Magnus to make before time control. Only 5 minutes added, but 5 minutes he'll need to try to make something out of this position. It's also like, at the moment, he's lacking choices. Any symmetrical pawn structure on the king side, you can pretty much immediately get out of your mind.
Yeah, basically, okay, there is only one little temptation that maybe I can play against the bishop on h2 if there is nothing else, but it feels little too little.
Yeah, it's eventually going to make its way back. It's not a bishop that's permanently dead.
Yeah, and also we have seen tactics, yeah, that against pawn f6, e5 with pawn on g6, there might be always some tactical shot in there.
Magnus taking his sweet time in this position, you can understand it completely.
Yeah, he needs to win this game to force the match into an Armageddon. But for the moment, he has to forget about this and he has to find the best moves in the position. Not easy at all. The knight on a6 is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very badly placed. It's about a tempo away from being useful in the position.
Yeah, and to my mind, this is so critical that if takes c3, you are in time to attack this pawn on c3.
I mean, you could play bishop d4, right?
But then takes rook b6.
Yeah, that was my original intention. I don't know why I said that.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, just to highlight, yeah, that there is also this problem, and the bishop that we are always blaming is actually sometimes even winning the game.
Winning the game in this case, yeah.
Yeah, but then this whole rook b3 is so important. That's why Magnus is taking his time, because he needs to win. But if after rook b3, rook c8, for example, king f1, there is no way of hanging on to his pawn, then what to do?
Yeah.
Very tense. Down to 1 minute 20.
Wow.
Yeah,
he still does have to make 2 moves. He hasn't reached the time control yet.
Yeah, he still needs 3 moves, and he needs to make very difficult decisions because the title is on the line. He needs to win. Yeah, and he goes cd3. Not a happy choice.
Not a happy choice. Not at all.
I mean, if we would have ruled out a move, cd3 can't be played given the match situation, but it's a very sad choice.
You cannot be happy about this one.
Yeah, takes, and then knight b8. Now still relying on some bishop d5, e5, e4, which even runs into bishop d6 at the moment, but yeah, white needs to pay attention.
Even a move like rook c1, where is Magnus's ideas here? If
okay,
I'm playing for a draw,
just
right?
wants to take the pawn back, yeah, first, and
then on rook c7, just defend somehow and play on.
Yeah, against this bishop. But okay, young goes a4. Yeah, why should I give the pawn?
Right.
Knight d7 blitzed out, and now the time control has been reached. We see the evaluation bar does not agree with Magnus's idea of getting enough compensation here.
Yeah, it's saying that he perhaps has enough compensation for a draw, but definitely not to be pushing for a win.
Yeah, but still he's hoping somehow to punish this bishop on h2, bishop on c5, putting pressure on the f2 pawn, so it's not so easy for white to get out. But on the other hand, okay, rook a8 is not possible to do to knight c7 forks, so it's not even obvious yet how black will get the pawn back. White can even maybe start with knight c7.
A logical move. It also removes itself from potential dangers of bishop takes d5 and e4 we've been talking about.
Yeah, actually, where is this bishop moving from e6?
Probably f7.
Yeah, probably f7. And then what happens if we just keep on pushing the pawn? a5.
Best way to play for a draw is to play for a win.
Yeah, well, at least I see that on a6 my pawn can be protected.
Mhm.
How bad can it be?
Yeah, I mean, you can look at this position and be like, what are White's chances of winning, right? But I don't think you start immediately thinking, oh yeah, Black really needs to win this game. He's on the path to do it.
Yeah, probably you have to try some bishop a7 and then knight c5 dynamics, yeah, to target the e4 pawn, target the bishop on d3.
Yeah.
Maybe
And
this is
still,
something I really have to pay attention to.
Yeah, still with a very healthy lead in time, which is certainly a very good news for Jan fans. Because it feels like he has everything under control right now. The move knight d2 played. Little surprised about this one. So you want to play knight c4 and just trade it even more pieces?
Yeah, he wants to keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because after all, yeah, what are the dangers? Yeah, this bishop a7, knight c5, then already knight d2 was a very nice prophylactic against that. Bishop takes d5, e d5, we don't really mind now with knight d2, bishop d3 construction, I believe.
No, we'll always be very happy that our bishops are alive.
Yeah, so the big question is how can Magnus keep the tension? Because there is nothing he can do immediately, but if he finds a way to just make a useful move and slowly prepare something, it could be a mind game. Rook c8, is that a move? Let me put it there. I stop knight c7, I stop knight c4. I might prepare this bishop a7, knight c5 anyway. He starts with bishop a7. Okay. He starts with bishop a7. It's not over yet. Yeah, there is certain dynamic in the position. Knight c5, and we have seen magic from Magnus.
Yeah, but what happens to knight c4 here?
Knight c4, yeah. Also trying to get access to the b7 square.
I think that's the most important square here for Nepo. If he gets the rook to b7, it's going to be so annoying that you have to tactically deal with it.
That's true. So how to deal with this situation? Can I take and then knight c5, but then you got a very nice bishop as well. And if I start knight c5, there might be some tactical knight.
I mean, you can play knight c5, knight takes d6, rook takes d6, but knight b3 played.
Knight b3, okay. He wants to
super cautious.
The c5 square.
Right. He doesn't want to allow this knight any tricks, any jumps.
And then Magnus just goes g5. I mean, he really wants to lock down the position with h4.
g5.
But it's an impulsive move.
Yeah. I like it. King f1.
King f1.
Clear plan. f3, bishop g1. Once those moves happen, White is fully out of danger.
Yeah, after all, White is a pawn up.
Yeah.
Wow, maybe, I mean, this last couple of moves and g5 shows me that Magnus is really desperate. Yeah, he knows that he needs to win, and but it's not like he really believes.
It's hard to believe, right? It's Nepo after all with the extra pawn, the structure symmetrical. Unless he has some kind of clever ideas in the next couple of moves to put pressure on White's pieces, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop on h2 is still on h2. That's pretty much what he's playing for. He has a couple of tempi to create something. He doesn't see it. And I don't blame him, right? I'm sure that there's a good way to equalize this with Black because you're so active, but equality is far from good.
Exactly. Equality is simply the no-go for him. Yeah, the move g5 also indicates that he tries to keep as much fight in the position as possible. But Jan is also very systematic. Yeah, he just doesn't want to be provoked into any complications. Takes knight b6.
Ooh, allowing knight c5.
All this. Knight c5.
Man, that is such a tempting move. It's hard to say no to it.
Yeah, knight c5, also knight a5. I mean, both ideas are very tempting. I even don't know which one is more attractive.
Yeah, which one throws more things, right?
I mean, of course, knight c5 is the very first touch. Then I'm guessing Black wants to go king f7. Or maybe just rook c8 and says, please give this check and I'm going to get the c file. Bishop rook c8.
Yeah.
Just to highlight that this check was nice, but actually it's not that much because the knights are covering all the entry squares.
Yeah, this knight on d6 still doing a beautiful job.
Yeah.
And
wow, then maybe actually I prefer knight a5.
Knight a5, right.
Not allowing any dynamics. Knight gets to c6. I might be able to trade the bishop on a7 if needed.
Yeah, and at that point, you're not even scared of the 4 versus 3. You have 2 bishops.
Yeah, and stability is all I need at this moment. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Jan is taking his time. What will be his move? Yeah, knight a5 or knight c5. Because I feel like exactly with this bishop d5, ed, knight b6, Magnus provoked the move knight c5. That's why I don't want to go for it. Knight
and
a5
there you go.
played.
Yeah, knight a5.
Yeah.
Avoiding any complications, avoiding the temptations of putting the knight on e6 and giving a check and winning the game. Instead, knight on c6, trade off more pieces, chop off more wood off of the chessboard, get closer to that stability and that draw that will qualify you into the finals.
Yeah, and actually now black is also struggling. How do you take I mean, which one you take? Probably you have to take on d5, but
yeah, because I think knight a4, rook a1 just loses, right?
Yeah, knight a4, rook a1 followed by knight c6 at least looks very scary.
Yeah, it might not lose immediately, but definitely not what you want to do.
Yeah, and the other option is to grab on d5, which, yeah, no, Magnus goes knight takes a4, and yeah, the evaluation bar screams that this is losing. Knight b7.
Knight b7!
That's it.
That's it, and he resigns.
Oh my god, yeah. What a way to end the game. Yeah, it's of course a big relief for Jan, yeah, that it's immediately over. Seals the match with knight b7.
Nice little trick there at the end by Jan. Everybody's focused on knight c6. I'm actually wondering if that won as well. But Carlsen not finding the options, not finding the chances. Excellent job here by Jan Nepomniachtchi from what looked like it might be a scary situation into full control.
Yeah, let's just show that what's happening after knight b7. The problem is the reason why Magnus designed that no matter if you play rook d7, ignore the knight trade, knight d6, rook b7, check is coming, and the bishop is lost. And there is just no way of continuing the game. Knight takes b7, rook b7 runs as well into the same problem. What a stunning way to finish this match. I mean, there was too much pressure on Magnus. Yeah, I think probably he wanted too much. Yeah, that little bit hindered him of showing his very best.
Yeah, at the end, he was just trying to find these options. He was trying to find ways to complicate the game. And when you're trying to find all of the options where you're avoiding the draw, sometimes you miss the big blunders in front of your face. And knight b7 sealing the deal. What an excellent way for Jan to finish off this match. And kudos to Jan, who just proved resourceful throughout every game. And even positions that we hated for him, especially that round 3, bringing it back and converting full points from bad positions.
Absolutely. I mean, really unbelievable fight from him. He started with this terrible loss. But we already mentioned this, that he can get some confidence out of it, that he made such a big fight out of that first game.
Because it looked like he should have collapsed within the first, couple dozen moves, that this was going to be a walkover, and instead he made it into a fight. He did end up losing, but it was that fight that put him back with the correct mindset and wins 3 games in a row after that. Against Magnus Carlsen. Incredible performance here by Jan.
Absolutely, yeah. Now we are seeing that Hikaru Nakamura crushed Noriebek Abdusattorov 3-0. Very dominating performance. In the third game, there was chance for Abdusattorov maybe to bounce back, but also there Hikaru was showing some incredible resourcefulness, creating that counterplay with the knight heading to f3 and sealing the match already in game 3. And what a comeback, what a stunning comeback by Jan Nepomniachtchi after that first loss, capitalizing on some mistakes by Magnus, but of course he created those chances as well. I mean, he was just provoking Magnus also in the second game and third game to some complications, and finally managed to counter it very well.
And that set up a great final there. As you can see, American Hikaru Nakamura will be facing against Jan Nepomniachtchi to determine who will be the 2022 world champion at Fischer Random Chess. Takes home that $150,000 for first place. Incredible performance here by both players. Hikaru dominant and Jan playing really resourceful chess against Magnus. I think they are very much deserving finalists.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, Magnus had his chances. Yeah, especially after winning the first game and then having very nice position the second game. Also, he started game 3 with a lovely position. But Jan was somehow driving him crazy. Yeah, with his fast play, looking like his position might collapse, then came up with resources and just Magnus was somehow not sharp enough, or he was just too nervous. I felt throughout the event that there was some nervousness in Magnus. He wasn't, as convincing and as confident as usually we see him. Yeah, and we have seen those one-move blunders, very uncharacteristic for him. But anyway, he showed great class. Yeah, I mean, he was putting Jan also under a lot of pressure. But yeah, Jan today with his incredible resourcefulness, bouncing back and winning the match.
Yeah, this was incredibly thrilling the way that Jan qualifies to the final, because Magnus did put up a good fight. It was a great way to to see Magnus play. He had been very inconsistent, but in this particular games, it felt like Nepo was the one putting the challenges and Carlsen couldn't overcome them.
Yeah, there were so many crazy moments. Of course, yeah, we were looking with the evaluation bar. It was jumping back and forth. So basically, we don't know exactly what happened, how the players really felt during this game. Yeah, there was so much tension. Maybe because of the tension, they also just didn't know exactly what was going on. It was also a very special pawn structure. I mean, if we just go back to this position when what it was, yeah, rook a6, bishop b7, b6 happened, and all kinds of tactical things. Then
yeah, I'm actually curious about that position in particular.
Yeah, and then suddenly this move e4. Because yeah, where it was this knight. Yes, here instead of a3. Can someone confirm if knight bd4 or knight fd4 was really so strong as we were thinking? Because really this knight fd4 was such a stunner that you suddenly suggested hitting the bishop.
And this is the advantage or disadvantage of doing commentary when there's an engine bar, because you start looking for these crazy moves that might just work, which you might easily miss in a game, right? You just assume that d4 square is mine for your knight. You don't even look at it. But the more I see it, the more I like it because of the bishop a4 follow-up.
Yeah, I'm wondering if knight c7 is a resource or not.
Ooh. And then on bishop takes c7, you want to play rook takes d4.
Rook takes d4. I mean, trying to survive.
And it's just a mess, right?
It's a total mess, yeah. And I already also, after rook takes a7, I have rook takes d4. So maybe knight c7 is still...
But how do you continue after rook takes c7, rook takes a7, rook takes d4, pawn takes d4?
Yeah, then I'm hoping to jump back.
Rook bb7.
Also some rook e1 again.
Also rook e1,
yeah. Oh my god, yeah. It's there are so many dangers here. I mean, okay, rook bb7 also does a lot of harm, yeah, because pawn on g6, I can't play king f8.
King f8,
conveniently. Yeah, okay, it just goes on to show how complex the position is. Definitely this was an option for us, what we have seen. Then knight c7 after e4 looked like a very clever move from Magnus. And let me just see this position once again, because takes, bishop c5, knight b6. We really had the feeling that black could be slightly better here. If black is not in a must-win situation, he would just play some very natural moves and squeeze white. But here Magnus showed some nerves, I think, at this moment. Because let's just imagine, for example, okay, we play very systematic rook b7.
Okay.
Knight d5 or knight a4, yeah?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that you're slightly afraid that too many pieces come off the board.
Yeah. Probably. Maybe in the rook d6. Rook d6. Probably Jan would have anyway played knight d5 if after rook d8 he did the same. And then, for example, we take this pawn just to take this pawn back. I mean, I want to make sure that white won't be able to play d3.
Yeah, and I think you're in time to play something like rook b7. I think you can take on d5, right? I don't think.
Yeah, then already I want to take. I don't know if maybe some rook a1 is unpleasant or not. Yeah, it's in any case, yes, something like this should have been tried by Magnus because he was very unlucky actually. That I think that he had foreseen this position and he was thinking that this is impossible due to this bishop d5, ed5, d3 idea.
Right, but this rook b3 at the end, somehow this pawn on c3 very difficult to defend.
Yeah, I mean, rook c8 was the trick that we discovered immediately, and then we just sidestepped from this trick of rook c3, bishop f2.
Yes.
And there was still no good way of protecting this pawn on c3. Bishop a7 run into knight takes e5 tactics. All of a sudden, I think this was the moment when Magnus psychologically collapsed. Yeah, because...
because he now has to look for a win.
The move that was the logical follow-up.
Right. And the problem is that it equalized the position too much, right?
Yeah.
The move d3.
Yeah, after d3, c takes d3, it's basically was clear that he's already trying to break a stone. Yeah, I mean, just try to get some water out of a stone. He can't win this position.
Yeah, I agree. This is too much. This is asking for too much from the position. I mean, it is white that's up a pawn, which means that you can shed it whenever you want to, just to consolidate your position on the king side, bring the bishop on h2 back to the game. And in what happened in the game, he didn't even need to do that because the pieces kept defending themselves.
Yeah, it's, I mean, okay, if looking back, really, it was such an intense fight. Yeah, I mean, the score doesn't really make justice for the incredible battle. Yeah, it was like very even. Armageddon was very much hanging in the air, but Jan used his chances much better and went on to win deservedly with 3-1 against Magnus.
Yeah, and then it all comes down to tomorrow. What is going to happen between Nepo and Hikaru? And based on what you saw today, who do you give the edge to?
Well, first of all, I think we have to go back to the group stage, yeah, because Jan was heavily suffering. I mean, he lost 4 games against Abdusattorov. Clearly, Abdusattorov was his nemesis in this event, and now Abdusattorov got knocked out. Yeah, so I think in this regard, Jan is very relieved not to face Abdusattorov again.
And in what a way!
And has an opponent against whom he haven't played yet. Yeah, so there are no feelings.
There are no feelings between these two players. That being said, Abdusattorov with a 4-0 score against Nepo falls 0-3 to Naka. And the transitive properties of chess, I know they don't really exist, but you have to be worried about Hikaru's form in this event.
Yeah, Hikaru was, I think, game by game getting stronger and stronger. But something similar I feel from Jan also, that after he had this very tense 2 mini matches against Wesley So, when he also lost the first game and then managed to bounce back, and basically that match, those 2 mini matches were deciding who will qualify to the semifinals. And he overcame that obstacle. He already kind of felt the pressure, yeah, and maybe this is what was missing from Magnus a bit, yeah, because his qualification was much smoother than Jan's, and sometimes when suddenly then the knockout stages come and you already encountered, you faced the event potential not qualification or elimination, it might be easier to handle your nerves.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Jan takes the lessons from the group stage and applies them very well. Keeps to himself in the sense that he plays quickly and trusts his tactical abilities to get him out of trouble later in the game.
Yeah, and so far, not so far, because in the group stage, a couple of times it backfired, but today it really worked against Magnus. Yeah, putting pressure on the clock. Magnus was often getting the upper hand in the first couple of moves, but later on, because of the time advantage, Jan was always putting psychological pressure and also practical pressure on Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. No, kudos to the two winners. I think that this game between Jan and Magnus could have gone either way, even though at the end, the 3-1 result seems very convincing. But Hikaru, just crushing performance and an exciting final setup.
Perfectly. And let's also not forget that tomorrow we'll have plenty of action, because there will be also a stunning match for the 5th place between Wesley So and Fedoseev. I'm also looking forward to it because, okay, now Wesley is dethroned from the throne, but I mean, it's such a delight seeing him play. I mean, it's unfortunate that the road ended for him, but okay, the road had to end for someone. but we will see him tomorrow back in action. Also, Fedoseev was putting up some incredible match against Hikaru. Yeah, it was like they played 2 mini matches and all 4 games ended in draws in some incredible fights. Yeah, so just to illustrate how dangerous and how strong Fedoseev is also in this format. They will be battling for 5th place. We will have Abdusatulov against Magnus Carlsen. Clearly, Magnus will be very disappointed. Abdusatulov also after the group stage, probably he was hoping or dreaming for more, but he gets a chance to play against Magnus Carlsen for the 3rd place. I think it will be also a wonderful chance for him. And let's not forget, of course, about the 7th place match between Gretarsson and Bluebaum. Of course, the 2 players were outsiders. Matthias was fighting. He had a couple of chances. He didn't make any of them. And finally, both ended with 1 point each and will settle it between each other for the 7th place.
I really like this format where the players come back and fight for every place, because we're going to have just such a delightful day of Fischer Random Chess tomorrow. And I can't wait for it. 4 games to cover, and every single one is going to be important.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we have seen even covering just one, it's already a challenge. Yeah,
yes,
yes, of course. Yeah, we will definitely focus, of course, on the finals. Yeah, that's clear. Hikaru Nakamura Jan Nepomniachtchi match is the match of tomorrow, but of course we will be keeping an eye on Magnus, on Wesley. So of course Abdusatulov playing against Magnus. There is so much intrigue, and the tournament is really, I think, such a success. Of course, one has the feeling that maybe in general in the future, maybe the time control could be even increased a bit and so on. But how do you get everything done? Yeah, it's organizational question. If you give more time, then there are less games. I don't know exactly. It's just something to think about. But the event, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, I think the format is great. I think even the time control is fast and exciting, where you are rewarded in some ways of taking a little bit of risks in the opening, of trusting your intuition the way the Nepo does. So yeah, pros and cons of the time control. I personally like it, and it also allows us to see a lot of chess. I like the fact that it's a 4-game set, and it game with so many cool ideas. I love today.
I mean, already the very first round was like, I mean, we got more action than usually in I don't know how many games. I mean, it was like after move 5, move 6, it looked like it might be over. Then resources and everything. I mean, really some spectacular chess we have witnessed, and really kudos and congratulations for Iceland, for Reykjavik organizing this tournament, providing this incredible prize fund, the chance to fight for the title. It's just so nice to see that all this is happening, and the players who are, I mean, we know exactly how tough is in modern classical chess now with all the opening preparation. Very nice that Fischer Random Chess is getting the chance that it deserves, and the players are really paying it back with some incredible chess.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, great. I think this is also a wrap from us. Alejandro, it was such a pleasure. Thank you very much for being here with us.
The pleasure is entirely mine. I can't wait to be casting the games of the finals, and I'll see everybody there.
Yeah, thanks for watching, and stay tuned. Tomorrow we'll be back in the same time, 10 to 5 p.m. Central European time, and we will be seeing this incredible final. Thank you very much. Goodbye.